Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
Currently, there is no danger in the Berserk Beast realm for Ethan. Moreover, he still has the purification mission to complete. So, he was revived at the death point. Master Kai, you really revived? As soon as he was revived, the tiny lion spirit excitedly jumped into Ethan's embrace. Although Ethan was already informed that he would be dying and reviving, the natural spirit was worried sick and anxiously waited beside Ethan's corpse. So, when it saw that the corpse disappeared and a new body materialized in the same spot, the tiny lion spirit was shocked. Nevertheless, it was excited and rushed into Ethan's embrace. Primer, didn't I say that nothing will happen to me? Ethan felt warm inside to see the genuine concern of the tiny lion spirit and patted its head. Just give me a moment. Let me collect our battle spoils. After assuring the tiny lion spirit, Ethan rushed to collect his spoils of war from the assassin, and at the same time, he wanted to see what would happen to the real last breath totem if he bought it from the interface of the killer's stats. Ding! The host's heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue has been triggered. However, just as Ethan was about to collect the storage ring from the assassin's corpse, he received a system notification regarding a reward that he had forgotten about, making Ethan pleasantly surprised. I wonder how many life points I will get for killing this assassin. Since he had killed a golden rank assassin, of course, Ethan could tell that he must have killed countless innocent cultivators throughout his life. So, Ethan was expecting at least 100,000 or even 200,000 life points. Ding! The host has killed an assassin that killed a Heaven's Chosen and a few other innocent cultivators and greatly contributed to the world. Ding! The host has received 1.1 million life points and a set of 3 low-level life cards. This, so many life points and even 3 life cards. But, when he saw the rewards he got for killing the assassin, Ethan was shocked for a moment. It must be because he killed Heaven's Chosen. Nevertheless, Ethan knew the reason why he got so many life points and 3 life cards was because he personally had the experience of killing a Heaven's Chosen. I wonder exactly how many Heaven's Chosen are there in this world? If I can bring them under my wing, I can earn life points from their breakthroughs. Although he was yet to get the full loyalty of Shadow Bee, Ethan was confident that he could achieve it sooner or later. So, he wanted to find more Heaven's Chosen and bring them under his wing. I should keep an eye out for the possible Heaven's Chosen ones in the future. Ethan didn't think much about it as he knew it would be very hard to find Heaven's Chosen thanks to heavenly luck or luck aura. Let's see what life cards I get before checking the spoils of war. Ethan quickly checked the 3 low-level life cards he had just received. 1. Revival life card. 2. General revival life card. 3. Multiplier life card. Not bad, not bad. Ethan was satisfied with those 3 cards, especially the General Revival life card, which made him smile. Adding to these rewards, the total revival life cards in Ethan's possession have reached 5, whereas the multiplier life cards, he has 2. Once I take care of my spoils, I will free another night demon. He no longer wasted any time as he collected the storage ring from the assassin's corpse. Looks like he has nothing other than the storage ring. After making sure he didn't miss anything, Ethan accessed the storage ring and was shocked to see hundreds of spirit stones, but not low-level ones. Instead, they were high-level spirit stones. The spirit stones are classified into low-level, mid-level, and high-level based on quality and quantity. The low-level spirit stones have the least amount and lowest quality of spirit essence among the 3, whereas mid-level spirit stones have better quality than them. At the top, the high-level spirit stones contain a vast amount of rich spirit essence. They are considered to be the top cultivation resources that are mostly used by high-level Golden Core Realm cultivators and above. System. Ethan didn't bother to calculate them as he asked the system to do it. Ding. The assassin's storage ring contains 1. Low-level spirit stones x 460 million. 2. Mid-level spirit stones x 1.1 million. 3. High-level spirit stones x 20,000. Is this the wealth of a golden core realm cultivator? Or, a golden ranked assassin? Looking at the numbers on the system window, Ethan was shocked as he rubbed his eyes and checked again to confirm. A single mid-level spirit stone is worth 100 low-level spirit stones, and a high-level spirit stone is worth 100 mid-level spirit stones, which in turn are worth 10,000 low-level spirit stones. 1.1 million mid-level spirit stones is equivalent to 110 million low-level spirit stones, whereas 20,000 high-level spirit stones are equivalent to 200 million low-level spirit stones. Adding them all together, I will have 770 million low-level spirit stones. Ethan started calculating the net worth of the spirit stones he currently had and became excited. Of course, in reality, a high-level spirit stone is much more valuable than 10,000 low-level spirit stones for cultivators. It is said that the spirit essence in a high-level spirit stone is so pure that it might even strengthen their bodies and slightly increase their breakthrough chances. I was thinking about how to secure the funds for the annual auction in Skycloud City, and the Eternal Shadow Guild sent them to me. Ethan smiled as he started checking the other items in the storage ring. Rank 5 Golden Core Pills that are used by Golden Core Realm cultivators to replenish their golden essence. Rank 5 Azure Healing Pills. 5 Emergency Talismans that can be used to directly teleport 100 kilometers in any direction one wants. And finally, the star item, the Last Breath Totem. Except for a few useful things, there were many other items that were of no use to Ethan. However, his full focus was on the Last Breath Totem inside the storage ring. Let's not touch it and buy it from the interface. While keeping his consciousness on the Last Breath Totem in the storage ring, Ethan muttered, "I want to buy the Last Breath Totem." He was worried that touching the Last Breath Totem might lead to unexpected changes in the interface of the killer's stats. So, he directly bought the Last Breath Totem from the interface. Ding. The host has spent 1 million life points and bought a Last Breath Totem. Soon, the system notification appeared in front of him, and at the same time, a Last Breath Totem appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, the Last Breath Totem in the storage ring didn't disappear and remained unaffected in any way. Haha, it's just like I guessed. I was not stealing the items from my killer. Ethan finally got the confirmation, and now, he had 2 Last Breath Totems on him. Just as he was about to take out the Last Breath Totem from the storage ring, he received 2 system notifications, making Ethan surprised but excited. Ding. The host has met the requirements. 227, creating more life cards. Ding, the host has met the requirements for creating the revival life card. Ding, the host has met the requirements for creating the general revival life card. Ethan was pleasantly surprised by the 2 system notifications. After creating the Godly Lifespan card, I know I can trigger the requirements to create other life cards. However, the reason for Ethan's surprise was, however, I didn't trigger any requirements when I touched the Last Breath Totem in the past. It was not Ethan's first time holding a Last Breath Totem, as he thoroughly checked a Last Breath Totem that was in Shadow B's possession. Back then, he triggered a different thing, which was to exchange the Last Breath Totem for the Revival life cards. For Ethan, it was not worth it because it would take 2 lives away from Shadow B, since Revival life cards can't be shared with others. But now, by holding a Last Breath Totem, he triggered the requirements to create not just the Revival life card but also the General Revival life card. So, of course, Ethan was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly checked the requirements for creating the 2 life cards. Ding, the requirements to create 5 Revival life cards, small, are, unused Last Breath Totem, primary item. 100,000 life points, secondary item. 1 million spirit stones, secondary item. Note, a single life card can revive the host as long as his cultivation is below the golden core realm. Ding, the requirements to create 5 general revival life cards, small, are, unused last breath totem, primary item. 100,000 life points, secondary item. 1 million spirit stones, secondary item. Note, a single life card can revive someone as long as their cultivation is below the golden core realm. Soon, the requirements for creating the 2 life cards appeared in front of Ethan. Huh? I can create 5 life cards in a single go. Previously, Ethan only created a single life card. So, he was surprised to see that he could create 5 life cards. However, thinking about it, he was not surprised because each last breath totem can be used 3 times. Previously, with the last breath totem that had 2 uses remaining, the system said it could exchange it for 2 revival life cards. Now, by spending more life points and spirit stones, he could create 5 revival life cards, which was quite reasonable. Also, my doubt regarding why I triggered these requirements now and not before has been resolved. Shadow Bee's last breath totem had been used once, and it was left with only 2 uses. Hence, Ethan believed that only when he had the accurate primary item for the creation of the life cards, the system would trigger the requirements. I was always wondering why these 2 life cards are called low level. So, they really have such a restriction. Thanks to the requirements, another thing became clear to Ethan. I remember the system telling me that once I break through to the golden core realm, I will have easy access to more life cards, and I am sure I can get high-level life cards. Despite learning the limitations of the low-level life cards, Ethan was not worried too much because he knew he would be getting high-level life cards when the low-level life cards became useless to him. With these 2 last breath totems, I can create 10 general revival life cards and revive all 9 night demons with them. Taking out the second last breath totem from the storage ring, Ethan excitedly decided on creating the general revival life cards. That's right. He decided to use both last breath totems to create the general revival life cards. Currently, Ethan already has 5 revival life cards, whereas he only has 1 general revival life card. However, he requires lots of general revival life cards to revive the night demons. Moreover, he had the godly revival ability, which let him freely revive himself every week. So, Ethan didn't think much before coming to a decision to use both last breath totems for creating the general revival life cards. Let's create. Once he made his decision, Ethan no longer wasted any time as he ordered the system to create the general revival life cards. Ethan didn't mind spending 100,000 life points for the general revival life cards, whereas spending 1 million spirit stones was even easier, thanks to the assassin's fortune. Ding, the host has used the required items to create 5 general revival life cards. Ding, the host has used the required items to create 5 general revival life cards. There were 2 system notifications back to back as the 2 last breath totems in his hands disappeared and were replaced with 10 general revival life cards. It's time to free the night demons. Although there were still many things to do, Ethan decided to free the night demons first before working on other things. Come out. With a thought, Ethan summoned the 9 night demon puppets out of his storage ring. After turning into puppets, the night demons were considered lifeless items and thus, they could be kept inside the storage ring. Puppets? What is Master Kai doing? From the side, the tiny lion spirit was curiously watching what Ethan was doing because so far, Ethan had done so many interesting things, piquing its curiosity. Of course, it didn't bother to disturb Ethan and only watched. Swish kaka soon, Ethan started throwing his punches and destroyed them in no time. Ding, the host has triggered his heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue. Ding, for freeing the trapped souls of the night demons, the host will be rewarded with 9,000 life points. It was a small reward, but Ethan was happy as he moved to the next step, which was revival. Wait a second. What if I try that before reviving them? Just when Ethan was about to revive the 9 night demons, Ethan suddenly thought of something thanks to his radiant clear heart. If it works, I will get more life points, and if it doesn't, I won't be losing anything anyway. 228, a loophole? If it works, I will get more life points, and if it's not, I won't be losing anything anyway. With that thought in mind, Ethan sat down and activated one of the effects of his heavenly talent, Infernal Dragon Blood Heart. Ding, the host has condensed a special blood drop, and his cultivation has dropped to level 9 Foundation Establishment Realm. In less than half a minute, Ethan received a crystallized blood drop. However, he didn't stop and continued to condense more special blood drops. With each special blood drop Ethan condensed, his cultivation would drop by a level. The reason why Ethan was doing this right now was not because of the special blood drops. Instead, he wanted to reduce his cultivation to level 1 Foundation Establishment Realm before reviving the night demons. Ethan thought that by having a lower cultivation and reviving someone like the night demons, who have level 7 and 8 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, he would receive extra life points. Of course, Ethan was not completely sure. However, since there was no harm in trying it, he decided to give it a try. Although it said reviving others who have higher cultivation than me will have less loyalty and even attack me in some cases, with my cultivation techniques, I can easily subdue them. Anyway, there is no way these night demons would attack me. It might seem that Ethan was taking a risk for just some life points. However, he knew a few things about the night demons, especially the night demons that were turned into puppets. That's right. These night demons have been turned into puppets against their will, with their souls trapped in them. Every second, they have to endure an unbearable pain where a tiny portion of their souls is used as the fuel for their puppetized body to follow their master's orders. When someone was freeing them from such tortuous pain and even reviving them back into their original bodies, there was no way anyone would go kill that certain someone, at least for a while. For Ethan, that some time was enough to get their full loyalty. Ding, the host has condensed. Ding, the host condensed a special blood drop, and his cultivation has dropped to level 1 Foundation Establishment Realm. In less than 5 minutes, Ethan's cultivation dropped to level 1 Foundation Establishment Realm. Time to see whether I can get extra life points. Ethan stood up and quickly used 9 general revival life cards on the night demon souls, which were slowly disappearing while thanking him. Ding, the host has used a general revival life card and revived a night demon. Ding, the host has triggered his heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue and received 15,000 life points. Soon, a series of system notifications rang in Ethan's head as he quickly focused on the reward. Haha, the reward has been increased from 10,000 life points to 15,000 life points. A 50% increment in the reward was something worth becoming excited for. So, obviously, Ethan was excited and laughed out loud. I thought Master Kai could only revive one person at a time. However, he was able to revive 9 demons at once. As I expected, he is really a heaven's chosen one. From the side, witnessing the heaven-defying scene in front of it, the tiny lion spirit was shocked. Previously, it secretly observed Ethan revive Shadow Bee. However, it thought it was a one-time artifact similar to a last breath totem. However, after seeing how Master Kai was able to revive and even revive 9 night demons at once, Primer concluded that Ethan was a heaven's chosen. I have selected the right person for the revival of the primordial beast realm. If he can't do it, then there is no one else in this world that is capable of doing it. After witnessing Ethan's heaven-defying abilities, Primer became even more assured that he had done the right thing in choosing Ethan. With my plan, I earned 45,000 life points for the same thing I am planning to do. Even if he had to do hard work to earn 45,000 life points, Ethan would happily do it without hesitation, not to mention he was getting them almost freely without any hard work. So, he was happy and hurriedly checked their loyalty. Ding, Night Demon name, Night Aegis. Strength, Level 8 Foundation Establishment. Loyalty, 95. Ding, Night Demon Name, Night Aegis. Strength, Level 6 Foundation Establishment. Loyalty, 95. Ding, Night Demon Name, Night Aegis. Strength, Level 6 Foundation Establishment. Loyalty, 95. As I expected, their loyalty is quite good. Even though their loyalty was supposed to be 100, just like Seraphis and Zephyrus had the moment they were revived, since his cultivation was lower than theirs, it naturally dropped by 5 points. Ethan would have been happy even if it was 80 points, however, it was 95 points, making him smile ear to ear. This shows just how tortuous it was to get trapped inside their own body that was puppetized. Ethan realized that the pain was much higher than he had originally expected. But the thing is, why do they all have the same name? Once he settled the loyalty for the night demons he revived, Ethan focused on another thing that caught his eyes. It was none other than the name of the 9 night demons being the same. Ding, the system has generated 9 new missions for the host. Please check them. Just as he was about to ask the night demons his doubt regarding their names, Ethan received a system notification that pleasantly surprised him. It must be related to the 9 night demons I just revived. Without even checking the missions, Ethan knew it was related to the 9 night demons he had just revived. Previously, when he revived Seraphis and Zephyrus, they revived with an absolute loyalty for him. However, these 9 night demons only have 95 points. So, the system would generate a mandatory mission for Ethan to get their full loyalty. Wait a second, did I find a loophole into getting additional rewards? Once he checked the new missions and rewards for completing them, Ethan's eyes lit up. 229, 9 missions and 9 life cards. Ding. Mission 1, Master of Night Aegis. Objective, increase Night Aegis loyalty to 100 points. Reward, 1 random low-level life card. Ding. Mission 2, Master of Night Aegis. Objective, increase Night Aegis loyalty to 100 points. Reward, 1 random low-level life card. Ding. Mission 9, Master of Night Aegis. Objective, increase Night Aegis loyalty to 100 points. Reward, 1 random low-level life card. Wait a second, did I find a loophole into getting additional rewards? Once he checked the new missions and rewards for completing them, Ethan's eyes lit up. First, it was Ethan who knew the loyalty wouldn't be 100 points if he revived them with level 1 Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation. But, for some extra life points, he still went with that method. Also, when he revived someone, it was a known thing that the system would give out a mission to get their full loyalty. As for completing the mission generated by the system, Ethan would obviously receive rewards. In short, Ethan felt he had found a perfect loophole to earn not just the life points but also more life cards. If I am lucky, I will get back the general revival life card I used, and with that, in the future, I can revive more night demons and increase my night demon army. Although Ethan was able to create 5 general revival life cards with a single last breath totem, he wouldn't be as lucky as today to get another last breath totem easily. However, as long as his luck is good, he can follow the method he followed earlier to intentionally lower the loyalty points of the revived cultivators or night demons. After that, the system would issue the missions, and upon completing them, he could get back some of his general revival life cards. On the other hand, the night demons were still processing the things they went through and looked at one another and became surprised and at the same time, happy. Ding, the loyalty of the 9 night demons increased by 1 point. Huh? I did nothing, but why did it increase? As Ethan was lost in his thoughts, he was interrupted by a sudden system notification, making him frown. Ding, the loyalty of the 9 night demons increased by 1 point. Ding, the loyalty of the 9 night demons increased by 1 point. Before he could realize what was happening, Ethan received 2 more system notifications, saying the 2 points of increments in the night demon's loyalty towards him. Is it because they are happy to see their fellow night demons? This was the only conclusion that Ethan could come to as he became excited and thought, just 2 more points of loyalty and I can complete 9 missions at once. He prayed that their loyalty should increase and reach 100 because he would get 9 low-level life cards for doing nothing. However, their loyalty stopped at 98, and it no longer increased, making Ethan bitterly smile. Of course, it is not going to be that easy to complete the mission without doing anything. How about I use Seraphai's and Zephyrus' names? Although he was not sure, Ethan decided to use their names and see whether it would increase their loyalty. Ahem, other than you 9, there are still 2 more night demons named Seraphais and Zephyrus who are staying in my courtyard. Ethan remembered the conversation with Seraphais when he revived her and knew exactly what the night demons wanted. So, without wasting any time, he promised, as I promised to them, I have not only freed you but also revived you, and I will continue to save more night demons that are suffering in the future. The 9 night demons didn't need any explanation as they already knew that the human standing before them was the only reason they were able to breathe again. Hearing the human's words, their eyes turned red, not with hatred or rage, but with excitement. Also, the old flames in their hearts which were long extinguished by despair and torment after turning into a puppet, began to burn again. The flames of their purpose and the passion to protect their kin, and the will to save their night demon race, it had been reignited. Master Human, we don't know how to thank you for not only freeing us from the hell we were going through but also for giving a second life to us. On the other hand, Ethan knew his words had an effect on the night demons, and as he was wondering what he should say next to increase the loyalty of the 9 night demons, they suddenly dropped to one knee, their heads lowered in respect. With solemn expressions and unwavering eyes filled with newfound life, they spoke in unison, their voices echoing in the cave with ancient pride and loyalty. Seeing that, Ethan remained speechless and silently observed them while keeping an eye on their loyalties which remained unchanged. We, the night aegis of the night demon race, vow our claws, daggers, souls, and lives to the one who broke our chains and granted us freedom. They didn't stop their words yet as they continued, from this day forth, we shall stand as your shield, strike as your sword, and follow your will without hesitation. It increased, the loyalty has reached 100 points. Just as Ethan noticed the changes in the loyalty, he received a series of system notifications that sounded very pleasant to his ears. Ding, the loyalty of the 9 night demons has reached 100 points. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing their 9 missions. Ding, the host received a revival life card. Ding, the host received a godly lifespan card, small. Ding, the host received a general revival life card. Let's see how many general revival life cards I received. Ethan quickly checked the rewards and found he got only 3 general revival life cards. A new life card. However, among the 9 life cards, there were 2 life cards that made Ethan excited, and among them, one of them was a new life card that he hadn't seen before. 230, new life card, the black vow. From the name of the life card, he guessed something. So, without any delay, Ethan quickly checked the effects of his new life card to confirm his guess. Ding, life card name, mimic life card. Grade, small. Effect, upon contact with another low-level life card, this mimic life card turns into that particular life card. It really mimics the effects of other life cards. Seeing that he could turn it into any low-level life card he had in his possession, Ethan became excited. I know what life card I should turn this mimic life card into. With that thought in mind, Ethan looked at the second life card from the 9 cards he had received earlier, which made him excited. Ding, the host has placed the mimic life card on the heavenly luck card, small, and turned the mimic life card into a heavenly luck card, small. In the next second, the mimic life card turned into a heavenly luck card, under Ethan's excited eyes. That's right. Ethan didn't think much about it as he directly turned the Mimic Life card into a Heavenly Luck card. Among the low-level life cards, the most valuable one was obviously the Heavenly Luck card. Although the effects of the Heavenly Luck card last only for a minute, when used properly, it will bring insane benefits. Thanks to the Mimic Life card, Ethan now has 2 Heavenly Luck cards. Other than the Heavenly Luck card and the Mimic Life card, I have received 3 Revival Life cards, 3 General Revival Life cards and 1 Godly Lifespan. In short, Ethan was fully satisfied with the 9 life cards he received from completing the 9 missions with just words. If only other missions were as easy as them, I won't have the shortage of life cards. Ethan knew the missions were easily completed because they were night demons that went through a lot. Moreover, from his conversation with Seraphis, Ethan knew that the night demons want to live peacefully without getting hunted by both the humans and demons. Thus, when Ethan said that he would protect them, and after witnessing his ability to revive them, he easily won over the night demons. Let's use these 2 Heavenly Luck cards when the time comes. Soon, he stored away all the life cards, including the Heavenly Luck cards, for the future before looking at the 9 night demons, who were still maintaining the night salute pose. Stand up. Ethan asked them to stand before asking them the question in his head, why do you all have the same name, Night Aegis? According to the information projected by the system, these 9 night demons have the same name, making Ethan curious because the system was not wrong with its information, at least it didn't make any mistake until now. Hearing Ethan's words, the 9 night demons silently rose to their feet as one of them stepped forward and answering to the master, we are the members of an organization named the Black Vow whose duty is to protect the night demons even at the cost of our death. Huh? An organization to protect the night demons. Ethan raised his brows. Yes, master. All the night demons in the organization have no names, however, depending on our strength, we will be called Night Aegis, Night Sentinels, and Night Paragons. Another night demon respectfully answered Ethan as he continued, since we have only Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivation, we are called Night Aegis. Is that so? Ethan nodded his head as he asked, can you tell me more about your organization? Also, won't it be a problem if you swear your loyalty to me? Previously, Seraphis and Zephyros didn't say anything about the organization created by their race. From the looks of it, there were some powerful night demons that have reached the demon soul realm and are trying their best to protect their race. The demon soul realm is equivalent to the nascent soul realm. So, Ethan felt taking its members as his subordinates might create him unnecessary troubles. So, he asked about it. Our organization is created for the welfare of the night demons, and since the master wants to help the night demons, the Black Vow won't create any problems for the master. That's right, master. If the organization knows about your deeds, it would even reward you and directly make you a night sentinel. Once a night demon finishes his/her training and passes the assessment, they will become Night Aegis before being sent away to do their duties. After that, the elders won't even force us to do any mission, and we are free to do whatever we want to do. However, after receiving their protection and resources, the least we can do is to help the fellow night demons who are suffering. Also, the Night Aegis are only allowed to return to the organization after they break through to the demon core realm because then, they will be promoted to the Night Sentinels, who have a different set of duties compared to the Night Aegis. One after another, the 9 night demon respectfully answered everything that Ethan had to know about their organization. Instead of calling it an organization, calling it a school would be more appropriate. After listening to everything the night demons have said, this was the conclusion that Ethan had come to, regarding their organization named the Black Vow. The organization trained the young night demons until they reached the Foundation Establishment realm and passed their assessment to become Night Aegis. Becoming a Night Aegis is like successfully graduating from school. Whether these Night Aegis would put their skills to the purpose the organization intended to or not, the organization didn't care. All these things made Ethan think about the school from his past life. For now, You all have only one goal, and that is to increase your strength and reach the demon core realm as soon as possible. After understanding that there was no issue with the Night Demon organization, Ethan gave them a task. Yes, Master. All 9 Night Demons replied with a resolute voice. As for your names, Master, if you don't mind, can you not give us any names until we break through to the demon core realm? Before Ethan could finish his words, one of the Night Demons hesitated a little and hurriedly requested Ethan. Ethan was speechless at his request. However, he decided to respect their choice and asked, "How about I call you with numbers beside your Night Aegis name until you break through to the demon core realm?" The Night Demons agreed after thinking for a moment. Great. You will be Night Aegis 1, you, Night Aegis 2, and you will be Night Aegis 9. Soon, he added numbers to their names. Sorry, and thank you, Master. They apologized for their weird request and, at the same time, thanked Ethan for accepting their request. Get used to your bodies for a while. Once I am done with the things in here, I will take you to meet the other 2 Night Demons. Since they have been trapped in their puppetized bodies for a long time, Ethan asked them to get used to their bodies. As for me, it is time to upgrade my new cultivation talent into a special talent. I wonder what kind of effects it will have after the upgrade. 232, Passive Earning. There is another golden core I can buy from the interface of the killer's stats, however, it is very costly. It costs 6 million life points and currently, Ethan has less than 6.2 million life points. For him, spending 6 million life points to buy a single golden core was not worth it. Even the golden core in his possession, Ethan didn't know how long it would take before he could use it. Hence, he felt there was no need to spend so many life points to buy it just to keep the golden core in his storage ring until one of his Night Demons broke through to the demon core realm. Since everything is settled now, it's time to purify the abyss. Ethan burned the assassin's corpse to ashes before rushing to the demonic blood dragon's abyss under the guidance of the tiny lion spirit. Behind him, the 9 Night Demons also followed, trying their best to keep up with Ethan's speed, but they couldn't. After 30 minutes, demonic blood dragon abyss, swish as Ethan reached the abyss, his body started absorbing the demonic blood dragon essence on its own. However, Ethan already knew about it. Instead, he was excitedly checking the system notifications that appeared in his head. Ding! The special talent Blood Devouring is devouring the blood essence from the host's body and from the surroundings. Ding! The host has received 10 life points. Ding! The host has received 10 life points. Every second, Ethan was receiving free life points, making him smile. As I expected, my blood devouring didn't disappoint me. During the blood pool phenomena, Ethan learned how helpful his special talent Blood Devouring was. As long as there is blood or blood essence, it will either provide the life points or replenish the spirit essence. Thanks to Shadow Kane's body, Ethan's Danshan was fully replenished, and he used the excess blood to get another 100,000 life points. Thus, absorbing the blood essence from the demonic blood dragon essence in his body and from the surroundings, the blood devouring was rewarding him with life points. Ding! The host's heavenly talent Infernal Dragon Blood Heart is constantly purifying the demonic essence. Ding! The host has received 10 life points. Ding! The host has received 10 life points. Ding! The host's heavenly talent Infernal Dragon Blood Heart is constantly absorbing the dragon essence. Ding! The host has received 10 life points. Ding! The host has received 10 life points. It's not just the special talent Blood Devouring but also my heavenly talent Infernal Dragon Blood Heart that is working hard for me, giving 20 life points per second. Looking at the more system notifications, Ethan's smile became wider. The demonic blood dragon essence is composed of 3 essences. They are demonic essence, blood essence, and dragon essence. The special talent Blood Devouring was converting the blood essence into life points, whereas the heavenly talent infernal dragon blood heart was purifying the demonic essence and absorbing the dragon essence as it paid life points to Ethan. After it turns into the infernal dragon flame, it is burning the demonic essence in an instant. Previously, if he stood in the same position, his infernal flame's purification was less than the rate at which his body was corrupted. However, now, his upgraded infernal dragon flame easily burns the demonic essence, and at the same time, it devoured the dragon essence to strengthen itself. Looks like I can safely execute my new method of purification. After his previous experience and the new trump cards up his sleeve, Ethan had come up with a powerful purification method, and it was heavily reliant on his infernal dragon flame. Hence, after seeing that his infernal dragon flame was much more powerful than he had originally expected, Ethan was confident with his plan. If everything goes as I planned, I might be able to purify the entire abyss in a single go and successfully revive the primordial beast realm today. Just thinking about completing the mission of reviving the primordial beast realm made Ethan excited. System: how much percentage of the demonic blood dragon essence do I need to purify from the abyss? Before that, Ethan wanted to check the corruption of the abyss. Ding, the current percentage of demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss is 93%. As I expected. If I give it some time, the corruption in the abyss will slowly recover. Previously, Ethan purified the abyss by 10%, making it 90% corrupted with the demonic blood dragon essence. However, within less than 10 days, the corruption in the abyss increased by 3%. From this, Ethan felt that he should purify the abyss as soon as possible without giving it any time to recover. Primer: I will begin the purification. After finishing his initial assessment of his surroundings and understanding how his talents are reacting to the demonic blood dragon's essence, Ethan was all ready to begin his purification mission. Rex, come out. The first step of his plan was to summon the demonic blood dragonling. The main reason why Ethan brought the demonic blood dragonling along with him was to let it cultivate in the heavenly grounds. That's right. For others, the demonic blood dragon abyss might be a dangerous area that needs to be avoided at any cost. However, for the demonic blood dragonling, it is considered as a cultivation heaven. Thus, he summoned Atzarex, the blood dragonling. Roar. As soon as it was released from the beast's storage ring, Rex was happy. However, when it sensed the pure essence around it, it became excited and roared. I wonder whether it can break through to rank 5 by absorbing the rich demonic blood dragon essence from the abyss. Ethan became curious and hoped it would break through to rank 5. Rex, stay away from the abyss. Ethan strictly ordered it to stay away from the abyss because he was worried about the evil spirit inside the abyss. Although it was a little risky to summon the demonic blood dragonling, Ethan didn't want Rex to miss such a good opportunity to increase its strength. In case something went wrong, Ethan was confident in protecting the blood dragonling because he had prepared a special trump card for any unexpected dangers in the berserk beast realm. Not hearing Ethan's serious warning, the blood dragonling cutely nodded its head and settled behind Ethan. Who said demonic beasts won't listen? It not only listened but even assured me with its actions. As long as it was behind him, Ethan believed there wouldn't be any danger for the blood dragonling. Hence, when he saw that the dragonling was able to think of such a position to settle before peacefully cultivating, Ethan's impression of the demonic beasts changed. Since little Rex has been settled, it is time for me to actively purify the abyss. So far, the infernal dragon flame inside Ethan's heart was purifying the demonic blood dragon essence that his body was naturally absorbing. However, his plan was to actively purify the demonic blood dragon essence. Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique. With that thought in mind, sitting on the edge of the abyss, Ethan activated his Heavenly Cultivation Technique to actively absorb the demonic blood dragon essence into his body. 233. Easy purification inside the berserk beast realm. It is strictly forbidden to cultivate because the spirit essence in the secret realm has been corrupted by the demonic blood dragon essence. If anyone tried to cultivate, although they might not turn into a berserk cultivator instantly, it would create unnecessary problems for them. During his previous purification session, Ethan didn't actively absorb the demonic blood dragon essence into his body. Due to the rich and thick demonic blood dragon essence, it actively entered his body, and the infernal flame back then already struggled to purify it as he eventually turned into a berserk cultivator before dying. However, things are different now, as his infernal flame has evolved into infernal dragon flame, and he even has the special talent blood devouring. Therefore, he decided to use his heavenly spirit essence refining technique to actively absorb the demonic blood dragon essence. Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique. With a face full of confidence and determination, Ethan circulated his cultivation technique. Swoosh! Immediately, the surrounding spirit essence that was mixed with the demonic blood dragon essence surged like a tide and rushed towards him from all directions. Swish swish! Thick streams of corrupted essence flooded his body, entering through every pore, trying to erode his soul. Roar! Inside his heart, the infernal dragon flame let out a thunderous draconic roar and erupted with crimson black flames. It spread throughout Ethan's body and instantly wrapped around the invading essence, before burning and absorbing it. Ding! The host's heavenly talent infernal dragon blood heart is burning the demonic essence. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. Ding! The host's heavenly talent infernal dragon blood heart is absorbing the dragon essence. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. At the same time, the blood essence within the corrupted essence was swiftly devoured by his special talent blood devouring. Ding! The host's special talent blood devouring is devouring the blood essence. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. A steady stream of notifications continued to appear in Ethan's mind. Thanks to his active absorption of the demonic blood dragon essence around him, Ethan's passive earning jumped from 30 life points to 300 life points per second. I knew it, my current self is no longer the same as before. Looking at how easily the infernal dragon flame was purifying the invading harmful essences in his body, Ethan clenched his fists in excitement. Other than its evolution, I think the missing blood essence from the demonic blood dragon essence is making it easier for the infernal dragon flame. Unlike before, when it had to purify the entire demonic blood dragon essence, now, the infernal dragon flame purified only the demonic essence. The blood essence was devoured by the blood devouring, whereas the dragon essence was absorbed by the infernal dragon flame to strengthen itself. Because of these factors, the demonic essence was unable to resist and struggled to corrupt him. I can feel the infernal dragon flame is much more powerful than I expected in purifying the demonic essence. I don't have to worry and peacefully cultivate here. Ethan could clearly feel the suppression from the infernal dragon flame was absolute. So, he decided to cultivate because other than receiving 300 life points per second, Ethan's Danshan was receiving spirit essence. That's right. The main usage of the heavenly spirit essence refining technique was to absorb the spirit essence from nature. And right now, Ethan was also doing the same. However, this spirit essence was corrupted with the demonic blood dragon essence. Nevertheless, Ethan's two talents are taking care of the demonic blood dragon essence, whereas the spirit essence was naturally accumulated in his Danshan. It looks like I should use this opportunity to recover my cultivation. Sensing that the spirit essence in his Danshan had become excessive, Ethan decided to use it to increase his cultivation. Since Ethan has a high-level spirit root and even uses a heavenly technique, despite being corrupted spirit essence, he was getting so much spirit essence. Thus, he decided to use it to recover his cultivation back to the perfected foundation establishment realm. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. Ding! The host has received 100 life points. Ding! The host has broken through to the level 2 foundation establishment realm. In less than 30 minutes, Ethan had made his first breakthrough and the amount of life points he earned had reached 500,000, making Ethan excited. I wonder how much the demonic blood dragon's essence in the abyss has decreased within this half an hour. While circulating the cultivation technique, Ethan asked the system about it. Ding, remaining demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, 88%. What? I purified the abyss by 5% in just 30 minutes. Ethan was pleasantly surprised. Previously, Ethan had to sacrifice himself just to purify the abyss by 10%, however, now, without any suffering, he purified 5%. What's more, he earned 500,000 life points and even recovered his cultivation. It is not Rex's heaven but mine. It didn't take much time for Ethan to realize that this abyss was a treasure trove for him. If not for the next batch of spirit beasts that will be kept soon, I would have farmed more life points in the long run. No matter how much Ethan wanted to, he couldn't do that because if he intentionally delays it, the natural spirit would lose its trust in him. Once he lost its trust, there was no way he would become the owner of the secret realm, a realm that was related to the spirit beasts. Regarding the primordial beast realm, Ethan has many plans which he didn't want to ruin just for some life points. Let's continue. Putting aside his thoughts, Ethan focused on cultivation while purifying the abyss and passively earning life points. In the depths of the abyss, I sense it, I sense a perfect vessel for me to reside in and leave the secret realm, crew. In the darkness, an existence sensed something and became excited. 234, demonic blood dragon evil spirit at the bottom of the abyss, there is a massive, rotting, colossal dragon corpse. Even though the demonic blood dragon had been dead for a long time, the aura it emitted is enough to kill the low-level Foundation establishment realm cultivators. Crew, from that rotting corpse, an existence slowly flew out. Its body constantly shifted like liquid smoke, made from congealed blood mist and fragmented draconic bones. It had long twisted horns protruding from what resembled its skull, and a pair of glowing crimson eyes flickered deep within its shapeless mass. The pair of eyes emitted a terrifying aura of hatred and madness. It was none other than the evil spirit born from the corpse of the demonic blood dragon corpse. Even the evil spirit born from a low-level cultivator's corpse becomes a deadly entity when left alone for years, not to mention this evil spirit was born from the demonic blood dragon's corpse with an unknown strength when it was alive. Since the evil spirits were born from the resentment, rage, and bloodlust of the corpse, they are considered vengeful evil essence, a twisted abomination that wants to turn the world into its home, an evil world. Nevertheless, there is a limit to how powerful these evil spirits could become in their soul form, and thus, they wanted a vessel to break their limits. If it was any other evil spirit, it would have randomly possessed a living being that they have access to. However, this evil spirit was searching for a perfect vessel to possess. Who would have thought that a perfect vessel would come to it? Huh? What is happening? Why is the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss decreasing? Amidst its celebrations, the evil spirit sensed the minute changes in the abyss. However, as time passed by, the essence in the abyss was decreasing at an incredible speed. It must be that human, he is trying to purify the abyss. It didn't take much time for the evil spirit to find out the reason for the decrease in the essence in the abyss. Beside the perfect vessel it was planning to possess, the evil spirit sensed a human. It seems you are the one who brought the perfect vessel to me. So, I will give you a painless death, Keek. The evil spirits are usually furious all the time, and seeing Ethan's actions, the evil spirit at the bottom of the abyss became even angrier. Nevertheless, it decided to be generous and give him a painless death for the sake of the demonic blood dragonling. Roar, my dear children, go and kill that human and bring the demonic blood dragonling to me. Once it decided, the evil spirit chuckled eerily and released a powerful roar, followed by a dragon roar. On the surface, ding, the host has received 100 life points. Ding, the host has received 100 life points. Ding, the host has broken through to the level 3 Foundation establishment realm. Ding, remaining demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, 70%. Ding, the host has received 100 life points. On the other hand, it's been 1 hour since Ethan broke through to level 1, and now he had successfully reached level 3 Foundation Establishment Realm. At this rate, I am going to accumulate 10 to 15 million life points. So far, Ethan has earned more than 1.5 million life points. According to the system estimation, Ethan was only required to purify the abyss by another 70%. So, he roughly calculated, he would earn another 10 to 15 million life points. Also, from the looks of it, I am not going to die this time without purifying the abyss. Since everything was going smoothly, Ethan felt that he would complete the natural spirit's mission today. Roar, however, in the next second, a powerful dragon roar resounded from the abyss, pulling Ethan out of his thoughts. It was not just a simple roar but a powerful attack to shake the cultivators in fear. If not for the predator's spirit, Ethan would have been so scared that he might have run away from the abyss. What is that roar? Are evil spirits capable of creating such powerful attacks? Ethan already knew that there was an evil spirit inside the abyss, a very powerful one. So, hearing that roar, Ethan could tell it was the evil spirit's doing. Is it coming out to attack me? Purifying the abyss was obviously not a good thing for the evil spirit. Hence, Ethan thought that it might be coming up to attack him. Swish swish, just as Ethan finished his thoughts, a dozen blackish-red colored silhouettes flew out of the abyss. Master, the evil spirit has awakened and even sent its minions to attack you. I think it is better if you leave the secret realm. From the side, the tiny lion spirit quickly warned Ethan because the 12 silhouettes that flew out of the abyss were none other than demonic blood kings. Each one of them had the strength of rank 5 spirit beasts. Primer believed that after fighting with the assassin and even losing his cultivation, it felt Ethan wouldn't stand a chance against these demonic blood beast kings. No. No need to send me out of the secret realm. However, Ethan shook his head, as he had no plans to leave the Berserk Beast realm without purifying the abyss today. Also, I have used up all the corpses of the demonic blood beast kings from before. So, it is time to replenish them. Ethan smiled as he paused his cultivation and stood up. Blood sword. With a thought, the rank 5 blood sword appeared in Ethan's hands as he calmly looked at the 12 demonic blood beast kings who were flying above the abyss. Flap flap. On the other hand, the demonic blood beast kings looked at the blood dragonling for a moment before looking at Ethan. Screech screech. Soon, 5 of them flew towards Ethan and the blood dragonling, whereas the remaining 6 observed the situation. As expected, the evil spirit seems interested in Rex. Ethan smiled as he thought, I thought the evil spirit would come out, however, it sent its minions. What if I take care of these minions? Sky-shattering sword art, tempest of 1,000 blades. Maintaining the smile on his face, Ethan swung his sword, releasing hundreds of the blood blades at both the incoming and observing blood beast kings. 235, Evil Spirit's plan. Sky-shattering sword art, tempest of thousands blades. The 1,000 blades spread in all directions, blocking all the escaping routes for those demonic blood beast kings. Screech. The dozen demonic blood beast kings who were either charging toward Ethan or watching from above instantly sensed the danger, but it was already too late. Boom. Cree. Soon, their miserable shrieks echoed before being completely drowned in the storm of blood blades. Ding, the host's heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue has been triggered. Ding, the host has received 25,000 life points for killing a rank 5 demonic blood beast. Ding, the host has received 25,000 life points for killing a rank 5 demonic blood beast. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 12 mighty rank 5 demonic blood beast kings were all reduced to ashes by a level 3 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Also, he received 300,000 life points for killing them. Previously, when he killed the demonic blood bat king and other similar blood beasts, Ethan only received 10,000 life points each. However, it increased to 25,000 life points thanks to his reduced cultivation. The blood blades I condensed are really powerful despite only having the strength of a level 3 foundation establishment realm. Ethan smiled and knew the reason why he was able to still release such a powerful sword move that is enough to kill 12 rank 5 blood beasts. To release such powerful attack, a vast amount of spirit essence is required and only a perfected foundation establishment realm cultivator could afford such attack. However, thanks to the rich environment where his 2 cultivation talents were continuously working to replenish spirit essence, Ethan had no issue in using such a powerful attack. Ding, remaining demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, 67%. Huh? Killing them speeds up the purification process? Great. Suddenly, Ethan received a system notification and was pleasantly surprised to see the decreased percentage of the demonic blood dragon essence. Great, I just hope the evil spirit sends more demonic blood beast kings. Although he was earning so many life points by sitting and cultivating, Ethan wanted to speed up the purification process. Moreover, killing these demonic blood beast kings not only gives him the life points but all become the fertilizers for his dragonheart lotus plants. Until its next move, let's not waste any time and try to increase my cultivation. Although Ethan was able to easily kill the first round of the demonic blood beast kings, he believed the evil spirit might create a higher problem for him. Hence, he decided to try and break through to the next level. Of course, if the worst comes to worst, I can just die and revive again using the revival life cards. By now, Ethan had already accumulated 9 revival life cards and he didn't mind using a few more to complete today's mission of purifying the abyss. I have already decided, after this week, the Berserk Beast realm should be a thing of the past. In its place, the Primordial Beast realm will appear. After learning how powerful his infernal dragon flame and the blood devouring was, Ethan no longer hesitated and decided to complete the mission. In the depths of the abyss. This, how can a level 3 foundation establishment realm cultivator kill my rank 5 children? The evil spirit was shocked to see how easily Ethan killed his 12 rank 5 demonic blood beast kings. What's more, after killing them will so heavily corrupt his body that even a golden core realm cultivator would become a berserk beast, but this human. The more it thought about it, the angrier the evil spirit became. Although it didn't know how the human was able to easily kill its children and even purify the demonic blood dragon essence in his body and even from the abyss, the evil spirit could tell one thing about the human. He is definitely not a normal human. Also, it could tell that Ethan has a talent to purify the demonic blood dragon essence, which made him confident. Looks like sending any more rank 5 children is useless against this brat. No matter how angry it is, the evil spirit has been living for hundreds of years or even thousands. So, its intelligence was high and it knew sending more rank 5 demonic blood beast kings would only waste its demonic blood dragon essence. If rank 5 children are useless, I will create rank 6 children, crew. Thinking about the rank 6 demonic blood beast kings, the evil spirit eerily chuckled and soon, it started working. That's right. The demonic blood beast kings are born from the corpses of the demonic blood dragon, however, the process was slow. But, the evil spirit has an ability to speed up the process and it even has an ability to create not just rank 6 but even rank 7. However, as the strength of the demonic blood beasts increases, the duration to create them increases even with its ability. It takes only 1 hour to create a rank 5 demonic blood beast king whereas it takes 10 to 12 hours to create a rank 6 demonic blood beast king. As for the rank 7 demonic blood beast king, it takes 7 days, however, the problem is, half of the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss would be consumed in the process. Moreover, if it created such a powerful demonic blood beast king, it would alert the Green Fire sect who would send their experts to kill it. For this brat, a rank 6, no, 5 rank 6 demonic blood beast kings are enough. It decided not to create just a single rank 6 but 5 of them to take care of Ethan, who was just a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Although it consumes nearly 20% of demonic blood essence in the abyss, for the perfect vessel, it is totally worth it. For the evil spirit, a perfect vessel was more important than anything else because with a perfect vessel, it could freely move around and break its limits to an extraordinary level. With such thoughts, the evil spirit started creating the rank 6 demonic blood beast kings. 236, Blood Drop Hustle. Ding, the host has received 100 life points. Ding, the host has received 100 life points. Ding, the host has broken through to the perfected foundation establishment realm. Time continued to pass, and in a flash, 12 hours passed by as Ethan successfully recultivated his original cultivation system. Once he cultivated to his original cultivation, Ethan called the system. Ding, remaining demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, 40%. Sensing Ethan's thoughts, the system showed what Ethan wanted to see. It's already down to 40%. Ethan was happy that the purification mission was going much better than he expected. I wonder what kind of trick the evil spirit will pull out now. Originally, Ethan was expecting the evil spirit to send more rank 5 demonic blood beast kings to attack him. However, after the first batch, the evil spirit didn't send any more. Nevertheless, Ethan was a bit worried about what the evil spirit was planning for 12 hours. Whatever it is, I will just focus on purifying the abyss. Ethan felt it was no use thinking about what the evil spirit was planning. Instead, he decided to focus on what he could do. By actively absorbing the demonic blood dragon essence, Ethan was earning 300 life points per second. So, he continued to circulate the cultivation technique. However, he suddenly noticed the blood dragonling behind him, which was showing some unique signs. Atzerex was trembling faintly and a deep crimson light gleamed in its eyes. Its scales shimmered violently as thick waves of demonic blood dragon essence surged around its body uncontrollably. All these signs made Ethan think only one thing, and it was, it's trying to break through. The blood dragonling only hatched a week ago with a rank 4 strength. After absorbing the rich demonic blood dragon essence for more than 15 hours, it would be a waste not to break through to rank 5. Primal Beast, Sovereign Spirit Beast, Demonic Blood Dragonling, Atzerex, Grade, Rank 4, Perfected. Status, excited but also worried. I have accumulated enough demonic blood dragon essence for my breakthrough. I sense an evil presence from the abyss that might rush out to kill me in the middle of my breakthrough. Although he could tell it was ready for the breakthrough, Ethan wanted to check its status before helping it. So, it is also worried about the evil spirit just like me. Although Ethan seemed to be peacefully cultivating for the past 12 hours, in reality, he was not. He was worried about what the evil spirit was planning. So, he always kept half of his focus on the abyss. Since it is fully prepared to break through, I won't stop it. However, as its master, it is my duty to provide a safe environment for its breakthrough. Looking at the blood dragonling's body that radiated a violent yet majestic pressure, signaling its desire to break through. Primer, can you take Rex to a peaceful location for its safe breakthrough to the rank 5? Ethan didn't want to pause the purification mission because he wanted to purify the abyss as much as possible before the evil spirit comes up with any attacks. Since the blood dragonling has already absorbed enough demonic blood dragon essence for its breakthrough, and even the entire berserk beast realm was filled with the demonic blood dragon essence, Ethan was confident that Atzerex could easily break through to the rank 5 even if it was far from the abyss. Hence, he asked Primer to take the blood dragonling to a peaceful location that is far from the abyss. Yes, Master Kai. The lion spirit nodded its head. Rex, he will guide you to a safe location for your breakthrough. Don't worry about the abyss. I will take care of it and the evil spirit in it. Ethan patted the blood dragonling and motivated it for its breakthrough. Once you break through to rank 5, just a single look from you, that evil spirit will run away. Roar. Hearing Ethan's last words, the blood dragonling became excited and roared. Little Rex, let's go. Swish. Soon, the tiny lion spirit split into two. One guided the blood dragonling to a safe location in the berserk beast realm, whereas the second one stayed with Ethan to accompany him. Of course, it would also plan to share live updates about the blood dragonling's breakthrough. After sending away the blood dragonling, Ethan resumed his cultivation. Time continued to pass, and another hour passed by. The spirit essence in my dungeon is full. I have to deplete it. Ethan's cultivation had already reached the perfected foundation establishment realm, and even his dungeon was filled. In such conditions, if Ethan continues to fill the spirit essence into his dungeon, the foundation bead will start the process of turning into a golden core. Ethan didn't have any plan to become a golden core realm cultivator for the next few months, as he would start receiving less life points from his special and heavenly talents. So, he paused his cultivation for a moment and thought, let's condense the special blood dragon drop using the infernal dragon blood heart. Since he didn't want to break through to the next level, Ethan decided to reduce his cultivation by condensing the special blood drop. Swish, in an instant, he created a special blood drop before resuming his cultivation. After 1 hour, ding, the host has received 100 life points. Ding, the host has received 100 life points. Ding, the host has broken through to the perfected foundation establishment realm. Ding, the host has condensed a special blood drop and reduced his cultivation to level 9 perfected foundation establishment realm. Time continued to pass, and in a flash 6 hours passed by. With this, I have successfully condensed 6 special rank 4 blood drops. After storing the 6th special blood drop, Ethan planned to resume his cultivation. Roar! Suddenly, Ethan heard the familiar demonic dragon roar from the abyss as 5 huge blood beasts flew out and directly jumped at Ethan. Shadow step swish! Ethan tried to dodge the incoming bat-like blood beast, however, a vulture-like blood beast slashed its sharp claws, leaving a huge cut on Ethan's back. 237, 5 rank 6 demonic beast blood kings. 237, 5 rank 6 demonic beast blood kings in the depths of the abyss. Damn that human, damn it, he purified the abyss by more than half when I was busy creating the demonic blood dragon essence. Sensing the rapidly decreasing amount of the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, the evil spirit became furious and personally wanted to kill Ethan. If not for being in the soul form and connected to the corpse of the demonic blood dragon, the evil spirit would have personally rushed to possess the blood dragonling. Of course, before possessing it, it would have killed the human who was purifying the abyss. By now, the evil spirit roughly understood how the human was able to purify the demonic blood dragon's essence in the abyss. He is devouring the demonic blood dragon essence into his body and using some cultivation technique or cultivation talent to purify it. The evil spirit's existence mainly depends on the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, and without it, it would become weak and eventually, it would dissipate into nature. Since the human was purifying the abyss, it means he is trying to kill it. So of course, it won't spare him and would kill him at any cost. Although I have spent 10% of the demonic blood dragon essence to create those 5 rank 6 demonic blood beasts, I will be satisfied if they kill that human and bring the perfect vessel to me. Soon, the evil spirit eerily chuckled as it continued, also, once they finish their tasks, I can turn them back into the demonic blood dragon essence again. So, I am not losing anything, and once I become one with the perfect vessel, I can finally leave this damn place and spread my wings to the heavens, before devouring them. The evil spirits are born from the desires and resentment left by the corpses, and the demonic blood dragon was a powerful existence that wanted not just to devour everything in the world but also the heavens themselves. Hence, the evil spirit wanted to become so powerful that it could devour the heavens. Although the blood dragonling was away from the abyss, the evil spirit could still sense it, and once its children took care of the human, it would be a matter of a few minutes to get that perfect vessel. With such thoughts, the evil spirit silently observed the fight through the eyes of its children. On the surface, damn it, these demonic blood beast kings have insane speed. Ethan frowned as he barely dodged a critical attack from the bloodthirsty vulture-like beast. Compared to the demonic blood beast kings he had fought before, these new 5 beasts were extremely fast. Their wings were sharp like blades and moved with frightening swiftness, slashing through the air with deadly precision. Swish! Shadow steps swoosh! Another claw missed his head by mere inches, which caused the strands of his hair to flutter in the air. They must be rank 6 demonic blood beast kings. No wonder they have a speed that is close to the assassin I fought yesterday. Also, they're not just fast, their coordination is too perfect. Ethan could clearly sense that these rank 6 demonic blood beast kings were not just brutes relying on strength. Their attacks were coordinated, fast, and focused purely on ending his life as quickly as possible. Looks like I should also go all out. However, a confident smile appeared on Ethan's face as he believed he could take them on. After fighting the gold-ranked assassin yesterday, Ethan understood his capability, and his confidence in fighting the rank 5 demonic blood beast kings had greatly increased. In the past, without any boosts, Ethan was able to kill these rank 5 demonic blood beast kings with his perfect mastery sword attacks. Now, Ethan was no longer the same person he was a couple of weeks back, and after killing the gold-ranked assassin, his confidence had been boosted to the next level. Also, if he really can't defeat them, he could always leave the Berserk Beast realm with the help of his permit tattoo. In short, Ethan felt that the moment he learned of the existence of the evil spirit, its fate was already sealed. If the evil spirit knew about Ethan's thought, it would become furious and say, "It's unfair." However, Ethan didn't care about fairness in the world where fairness and righteousness depend on ability. Flaming Python Rage Abyssal Blood Domain. Once Ethan had mentally prepared himself, he stopped dodging the 5 rank 6 demonic blood beast kings and activated his 2 powerful skills. Kaka Swish. One skill doubled Ethan's body, whereas the other one would decrease the battle prowess of his enemies who entered a radius of 10 meters around him by 10%. After his revival, the cooldown for these skills had been reset too, making Ethan directly use them now. Blood Sword. Sky-shattering art, Skybreaker / The next obvious thing was none other than summoning his rank 5 blood sword and releasing the Skybreaker slashes. Everything happened in just a few seconds, and Ethan's actions were so smooth, as though he had been practicing for a long time. Swish swish swish. Ethan released exactly 10 sword waves, and he focused on only one beast, which was the demonic blood vulture king that made a deep cut in his chest. Clang clang. The first 3 sword waves were not effective against the demonic blood vulture king as they disappeared the moment they touched the beast's body. Swoosh slash slash. The next 3 sword waves were dodged by the beast, but the next 2 sword waves left small cuts on the beast's body, making Ethan smile. Kaka. Nevertheless, before Ethan could celebrate it, something good happened in the next second. The last 2 sword waves luckily landed on the same spot where the beast got small cuts earlier, and there was a crisp sound, meaning the beast's defense was broken. Their defense is much weaker than Shadow Cane. I can easily kill them. Seeing that, Ethan didn't waste any time as he directly used his ultimate move. Sky-shattering art Tempest of Thousand Blades. In the next second, a torrent of blood-colored sword waves released from Ethan's sword as the 5 rank 6 demonic blood beast kings were completely engulfed within the storm of sword waves. Swish! 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 These sword waves were multiple times stronger than the sword waves created by the Skybreaker slashes. So, Ethan believed that even if the demonic blood beast kings were out of his abyssal blood domain, they would be critically injured. The sword waves tore through the air, each one infused with Ethan's killing intent and the power of the sky-shattering art. It was not just a skill but an attack made for mass execution. Kree! The vulture beast screamed as sword waves landed across its body in the blink of an eye, each one deeper than the last. It was not just the vulture beast, the remaining 4 demonic blood beast kings were suffering the same fate as the vulture beast. No matter how much they flapped their wings in desperation, trying to escape the whirlwind of death, the sword wave would follow them and continuously attack them until they were dead. Did I kill them with a single attack, Arg swish before Ethan could finish his lines, he felt unbearable pain in his body and he felt his infernal dragon flame extinguish. Thud in the next second, he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. 238, sudden death 238, sudden death in the depths of the abyss. How is this possible? Just how is this possible? Losing the sudden connection with its blood beasts, and remembering the last thing it observed through their eyes, the evil spirit knew its blood beasts were killed by Ethan. How did he kill all 5 rank 6 demonic blood beast kings in a single attack? Not only did a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator kill its children, but the main issue was they were all killed by him in a single attack. Each one of the blood beasts was rank 6, and when working together, they were invincible below the nascent soul realm. Thus, thinking about how they got killed by a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, the evil spirit was thoroughly shocked. Whatever, by killing my children, he got himself killed, crew. However, when it sensed that Ethan was no longer breathing, the evil spirit forgot about the rank 6 demonic blood beast kings and celebrated Ethan's death. If the evil spirit didn't stop Ethan, he would have easily purified the abyss within a day. So, Ethan's death was worth celebrating for the evil spirit. Since I have taken care of the human, it is time to collect the perfect vessel and break free from this rotting corpse. While celebrating Ethan's death, the evil spirit didn't forget about the blood dragonling, a perfect vessel for it. My children, go and bring the perfect vessel to me. Unlike the rank 6 demonic blood beast kings, creating the rank 5 demonic blood beast kings was quite easy for the evil spirit. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, it created a dozen rank 5 demonic blood beast kings before sending them to bring the blood dragonling to it. 10 minutes ago, ding, the host's heavenly talent heaven's virtue has been triggered. Ding, the host has killed a rank 6 demonic blood beast king and earned 1,000,000 life points. Ding, the host has killed. Ding, the host. As soon as Ethan killed the 5 rank 6 demonic blood beast kings, his heaven's virtue got triggered as usual, and he received life points. 1,000,000 life points per blood beast. Ethan was shocked to see that he had earned 5,000,000 life points with a single attack before becoming excited. However, before he could even celebrate, Ethan received a series of system notifications. Ding, by killing the rank 6 demonic blood beast kings, the host's body has absorbed a large amount of pure demonic blood dragon essence. Ding, the demonic blood dragon essence from the 5 demonic blood beast kings is very pure and it overpowered the host's infernal dragon flame. Ding, the host's infernal dragon flame has been extinguished. Ding, without the infernal dragon flame, the large amount of existing demonic blood dragon essence continued to increase and corrupted the host's body. Before he could even check out the system notifications, Ethan lost consciousness as his body fell to the ground. Boom! As soon as he fell to the ground, the demonic blood dragon essence in the body was so rich that Ethan's corpse could no longer bear it and exploded. In the soul realm, ding, the host has been killed by getting corrupted by the demonic blood dragon essence. Ding, the revival life card has been automatically used. Ding, please wait a 1-hour mandatory period in the soul realm before reviving. Once he regained his consciousness, Ethan received another series of system notifications and looking at them, Ethan could not help but bitterly smile. I know killing the demonic blood beast kings will make my body absorb the demonic blood dragon essence on its own, however, I didn't expect it to be so pure that my infernal dragon flame would get easily blown off. It was not Ethan's first time dealing with the demonic blood beast kings. So, he knew about the demonic blood dragon essence entering his body. However, in the past, he never killed a rank 6 demonic blood beast king, and even when he killed a rank 5 demonic blood beast king, he dealt with only one at a time, except for today. Also, I didn't expect to kill all 5 rank 6 demonic blood beast kings at once. In the soul realm, Ethan was thinking about where he went wrong and how he got killed. So that, in the future, he won't make the same mistake again. Also, since he used the revival life card for his revival, Ethan won't get any death allowance, and even the interface of the killer's stats won't be generated. So Ethan had a full hour to decide on the soul realm. Forget it, the abyss was purified to 30%, and once I revive, I will completely purify it. After thinking for some time, Ethan finally came to a conclusion before thinking about the abyss. Although he got killed, Ethan was not worried too much about it because as long as he gets revived, Ethan could easily purify the abyss and complete his mission. After killing the rank 6 demonic blood beast kings, the remaining demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss was only 30%, which Ethan was confident could purify in half a day. Should I activate the soul site? If it was any other place or time, Ethan would have directly used the soul site. However, after experiencing and learning that the evil spirit has the ability to harm him in the soul form, Ethan was a bit hesitant. It's alright. I am not in the abyss. To be honest, Ethan was quite far from the abyss. Moreover, he was confident in the system's emergency protocol which would protect him during the soul form. Hence, Ethan decided to spend a single life point to buy the soul site. Ding, the host has gained the soul site. My body, it is still lying there. The first thing that caught Ethan's eyes was his own body as he suddenly thought of something. After dying, I should find a way to destroy my corpse. Leaving it in the open place is quite dangerous as evil spirits or evil cultivators might use it for their uses. Swish swish, as Ethan was thinking about the corpse, he suddenly noticed a dozen demonic blood beast kings flying in a particular direction. Wait a second, the blood dragonling is, in that direction, right? Ethan suddenly thought of something. However, he was not worried much about the blood dragonling. I wonder how the evil spirit will react when another batch of blood beasts get killed? 239, Enraged Rex. Before sending the blood dragonling away, Ethan had already ordered the natural spirit to send the blood dragonling out of the secret realm if there was any danger. However, looking at the rank 5 demonic blood beast kings flying in the direction of the blood dragonling, Ethan was not worried about its danger. It was because the blood dragonling had finished its breakthrough to rank 5 just 10 minutes before the evil spirit released the rank 6 demonic blood beast kings. That's right. Atzarex, the demonic blood dragonling, has successfully broken through to rank 5, and since Ethan was its master who nurtured it, he received the notifications and rewards. Ding, the host's spirit pet, Atzarex, has successfully broken through to rank 5. Ding, the host's special talent Primal Beast Sovereign has been triggered. Ding, the host has received 1,000,000 life points and a rank 5 blood dragon's blood essence. Other than life points, I received a blood essence. Looks like my Dragonheart Lotus plants will be very happy about it. When Ethan received those rewards, he was not surprised about the 1,000,000 life points because he was still a Foundation establishment realm, whereas the blood dragonling had broken through to rank 5, which is equivalent to Golden Core realm. So obviously, 1,000,000 life points was a perfect reward. However, Ethan didn't expect to receive an additional reward, which was a rank 5 blood dragon essence. Also, if I had insufficient funds, I could just sell it. I am sure I will have at least 100 million spirit stones. Generally, a rank 5 blood essence starts from 10 million low-level spirit stones. However, the one Ethan received just now was a blood dragon's blood essence that would make even among the sect elders excited. Anyway, I prefer to nurture the Dragonheart Lotus plants with it, instead of selling it. Selling it was the last resort for Ethan. So, he didn't think much and checked his life points and other things while keeping an eye in the direction where the blood dragonling was. In a huge cave away from the abyss. Congratulations, Rex. Primer, the tiny lion spirit congratulated the blood dragonling for its breakthrough and continued saying, Master Kai will be very happy when he learns about your breakthrough. Of course, he will be. The blood dragonling opened his maw slightly, transmitting out his first words into the natural spirit's head. The voice was still rough and slow as each syllable carried a strange mixture of joy, confusion, and instinctual growl. You can transmit your voice already?" Hearing the blood dragonling's stuttering words, Primer was shocked. It was true that the beasts, whether they are spirit beasts or the demonic beasts, gain the ability to transmit their words in a way the other party could understand. However, it takes time for these newly ascended rank 5 beasts to master that ability. But, the blood dragonling in front of it was able to master that ability as soon as it broke through to rank 5. So, how could Primer not get shocked about it? It is no longer a dragonling but a dragon. Nevertheless, putting aside his thoughts, the natural spirit looked at the huge body of the blood dragon and corrected his way of thinking of the blood dragon. Other than gaining that voice transmission ability, there were lots of physical changes in the blood dragon's body, and the first and foremost change was its size. Previously, it was around the size of a football, but after the breakthrough, it has grown to the size of an adult elephant. The crimson scales had deepened into a darker shade of blood red, and their edges have become sharper, pulsing faintly with a red glow. The once stubby horns were now clearly defined, curling slightly backwards with blackened tips. Last but not least, the blood dragon's tail was longer, more flexible, and coated in faint runic patterns and a sharp tip which can be used as a weapon in the middle of the fight. Other than these physical changes, the draconic and demonic aura leaked out of its body wasn't something that a newly advanced rank 5 beast should possess. All these changes in the blood dragonling shocked Primer, however, it quickly recovered with a big smile on its lion's face. Primer was happy with the insane growth of the blood dragon because once Ethan completed his task of reviving the secret realm, it had long decided to officially acknowledge him as its master. The more powerful its master and his pets are, the more its secret realm could be developed in the future. Rex, Master will be pleasantly surprised with your mastery over the voice transmission and you can communicate much better with him now. Primer excitedly urged the blood dragon, "Let's go." However, before it could finish its words, Primer's other self noticed Ethan getting killed. "He will revive again," he said. "He will revive again." Remembering Ethan's earlier, Primer was not worried much about Ethan's death and convinced himself that Ethan would revive in an hour. Huh? The evil spirit is sending rank 5 demonic blood beast kings. Quickly, it also noticed the blood beasts that were coming in their direction. Master said that the blood dragonling should be sent out of the secret realm when it was in danger, however, he also said that it should gain some battle experience to grow. With those thoughts in mind, Primer suddenly had an excellent idea. Rex. I have something to tell you." The young blood dragon felt something was wrong as it asked in a calm but sharp, "What is it, Primer?" "Rex, Master has been killed by those demonic blood beast kings, and now, they are coming towards us. Natural spirits are intelligent." So, Primer knew how to agitate the blood dragon, and it was by informing about Ethan's death. "What?" Primer heard a voice in its head which was low, almost a whisper, and it was none other than Rex's voice. He was surrounded by those demonic blood beast kings. They tore him apart. I couldn't even sense his life force. He's gone. Primer clenched his paws and explained Ethan's death in the most dramatic way possible to agitate the blood dragon to the fullest. Dun 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 dun. Hearing Primer's words about Ethan's death, a beat of a war drum resounded inside Rex's chest. The air around the blood dragon began to tremble as its wings slowly spread open, revealing new dark crimson runes glowing on their surface. The entire cave shook violently, and the blood lingering in the air started to swirl around him like a vortex. "How dare they kill my master?" Its voice changed. It was still Rex, but it was deeper, angrier, and more demonic. Although it had only been a week since it hatched from the egg, in those 7 days, Ethan wasn't just a master, he was everything to it. A parent who provided warmth, protection, and resources to become powerful. That was what Rex knew as family. To others, it was a short bond, but to Rex, who was born with nothing, Ethan was the world. And now, the natural spirit said he was gone? So, how could it let the killers of his father leave alone? It decided to take revenge in blood, which it has a natural affinity with. Yes, yes. That's it. Let the blood boil, and your instincts take over. From the side, the natural spirit became excited as it was ready to watch the show between the blood dragon and the 12 rank 5 demonic blood beast kings. 240, Fury feast in any world, whether it is a modern world or a cultivation world, whether it is a human or a beast, when they hear something happen to their parents, no child can remain calm. Roar with a powerful roar, Atzerex flew out of the cave under the excited looks of the natural spirit. I wonder whether Rex will awaken his bloodline today. Primer silently thought in its head as it flew after the blood dragon to see the fight. Primer is not a regular natural spirit that can be found in the cultivation world. It is a primordial beast spirit. Some people think that Primer was cruel to say such words to the blood dragon, however, it has a particular reason for its actions. As a primordial beast spirit, there is no one better than Primer who knows about the beasts. Every beast contains a bloodline in their body. Some have thin bloodlines, while beasts have thick bloodlines of their ancestors, gaining powerful skills and innate abilities or even cultivating talents from their ancestors. No matter how thick the bloodlines of their ancestors are in their bodies, it is difficult to awaken them without external pressure. Since the blood dragon also contains the bloodline of its dragon ancestors, the natural spirit has intentionally agitated the blood dragon to help it awaken the bloodline. As far as I know, most beasts awaken their bloodlines when they are angry, and I hope it works for Rex. Of course, just because the beast gets angry, they won't awaken the bloodline as they need some luck. Hence, Primer prayed that Rex would awaken its bloodline. Swoosh while praying, Primer already left the cave and soon saw 12 rank 5 demonic blood beast kings flying towards the blood dragon. Why you, killed, father, why you, dared to kill my father? Blood dragon roar looking at the incoming blood beasts, Atzerex's eyes burned with fury as he released a powerful roar. Screech scree the roar was so powerful that all 12 demonic blood beast kings screeched in pain. Their flight paths faltered mid-air as a wave of blood-colored shockwaves blasted from Atzerex's mouth at the 12 beast kings. Thud thud what's more, 2 of those demonic blood beast kings fell to the ground and died just like that. As for the remaining 10 demonic blood beast kings, they were not in a good condition either as the roar was still ringing in their heads. Swish they quickly landed on the ground and warily looked at the blood dragon. What? Rex killed 2 of them like that? Primer knew the blood dragons were powerful. However, it never in its wildest dreams expected that they were capable of killing the same ranked beasts from such a distance just by using their roar. Now, who will play with me? Who? On the other hand, Atzerex was becoming furious with each passing second, thinking how he could live without Ethan. Swish it flew to the 2 fallen corpses of the demonic blood beasts and started munching on them in anger. 2 is not enough to calm my anger. I need to eat them all. In less than 2 minutes, Rex finished eating the 2 corpses without leaving a single drop of blood behind. However, it was still angry. In fact, its anger increased as it looked at the 10 demonic blood beast kings who were still trying to regain the strength in their wings to fly away. Screech scree swoosh when they saw the pair of crimson eyes looking at them, the 10 demonic blood beast kings were terrified. They no longer bothered to wait for their wings to recover, instead, they started running on the ground. However, they were not created to run. So, they were so slow that Rex caught up with them with just 2 flaps of its wings. Draconic blood tail Pucci its sharp tail glowed in bloody light as it pierced through one of the demonic blood beast kings. Demonic dragon claw / crimson horn strike Pucci. Although the blood dragon had powerful explosive skills to kill all the demonic blood beast kings at once, it didn't use them. It used only 1 skill per demonic blood beast king to kill them and vent its anger. Even with just rank 4 strength, the blood dragonling could easily fight a rank 5 demonic blood beast king, and now, it has become a rank 5 demonic beast. There is no way those rank 5 demonic blood beast kings would stand a chance against it. Moreover, the blood dragonling has a natural advantage over the demonic blood beast kings. These blood beasts were born from a demonic blood dragon's corpse, whereas Rex was a demonic blood dragon itself. So, of course, the demonic blood beast kings were easily suppressed by that advantage. In no time, the blood dragon has killed all the demonic blood beast kings and furiously ate them. This, did I go overboard? From the distance, Primer, who was observing how cruel and demonic the blood dragon's attacks were, had second thoughts about triggering the blood dragon with Ethan's death. It's been only 30 minutes since Master Kai died. There are still 30 more minutes left before he is revived. I hope Rex won't think of going to the abyss to take revenge on the evil spirit. The more Primer thought about it, the more anxious it became. It was because Primer knew what the evil spirit wanted, and if Rex goes there, it would be flying into the fire. Its plan to help Rex awaken a bloodline not only failed, but it might become a disaster. Should I send him out of the secret realm? No, it is even more dangerous outside the secret realm. Primer even rejected the thought of sending an enraged blood dragon out of the secret realm because it would create havoc. Moreover, the Green Fire sect would dispatch nascent soul realm cultivators to hunt it down. It is not enough. I know it, only by destroying that evil presence in the abyss I can properly avenge for Master. In the next second, what Primer feared the most had happened. Once it finished eating all the demonic blood beast kings, Rex didn't waste any time and flew towards the abyss to destroy the evil spirit. 241, Obedient Rex in the Soul Realm, Ding, available life points, 32.5 million life points. By the time I completely purify the abyss, I will cross 40 million life points. Looking at the life points, Ethan was fully satisfied. He didn't have any idea that his spirit pet was enraged and killed all 12 demonic blood beast kings in the most cruel way before eating them. What's more, he also didn't know that it was flying towards the abyss to destroy the evil spirit in the abyss. The thing about Rex killing the demonic blood beast kings, Ethan won't be surprised much about it. However, the blood dragon rushing to the abyss, Ethan didn't even think about it. Once I revive the primordial beast realm and replenish it with the spirit beasts, I can earn lots of life points from nurturing them. Currently, he was thinking of how to make the best use of the primordial beast realm. Regarding the spirit beasts for the primordial beast realm, Ethan was not worried much because inside Shadow B's beast heaven orb, there were more than 20,000 spirit beasts. Although it would take a lot of time for these spirit beasts to grow naturally, I can use the special blood drops to evolve as many rank 3 and rank 4 spirit beasts as possible before I break through to the golden core realm. Ethan wanted to make full use of the special blood drops to evolve the spirit beasts and increase their potential. By doing so, in the future, whenever they break through to the next realm, he would receive free life points. Roar! Suddenly, Ethan heard a roar that even shook his soul a little, making him shift his focus to watch outside the soul realm using his soul sight. This, why is Rex coming towards the abyss? Compared to his excitement from seeing the massive changes in the blood dragon, Ethan was more worried about what he was planning to do. I don't know exactly how powerful that evil spirit inside the abyss was, however, since it was able to create rank 6 demonic blood beast kings, it must be an existence of rank 7. Ethan's excitement from seeing the huge amount of life points disappeared when he thought about the blood dragon being possessed by the evil spirit. As far as Ethan knew, the evil spirits have an easier time possessing the same species it was born from. So, blood dragon confronting the evil spirit was obviously a bad thing for the blood dragon. What is Primer doing? Shouldn't he stop it from rushing to the abyss? Ethan focused, and soon, he saw Primer sitting on the blood dragon's head. Compared to Rex's huge head, Primer was tiny, and Ethan only saw it when he focused. Rex, faster, faster, you can fly even faster. Unlike its previous worries, the tiny lion spirit excitedly shouted, asking the blood dragon to fly even faster towards the abyss. This, what is Primer planning? No, what are they both planning? For a moment, Ethan thought Primer was planning something, however, he knew that the blood dragon wouldn't listen to others. So, whatever they were going to do, they planned it together. Since Primer is together with Rex, there is no need to worry about anything. As a natural spirit, Primer was intelligent. So, when Ethan saw Primer was taking the initiative to fly towards the abyss along with the blood dragon, Ethan became less worried. Of course, in his current state, other than that, there was nothing he could do other than convincing himself that everything is going to be alright. Nevertheless, he kept aside all other things and only focused on the blood dragon to see what it was planning to do. Swish soon, the blood dragon landed some distance away from the abyss, and it transmitted its voice to Primer, asking, "Is this distance enough? You can take another step forward." Primer asked the blood dragon to move one step towards the abyss, and Rex followed its words. This, what is happening? When did Rex become obedient and listen to someone's words? Looking at their actions from the soul realm, Ethan could not believe his eyes as he even thought, am I having hallucinations for back-to-back death in a single day? In the past, even Ethan was having a hard time controlling the blood dragonling. So, when he saw how docile Rex was and how he even followed Primer's words, Ethan could not help but become shocked. "Rex, do it now." Roar. Amidst his shock, Ethan heard Primer's words followed by Rex's thunderous roar that pierced through the clouds above. Swish blood devouring. In the next second, Ethan saw something unbelievable as Rex's scales started glowing with blood-colored runes, and a mysterious crimson vortex started swirling above its back. Rumble. A terrifying suction force exploded from Rex's body, and blood-red mist started rising from the depths of the abyss and entered Rex's body. Rex is absorbing all the demonic blood essence. His blood devouring has become even more powerful now that he has become a rank 5 demonic beast. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ethan was no longer shocked and worried about Rex's actions as he finally understood what he was trying to do. For others, the demonic blood essence might be a poison that kills them, however, for Rex, it was an elixir that helped him become stronger. I knew it could purify, however, I was worried that it would jump into the abyss. If there were delicious food in front of someone, there was no way anyone could resist it, and it was especially true for the demonic beasts like the demonic blood dragon. So, without him, Ethan was worried that the blood dragon might give in to its desires and jump into the abyss. But Ethan knew it was all thanks to Primer, who used what method to get the blood dragon to follow its words, otherwise, it might have jumped into the abyss. Ding, remaining demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, 28%. Ding, remaining demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, 27%. Soon, Ethan got the system notifications informing him of the rapid reduction of the demonic blood essence in the abyss. This, it is absorbing the demonic blood dragon essence much faster than me. Seeing how rapidly the demonic blood dragon essence was reducing, Ethan could easily tell Rex's speed had greatly increased after its breakthrough. Skreek. Suddenly, there was a cry of anguish echoed from within the abyss, and without a doubt, it belonged to the evil spirit. What's happening? That vessel, it is devouring all the demonic blood dragon essence I have painfully accumulated over countless years. I knew it, I should have stopped it from breaking through to rank 5. This is not good, my rank 5 children won't stand a chance against it, and I don't have time to create rank 6 children. What should I do now? This is not fair. I can't even escape even if I want to, damn it, damn it. At the bottom of the abyss, the evil spirit became anxious as it knew it was helpless against the rank 5 demonic blood dragon. Since I will be dying, I will make sure you will also die, even if it's a bit late. The evil spirit's crimson eyes glowed brightly as it continued, also, the natural spirit of the secret realm. I will make sure this entire secret realm gets destroyed. Boom! As soon as it finished its thoughts, the evil spirit self-detonated, releasing a terrifying burst of demonic blood essence that was very pure. Roar. Following that explosion, Rex roared in pain as he fell to the ground and twitched violently, and his crimson eyes turned pitch black. 242, whispers of evil thoughts. Roar. An agonizing roar echoed through the desolate land, shook the clouds and sent ripples throughout the secret realm. It belonged to none other than Rex, the demonic blood dragon. Under the sudden surge of demonic blood essence that flooded into him like a raging river, far more potent and chaotic than before, Rex's huge body trembled violently. Hidden within the torrent of thick demonic blood dragon essence, there were countless evil thoughts, twisted desires, and maddening whispers. They were the remnants of the evil spirit that had chosen to self-detonate with a cruel plan to make sure that even if it perished, the blood dragon would be devoured by its own demonic instincts. You are a demonic dragon, you were born to devour, to conquer, to rule. Only by giving in, you can unleash your true power. The whispers echoed inside Rex's mind, asking him to give in to his demonic nature. Gray. Rex was trying his best to resist those words and thrashed his head onto the ground and then against a nearby boulder to make those whispers in his head stop. However, it didn't seem to be working as his blood-colored scales began to flicker with dark shadows, and black veins spread along his neck and wings. That evil spirit is trying to corrupt him. From the soul realm, Ethan's heart clenched as he witnessed the scene unfold. Maybe because of his connection with the blood dragon, Ethan could feel it too, but it was faint. The evil thoughts were like a swarm of parasites, clinging to Rex's soul and whispering promises of power, destruction, and eternal domination. Although Rex is resisting those evil thoughts, he can't resist them forever. At the end of the day, Rex was a demonic beast, and compared to the spirit beasts, the demonic beasts could easily be corrupted thanks to their innate demonic nature, which was considered a little brother to the evil nature. So Ethan knew it wouldn't be long before Rex became a destructive dragon that destroyed everything in its way. What should I do? What should I do? If I don't do anything, it is going to be a big problem. Ethan became anxious as he started racking his brains to come up with a plan to stop Rex from becoming a berserk beast. Once Rex turns into a berserk beast, it won't be an easy task to purify it. However, that's not the main issue for Ethan. He was worried about the side effects that the purified beast would suffer after turning normal. Rex was just a 1-week-old dragonling, and Ethan didn't want it to suffer such heavy side effects. Hence, he started thinking of a way to stop the demonic blood dragonling from turning into a berserk blood dragon. Dozens of kilometers away from the abyss, damn it, wasn't it supposed to start the next project Berserk after another year? A middle-aged man lazily flew on his sword as he cursed and checked some specific locations according to the plan he had in his hand. How can all the Berserk beasts from the previous project Berserk disappear in a single week? Does that make any sense? The more he thought about it, the more he got irritated. I was about to break through to level 4 to become a mid-level Golden Core Realm cultivator, and now, I was ordered to take care of this project. Roar. Suddenly, he heard a powerful roar that made his flying sword shaky, and as a result, he fell to the ground. Which powerful beast's roar is that? That roar shook not only his flying sword but also his body and soul. So, he couldn't help but wonder what powerful beast it was. Wait a second, didn't Elder Wren say that there were no beasts in the Berserk beast realm? Soon, the middle-aged man frowned, and despite his fear, he was curious about the beast in the secret realm. Let's go and see. If it is a powerful beast, I should inform the sect about it. Swish. He couldn't go back to the sect without any information about the beast that released such a powerful roar. Hence, the middle-aged man kept his flying sword aside and ran in the distance from which the beast's roar came. As a Golden Core Realm cultivator, he had a good speed, and in less than 5 minutes, he saw a 5-meter-tall dragon, going all crazy and smashing itself to the ground and boulders around it. Those blood-colored scales, the powerful aura, it is a rank 5 blood dragon. There is a rank 5 blood dragon in the Berserk beast realm. Seeing the blood dragon, the middle-aged man was shocked, and soon, he became excited. As for the thick demonic blood dragon essence coming from the abyss, the middle-aged man didn't care as he was busy with his own thoughts after seeing the blood dragon. From the looks of it, the sect doesn't seem to know about it. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he continued to mutter to himself, "With my current strength, I can't kill it, however, if I form a team with some of my old friends. Can't I kill it? Any rank 5 spirit beast's body is filled with countless treasures, not to mention the one in front of him was a rank 5 blood dragon. If possible, the middle-aged man wanted to have the blood dragon's body for himself, however, he knew about his own battle prowess. Anyway, for the next 1 month, this berserk beast realm will be under my control. I have enough time to prepare the team to kill it." With that thought in mind, the middle-aged man hurriedly turned around to leave the secret realm to work on his plan. As for the blood dragon acting all berserk, he knew it was the side effect of staying in the berserk beast realm for a year or more. In the soul realm, there is still a 10-minute mandatory waiting period for me in this soul realm. Looking at the struggling blood dragon, Ethan's heart ached, but he didn't stop thinking. Wait a second, what if I do that? Suddenly, Ethan thought of something through which he could help Rex. 243, Mission Accomplished System. I want to upgrade my contract with Atzerex into a special contract. Since he was running out of time, Ethan didn't waste any time as he ordered the system to upgrade his contract. Under his special talent Primal Beast Sovereign, Ethan could form special contracts with the beasts and unlock a special connection with the beasts. Through the special connection, Ethan could awaken any skill from the contracted beast. Since there were only limited slots under his special talent, Ethan didn't form any special contracts with any beasts until today. But today, Ethan felt that by upgrading his normal contract with the blood dragon into a special contract, he might get the chance to stop the blood dragon from getting corrupted. Ding, the host has used one of the slots under the Primal Beast Sovereign to form a special contract with it. Ding, please pick one of the following skills from Rex's skills. 1. Blood Dragon Roar. 2. Demonic Dragon Claw. 3. Blasting Dragon Scales. 4. Blood Recovery. As soon as he gave the command, his contract with Atzerex was upgraded into a special contract, and a list of skills appeared in front of Ethan to select from. Rex, can you listen to me? However, Ethan didn't bother to select the skill. Instead, he hurriedly tried to communicate with Rex. That's right. Through the special contract, not only can Ethan get to choose one of the beast's skills, but he can also share his thoughts with it regardless of the distance. It was also the main reason why Ethan hurriedly upgraded his normal contract with Rex into a special contract. Master. Hearing Ethan's voice in his head for a moment, the crazed bloodlust in Rex's eyes wavered. His massive body, which had been slamming violently into the ground and surrounding boulders, paused for a heartbeat. Yes. It worked, even if it's just a little. From the soul realm, Ethan noticed its actions and became excited because it seemed to be working. Ding, since the host didn't make a choice, the most suitable and useful skill will be automatically picked for the host. Just as Ethan was about to resume his communication with Rex, he received a system notification. However, right now, he only cared about Atzerex. He had no interest in skills or whatsoever because if he wanted a skill, he had many ways to get it. But he didn't want Rex to turn into a berserk beast. Rex, it's me. Resist those evil thoughts. You're not an evil beast, you're not some mindless beast that gives into evil nature and demonic instincts just because of those whispers and the pain you are going through. If you turn into a berserk beast, who will look after Fang and the others? You are their big brother who has to protect them in my absence. Are you giving up on them? Once he decided, Ethan didn't stop pouring his emotions into his words as he desperately tried to anchor Rex's spiraling consciousness. Although their bonding was only for 1 week, Ethan spent at least 3 hours every day to play with them and train them with some basic things. So, Rex's bond with not just Ethan but the remaining spirit pets like Fang, Pebble, and Celia had increased. Hence, Ethan used all their moments and also reminded Rex of his responsibility, which was to protect the other spirit pets under his care. Roar. Hearing Ethan's words, Rex roared at the sky, and his eyes started turning back to his usual crimson color. Thud. Once his eyes returned to normal, Rex's huge body fell to the ground, and the black veins on his body and wings started disappearing. In short, the blood dragon was out of the woods, and Ethan no longer has to worry about Rex turning into a berserk beast. Did it work just like that? Seeing the pitch-black eyes of the blood dragon turn back to crimson red, Ethan was pleasantly surprised and excited. A few moments back, Ethan was racking his brain for a solution to stop the blood dragon from turning into a berserk beast, and the solution was very simple. Thinking about it, Ethan once again realized, the solution was within my range and all I have to do is think in the right direction. The radiant heart from Heavenly Talent is quite helpful in situations like this. Once again, Ethan understood how useful the radiant heart is. Earlier, Ethan was anxious and under so much pressure. Without the effect of radiant heart, Ethan would have been unable to think about the special contract slots under the special talent Primal Beast Sovereign. Time continued to pass, and 5 minutes passed by as Ethan finally received the system notification he was eagerly waiting for. Ding, the host has finished the mandatory waiting period in the Soul Realm. Ding, please select the place you want to revive. 1. Death Point. 2. Hidden Cave. 3. Mystic Soil Domain. 4. Small Courtyard. 5. Yet to select. Death Point. Without hesitation, Ethan revived in the same spot where he died. Swish. As soon as he revived, Ethan wore the new set of clothes before rushing to Rex, who was tired now and was slowly absorbing the demonic blood essence to recover himself. Rex, you did great. Your will is much stronger than that evil spirit. Ethan hugged Rex's huge head and gently patted it, praising its courage and willpower. Master, you have revived. Primer kept his word, he really revived you, Master. Seeing Ethan, Rex weakly transmitted his voice into Ethan's head. Even though its voice was weak, Ethan could clearly feel the excitement and happiness in it. Thud. Maybe after seeing Ethan, Rex no longer struggled to resist his tiredness, as he knew his master would protect him now. Huh? Primer revived me. On the other hand, Ethan was confused at Rex's words and looked at Primer, who was in a very good mood. Primer, what did you? Even before he could ask the tiny lion spirit regarding Rex's words, Ethan received a series of system notifications that made him excited. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, Revival of the Primordial Beast Realm. Ding, the host has gained ownership of the Primordial Beast Realm. 244, a realm of my own. There are many secret realms in this world, and becoming their owner is very difficult. Most famous secret realms like the Azure Profound Realm, and even the Green Fire Realm, didn't have any real owners. It's just that the Green Fire sect used its influence to gain control over not just these two secret realms but almost all the secret realms that were currently managed by them. To become the true owner of a secret realm, one had to attract the natural spirit of the secret realm and gain its full trust before making it acknowledge him as its master. Once it fully acknowledges a cultivator as its master, that cultivator will become the owner of the secret realm. Currently, Ethan has achieved the same thing by reviving the Primordial Beast Realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, Revival of the Primordial Beast Realm. Ding, the host has gained ownership of the Primordial Beast Realm. Ding, the host has received 1,000,000 life points. Looking at the rewards for completing his mission, Ethan became excited. There is still so much demonic blood essence in the realm, but I have already completed the mission. Even though Ethan is excited, he cannot help but ask Primer about it. Master Kai, with the death of the evil spirit, no new demonic blood essence is being produced. Primer excitedly flew to Ethan as it clarified Ethan's doubt. Even if Master Kai didn't absorb the demonic blood essence in the secret realm, I can slowly exhale it out of the secret realm. So, that's how it is. Hearing that, Ethan was not surprised much because the main reason for the continuous production of the demonic blood essence in the secret realm was due to the evil spirit. Without it, the demonic blood essence could also be released from the secret realm, which was a common thing that the secret realm did to protect itself. There is no need to release this demonic blood essence. Both Rex and I can absorb it into our bodies, speeding up the revival process of the primordial beast realm. Ethan informed Primer about it. Of course. I know it is useful for both Master Kai and Rex. Primer noticed an excited smile on Ethan's face when he was actively absorbing the demonic blood essence into his body. So, it could tell that the demonic blood essence was extremely useful to Ethan. As for Rex, there was no need to mention how useful the demonic blood essence was to him. Master, as I promised, from today onwards, you are my master and the owner of this secret realm. The tiny lion spirit landed on Ethan's palm and respectfully bowed, acknowledging Ethan as its master. Great. Ethan had a big smile on his face as he asked, what are the benefits of being the owner of the secret realm? As the owner of the secret realm, Ethan knew there would be special benefits, and he hurriedly asked Primer about his privileges. As the owner of the secret realm, you are invincible inside the secret realm. Ethan heard the most important benefit that he was hoping for in a while, making him clench his fists in excitement. Finally, I have my own safe place, a place where I can put my parents without worrying about any of my enemies making moves on them. The more Ethan thought about it, the more peaceful his heart became. Although his parents were safe in the small courtyard under the protection of the Lin family, Ethan was still worried about his parents. As his horizons broadened, Ethan knew that the once mighty Lin family in his eyes were nothing but a small cultivation family that could be easily crushed by other forces in the world. Of course, there is a limit to that. However, when he heard Primer's next words, Ethan frowned. What is it? If you invite a nascent soul realm cultivator into the secret realm, his battle prowess will only be suppressed by 25%. What? So, I won't be invincible then? Why did you even use the word invincible? Ethan shook his head in disappointment because, right now, Golden Core realm cultivators were not much of a threat to him. Of course, it was still not easy for Ethan to kill the high-level Golden Core realm cultivators, much less the perfected ones, but he still have no problem in escaping if he encountered them. All he wanted was an ability to kill the nascent soul realm cultivators. However, after hearing Primer's words, all his expectations turned into disappointment. I said Master will be invincible inside the secret realm because without his permission, even a nascent soul realm cultivator can't enter it. Primer explained itself, so, if Master doesn't bring a nascent soul realm cultivator into the secret realm, he will be invincible. Ethan was speechless at Primer's words and shook his head, not thinking much about it. What Ethan wanted was an ability to kill the nascent soul realm cultivators. So, when he first heard Primer's words that he would be invincible inside the secret realm, he was excited. But, soon, he was left with nothing but disappointment. Anyway, for now, just seal the entrance to the secret realm. It would be better if you removed the entrance altogether until we are strong enough to fight the Green Fire sect. Shaking his head, Ethan asked Primer to block the entrance and even remove the entrance to the secret realm. Even though he has multiple talents, skills, and even perfection mastery cultivation techniques, Ethan was still nowhere strong enough to go against the Green Fire sect. Since the Berserk Beast realm was managed by the Green Fire sect, they would be entering to go with their plan to create more Berserk Beasts in the secret realm. So, Ethan thought it was better to remove the entrance to the Berserk Beast realm, and the Green Fire sect would think that it had disappeared. The disappearance of the secret realms after a few centuries, decades, or even a few years were very common. Thus, Ethan wanted to go with that plan to peacefully become the owner of the primordial beast realm. 245, treasures in the abyss, but master, I am yet to recover my full strength. So, I can't do that. The tiny lion spirit said in an embarrassed tone, making Ethan shake his head with another disappointment. Once again, Ethan became speechless. However, sensing the demonic blood dragon essence in the secret realm, he understood it would take some time for Primer to recover its strength. Forget it. Other than waiting, there was nothing Ethan could do about it. Anyway, I don't have to worry about the new spirit beasts turning into berserk beasts. According to Primer, the Green Fire sect was planning to put more spirit beasts into the secret realm to turn them into berserk beasts in a week. Since the evil spirit has been destroyed, even if the Green Fire sect releases more spirit beasts into the secret realm, they won't turn into berserk beasts. Although the entire secret realm was still filled with the demonic blood dragon essence, without the evil spirit, it was not enough to turn the spirit beasts into berserk beasts. Wait a second, what if I do that? Suddenly, Ethan thought of something and shared his plan with Primer because it would be playing a major role in his plan. Master Kai, it is a wonderful plan, we have to do it. Hearing Ethan's plan, Primer excitedly nodded its lion head. Of course, we have to do it and make the Green Fire sect suffer a bit. Ethan smiled as he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Primer, how did you convince Rex to follow your words like an obedient pet? It was still a mystery to Ethan regarding how Primer turned a mischievous child into an obedient child. Master Kai, I just used you to make him obedient. Soon, it informed Ethan of everything about its deal with the blood dragon. The deal was that Primer said that as long as they killed the evil spirit, it could revive his master, Ethan. Moreover, it also convinced him that the only way to kill the evil spirit was by following its words. Thus, for the sake of reviving Ethan, Rex has put away his proud nature and become obedient. Even though he had heard Ethan's voice in his head earlier, Rex thought it was his master helping him from the other world. Thus, only after he saw Ethan, Rex finally relaxed and started snoring. So that's what happened. Ethan was a bit surprised and looked at the blood dragon with a gentle, affectionate gaze filled with warmth. For the dragons, putting aside their proud nature was equivalent to putting away their lives. So, when Ethan learned that Rex put away his proud nature for his sake, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Let's check the new skill I got from the special contract I had with Rex. He remembered the new skill that was automatically picked by the system on his behalf and checked it. Ding, skill name, Blood Dragon Roar. Passive effect, the user's words naturally carry a blood dragon's pressure, boosting allies' morale and lowering enemies' will to fight, even without using the roar. Active effect, sends out a sound wave that deals a wide range of damage based on the user's strength and dragon bloodline. Note, even without the dragon bloodline, this skill can be used, however, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It is a powerful skill, but without a dragon bloodline, it ended up as a normal skill. Ethan didn't think much about it because after reading the skill information, an idea struck his head: what if I awakened a dragon bloodline? I can bring out the full power of this special skill, right? As for how to awaken a dragon bloodline, Ethan has a way, however, he needs to wait for a few days to execute that plan. Now, it is time to check the demonic blood dragon's corpse that turned the entire secret realm into a berserk beast realm. After talking about a few things with Primer, Ethan walked to the edge of the abyss and without any hesitation, he jumped into it. Although it's been hundreds of years since the demonic blood dragon has fallen into the abyss and its corpse gave birth to evil spirit and countless blood beasts, Ethan knew there would be treasures in the abyss. That's right. Ethan was confident that there would be good things. I am not sure about other things, but there is definitely a demonic blood dragon's egg. Previously, when he was killed by the evil spirit, a demonic blood dragon's egg appeared on the interface of the killer's stats, which he bought and hatched Rex from it. As far as he knows, only the things that his killer has or learned would appear on the interface. Swish, even without the evil spirit, the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss is still very dense here. As he slowly descended into the abyss, Ethan could sense the thick demonic blood essence as his infernal dragon flame was purified and blood devouring was actively devouring the blood essence, converting it into life points for him. That's right. He was slowly descending and not falling because, as the owner of the secret realm, Ethan could fly inside the secret realm, which was a natural ability unlocked only after one became a nascent soul realm cultivator. Other than flying, inside the secret realm, Ethan could instantly teleport to any corner, which even nascent soul realm cultivators couldn't do without special skills or special cultivation techniques or special items. Flying and teleportation, they are good benefits. Ethan's earlier disappointment disappeared as he slowly descended and reached the bottom of the abyss in no time. Azure snake eyes at the bottom of the abyss, it was complete darkness. However, Ethan used his skill to gain vision in the darkness. As soon as he activated the skill, a faint azure glow flickered in Ethan's pupils as his vision began to pierce through the suffocating shadows that engulfed the abyss. Slowly, the outline of the abyssal floor revealed itself as it was filled with jagged rocks, scattered bones, and something that made Ethan's body freeze in shock for a moment. It's a demonic blood dragon skeleton. It is gigantic. In the middle of the abyss, a colossal skeleton with rotten flesh inside lay silently like a forgotten relic of an ancient war. Its size was easily over 100 meters tall, with its massive skull half buried in the rock and curved horns protruding from either side like spears. Even though it's been years, the aura it is emitting is very powerful. Although Ethan was not affected by the aura, he could tell that if other Foundation establishment cultivators were here, they would have been killed right away. Although Ethan already knew there would be a huge corpse of the demonic blood dragon inside the abyss, he didn't expect it to be humongous. That's how powerful the dragon aura released by it was. Soon, Ethan's initial shock began to fade, replaced with excitement. His wide eyes sparkled, and a grin tugged at the corners of his lips. Haha, jackpot. I struck gold. Ethan muttered in a trembling voice, and his trembling was not with fear but with greed. Dragon horns, dragon claws, dragon scales. Just looking at them made Ethan's heart race with excitement, even with his radiant clear heart. And dragon egg. Finally, Ethan found the most valuable thing in the abyss, making him think, hatching this, I will have 2 blood dragons now. Creator's thoughts. Vinaraj, your gift is the motivation for my creation. 246, Crimson skeleton dragons are considered the top-tier creatures in the world, and even among them, blood dragons are considered the most powerful ones. Such top-tier existences, owning one, already changes the fate of the cultivator, not to mention Ethan would be having 2 of them soon. So, how could he not be excited about it? Before I hatch it, I should collect all the treasures in front of me and leave this place. Although there were no dangers in the abyss anymore, Ethan was not comfortable staying there because of the rotten smell. So, he hurriedly kept the blood dragon's egg before collecting the other treasures. The materials of the rank 5 demonic blood dragon were enough to make the Golden Core realm cultivators go crazy, not to mention the materials of this demonic blood dragon of unknown rank. These dragon scales seem to be at least rank 5 material even after hundreds of years. I wonder how powerful this demonic blood dragon was when it was alive. While collecting the dragon scales, Ethan became more and more curious about the demonic blood dragon's strength. Nevertheless, his determination to leave the abyss was greater than he didn't waste any time in thinking more about it and hurriedly collected everything that was deemed valuable to his eyes. Blood Dragon Scale X500, Blood Dragon Horn X2, Blood Dragon Claw X16. Let's remove the rotten meat of the skeleton and clean it before taking it out. Not wanting to leave the dragon skeleton behind, Ethan gritted his teeth and endured the rotten smell and started cleaning the skeleton. Flourishing Spirit Rain Sprinkle. Ethan used the cultivation technique to wash the skeleton before bringing it out of the abyss. Phew, I thought I would have died due to the rotten smell if I had stayed for a few more minutes. Once Ethan was out of the abyss, he gasped for breath and laid on the ground beside Rex, who was still sleeping. It's time to go in and purify. After taking a break for a few moments, Ethan once again jumped into the abyss and started cultivating inside the abyss to rapidly purify the thick demonic blood dragon essence. Time continued to pass, and in a flash, 3 hours passed by as the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss had been purified by Ethan, and he even condensed 2 special rank 4 blood drops. Time to leave and close the abyss forever now. As soon as he purified the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss, the first thing Ethan did was to close the abyss. After fully looting the demonic blood dragon corpse, other than the rotten meat and rotten blood, there was nothing left in it. Although the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss was almost purified by Ethan, he didn't want to take any chances of the abyss giving birth to another evil spirit. So, he wanted to quickly close the abyss and turn that rotten meat and blood inside it to merge with the secret realm. Once it is merged with the secret realm, I can easily absorb it into my body for purification. Earth Essence Integration Technique. With that thought in mind, Ethan activated a cultivation technique to close the entire abyss. Rumble with his perfection stage mastery, it was quite easy for Ethan to close the entire abyss in no time. Now, let's see how much this dragon skeleton helped my ghost bone thistle towards its maturity. After that, Ethan looked at the huge skeleton and thought of the ghost bone thistle growing inside his body. It is a special rank 5 spirit plant that requires bones or bone essence for its growth. Thus, the blood dragon skeleton was a perfect material to nurture it. Let's test with this small piece of bone. Ethan picked a small piece of tailbone and tightly held it in his hands. Swish soon, a pale green glow surged from Ethan's chest as the ghost bone thistle excitedly responded to the piece of bone in his tight fist. In the next second, transparent ghostly roots wriggled out of Ethan's fist and fully covered the small piece of bone in his hand. After that, without any surprise, those ghostly roots started absorbing the bone essence with excitement, and in less than a minute, the piece of crimson bone turned into dust. It took only 1 minute to devour the bone. Ethan was pleasantly surprised at how quickly the bone essence from the small piece of bone was extracted by the ghost bone thistle. Before feeding it more, let's check its status and how much its maturity has decreased. When nurturing the spirit plants, Ethan was always careful and checked their statuses to make sure he was giving them the right resources at the right time. It was the same for the ghost bone thistle. Also, he wanted to see how much a small piece of bone helped the ghost bone thistle for its growth. Heaven's Harvest Spirit Plant, Ghost Bone Thistle Grade, Special Rank 5 Maturity, 9600, -100, Days Status, Euphoric. What is that delicious thing? I want more, give me more. I can grow much faster with that delicious bone essence. Also, if I get plant essence along with it, I will be the happiest plant in the entire world. That small piece of bone decreased its maturity by 100 days. As expected of the blood dragon bones, Ethan was not surprised by the effects of the small piece of bone because he was already expecting something like that. So, you can devour more bone essence and also want plant essence. Since you are still hungry, I will feed you. Soon, Ethan started fulfilling the needs of the ghost bone thistle to speed up its growth. Green pulse art swoosh. Both bone essence and plant essence sped up the growth rate of the ghost bone thistle. Maturity, 4700 days. Status, euphoric but tired. I am tired, I am tired. Give me some time to recover, Plant Master. However, the ghost bone thistle didn't grow to maturity. Instead, it was tired halfway. It's alright. In another session, it will reach maturity. At that time, I will get its blessing, the invisible exoskeleton. Ethan was looking forward to the special blessing for nurturing a perfect quality ghost bone thistle. If not for the time flow distortion effect and rich spirit essence in the mystic soil domain, I would have planted that special rank 6 blood moon avatar lotus in the secret realm. From the 3 spirit seeds he got from the 3 hermit tribes, 2 of them were planted, and 1 of them will be matured in the next couple of days. but the Blood Moon Avatar Lotus seed was yet to be planted. However, he had long decided that this rank 6 spirit plant should be planted in the mystic soil domain to make full use of that time distortion effect. Since I have taken care of the ghost bone thistle now, let's hatch the demonic blood dragon egg. After taking care of the minor things, Ethan was ready for the major thing, which was to hatch the blood dragon egg. Let's use the blood beast corpses. Ethan followed the same process as before and used all the rank 6 and rank 5 blood beast corpses. Swish kika, in no time, the egg cracked as an extremely tiny blood dragonling rolled out of the egg before lying there motionless. Ding, the host has successfully hatched his 5th spirit pet. Ding, the newborn dragonling is dead. What? Seeing the last system notification, Ethan was shocked. 247, the 5th spirit pet's tragedy, huh? This, how did it die right after hatching out of the egg? Previously, when Ethan found the demonic blood dragon egg, the first thing he checked was its condition. Since the egg had been in the abyss for hundreds of years, Ethan was worried that it must have lost all its essence and the dragonling inside might have been dead. Only after making sure that there was still life inside the egg did Ethan become excited. What's more, he even successfully hatched it, and the dragonling rolled out of the egg. But, as soon as it came out of the egg, it was dead, making Ethan unbelievable. It is truly pitiful. Looking at the tiny dragonling lifelessly lying on the ground, Ethan felt guilty for hatching it. It was inside the egg for hundreds of years, waiting for freedom, and once it got enough energy to break free from the egg, it died. I wonder whether I can revive it using the General Revival Life card. In Ethan's head, many thoughts flashed as he suddenly thought of the General Revival Life card. After using General Revival Life cards to revive the night demons earlier, Ethan was still left with 2 General Revival Life cards. Hence, he thought of using one life card to revive the tiny dragonling. If I can revive a blood dragonling in exchange for a General Revival Life card, it is totally worth it. Although Ethan would still try to use the Revival Life card to revive the tiny blood dragonling even if it was not worth it, he just used that to convince his mind while following his heart to revive the blood dragonling. Nevertheless, he was a bit doubtful whether he could revive the tiny blood dragonling because it had just hatched and died for an unknown reason. Swoosh! As soon as he placed the General Revival Life card on the tiny blood dragonling's body, it started shining. It's working. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief and became happy to see that the revival process had begun. Ding, the host is trying to revive a rank 6 demonic blood dragonling using a low-level General Revival Life card. Ding, the revival is not possible. Just when he was celebrating the revival of his 5th spirit pet, Ethan received a couple of system notifications that shocked him. What did you say? This tiny blood dragonling is a rank 6 demonic beast. Ethan already knew that with low-level General Revival Life cards, he could only revive the beings below the Golden Core Realm or rank 5. However, what shocked Ethan was the strength of the tiny blood dragonling, which reached rank 6. Is it because of the 5 rank 6 demonic blood beast corpses I used for hatching it? This thought only flashed for a moment before Ethan rejected it. Just using the rank 6 corpses as the nourishment for the egg won't hatch a rank 6 beast. Ethan thought about it for a moment before putting those thoughts aside. Do I need to give up on this tiny dragonling? Ethan kept his General Revival Life card away and once again started thinking about what he could do about the dragonling. Wait a second, if a low-level General Revival Life card is useless, what if I use the Godly General Revival Life card? Amidst his thoughts, Ethan thought of the Godly General Revival Life card. Unlike the General Revival Life card, a Godly General Revival Life card can generate a interface of the killer's stats, and the options that Ethan buys in the interface will be received by the person or beast that was being revived. Currently, he has one Godly General Revival Life card and it was kept aside for his father, and he would get another one when he gets Shadow B's full loyalty. Should I use it? Ethan hesitated for a moment. However, looking at the tiny dragonling, he convinced himself, once I reach the Golden Core Realm, I can get more godly general revival life cards. However, if I don't revive this tiny one now, it will be dead forever. He was sure that he would get more godly general revival life cards in the future. Moreover, even if something happens to his parents, he has general revival life cards to revive them. That's it. I will do it. After thinking about everything, Ethan decided to revive the tiny blood dragonling using the godly general revival life card. Swish with the thought, a white-colored life card with golden borders appeared in Ethan's hands. It was the godly general revival life card, and appearance-wise, between this card and the general revival life card, they looked exactly the same except for the golden runes on the borders of the card. Ding! Do you want to use the godly general revival life card to revive the rank 6 demonic blood dragonling? Yes. Without hesitation, Ethan nodded. Ding! Swish! In the next second, the life card turned into tiny golden particles and covered the tiny dragonling's lifeless body. Ding! Generating the interface of the killer's stats, generation successful. Ding! Interface of killer's stats 1, cultivation peak rank 6 to 20 million life points 2, cultivation technique not available 3, inventory, rank 9 demonic blood dragon core, 1 billion life points 4, demonic skill abyssal blood domain, 10 million life points 5, demonic talent blood devouring, 10 million life points. Note, this interface will be active for only 5 minutes. Please make the purchases on behalf of the revived beast within the given time instead of reviving the tiny blood dragonling. The system generated the interface of the killer's stats and asked him to buy it for the tiny blood dragonling. Wait a second, why do the options in the interface look exactly similar to the options generated when I was killed by the evil spirit? Ethan was already expecting the interface of the killer's stats to appear. So, he was not surprised about it. However, when he noticed the options, Ethan felt like he had seen them before, and it only took a moment to realize when he received them. So, are you telling me that this tiny dragonling was killed by the evil spirit? Ethan asked the system about the killer, and soon, he got answers from the system about it, making him get the clear picture of how the blood dragonling was dead. 248, rank 9 demonic blood dragon. When he gets killed by someone, the system could collect the information on the killer for Ethan to check. Since Ethan was using the godly general revival life card that works similar to his godly revival ability and even generates the interface of the killer's stats, the system could collect data about the hatchling's killer. Hence, after seeing the familiar options on the interface of the killer's stats generated for the sake of the hatchling, Ethan hurriedly checked the information on the killer and how exactly the hatchling had been killed by the killer. Ding! The hatchling has been killed by the evil spirit. Ding! The evil spirit has placed a curse on the demonic blood dragon's egg so that the moment it hatches, it will be dead. Ding! The reason why the evil spirit did such a thing was because the hatchling was a perfect vessel for it to possess and leave the abyss. Ding! When the evil spirit was born, there were barely any traces of life left in the egg, and it has been using the demonic blood essence to slowly nurture the egg back to its top condition. Ding! The evil spirit didn't stop there, as it carefully continued to inject more and more demonic blood essence into the egg, trying to hatch a rank 7 hatchling. Ding! The moment a rank 7 dragonling hatches from the egg, it would die thanks to its curse, and it could easily possess the body of that dragonling to become a new demonic blood dragonling. So, this is the evil spirit's plan. No wonder, despite having anger issues, the evil spirits are said to have great patience. Looking at the series of system notifications, Ethan was pleasantly surprised at how thorough the evil spirit's plan was. Although the evil spirits can birth others, there is always a risk during the possession that might destroy them. So, most evil spirits only possess their targets only after killing them. Moreover, possessing the intact corpses would be smooth. Its plan was perfect, and if everything went accordingly for another decade or two, it might have successfully hatched a rank 7 dragonling before possessing it to leave the abyss and the secret realm. With the strength of rank 7, the evil spirit, using the unique skills and abilities of the blood dragonling, would be invincible among the nascent soul realm cultivators. Even if it could not kill them, the evil spirit wouldn't have any issue in escaping from them. It is all thanks to the evil spirit's nurturing for hundreds of years that I am getting a rank 6 blood dragonling. Ethan could not help but smile as he looked at the interface of the killer's stats. In the end, more than 100 years of efforts of the evil spirit benefited Ethan by getting a powerful spirit pet. Although he had to use the Godly General Revival life card, Ethan cared more about having a powerful spirit pet. Also, thanks to the interface of the killer's stats, I finally learned the strength of the dead demonic blood dragon. When he noticed the rank 9 demonic blood dragon core in the inventory, Ethan was thoroughly shocked. It was because a rank 9 beast is more powerful than the nascent soul realm, an existence that even the Green Fire sect would be afraid of. Does that mean all the dragon scales, dragon horns, and claws I collected earlier are rank 9 materials? When this thought came to his head, Ethan's heart raced with excitement as he muttered, if I bring these items out, it would make the top 3 sects go crazy. Rank 5 beast materials are enough to make the Golden Core Realm cultivators go crazy, and the ones in Ethan's hands are rank 9 beast materials, which are 4 ranks higher. Therefore, these items are guaranteed to cause a great commotion between the 3 top sects. Looks like I have to be careful if I want to sell them. Selling rank 5 or 6 materials won't catch those sects' attention, however, selling rank 9 beasts was a different thing. What's more, they are blood dragons materials, and those sects would go to any extent to get their hands on these materials along with the information regarding where he got them from. Hence, Ethan decided not to sell them anytime soon and was extremely careful when selling them in the future. Speaking of the beast core, I didn't see it in the abyss. For a second, Ethan thought he might have missed the core in the abyss, however, he was sure that he hadn't found it or sensed it. Let's ask Primer about it. As the natural spirit of the secret realm, nothing escapes Primer's eyes and senses. Hence, Ethan asked the tiny lion spirit about the rank 9 demon beast core. Master, the evil spirit did indeed use the rank 9 demon beast core in the abyss, however, earlier, the evil spirit used that core to intensify the demonic blood dragon essence in the abyss and even tried to turn Rex into a berserk beast. Primer answered without any delay, making Ethan shake his head in disappointment. Just like that, I lost the most valuable item of a rank 9 demonic beast. Ethan smiled bitterly, as he knew there was nothing he could do about it. Even if he hadn't died and continued to purify the abyss, the evil spirit would have done the same thing to release the intense demonic blood dragon essence along with its evil thoughts. Such a powerful demonic beast, I wonder how it was killed and fell into the secret realm. Ethan was curious about the death of the rank 9 demonic blood dragon and how powerful the entity that killed this powerful beast was. I have to be careful not to reveal my godly revival ability to them at any cost. Such powerful beings, I don't think I can escape from them even with my ability. Ethan added a mental note regarding his ability and the system. Anyway, let's buy some stats for my 5th spirit pet. Soon, Ethan kept his thoughts aside and carefully observed the options in the interface of the killer's stats for his new pet. 249, where tragedy ends, power awakens. Cultivation is useless. Looking at the rank 9 dragon skeleton in front of him, Ethan rejected the first option without any hesitation. The blood dragons have the potential to reach rank 9 and above. Moreover, the hatchling was already a rank 6 demonic beast, which was more than enough for now. Also, according to the system, when I buy options for others, I have to pay twice the amount. Therefore, he didn't want to spend 20 million life points for the peak rank 6 strength. There is no cultivation technique like usual. Ding, due to the unavailable cultivation technique, the host will be compensated with 10 million life points. Just as he thought about the unavailable option, Ethan was compensated with 10 million life points, making Ethan smile. It's not just the cost of the available options, even the compensation for the unavailable options is doubled. For the unavailable option, the cost of the cheapest available option is used to compensate him. Since the cost of all the available options doubled, the compensation was also doubled. The third option is rank 9 demonic blood dragon core. I want it, however, it is out of my reach. 1 billion life points, Ethan can't afford it. So, he directly rejected it before focusing on the remaining two options. Skill Abyssal Blood Domain is a very powerful special skill. So, it is a must-have skill. Previously, it was because of this Abyssal Blood Domain skill that Ethan was able to nearly kill the assassin. So, he wanted his Blood Dragonling to have it. As for the special talent Blood Devouring, it is an innate talent for the demonic blood dragons. So, this tiny hatchling might also have it. Ethan thought he didn't have to buy the talent for the hatchling, however, he suddenly realized, wait a second, if I buy this talent, won't it merge with the existing blood devouring and become an even stronger talent? That's it. I will buy the last two options. Once he thought that his pet's blood devouring would become even stronger, Ethan no longer hesitated and decided to buy it along with the previous option. Ding, the host has spent 10 million life points and purchased the special skill, Abyssal Blood Domain for his pet. Ding, the host has spent 10 million life points and purchased the demonic talent, Blood Devouring for his pet. Ding, the purchased option will be bestowed along with the pet's revival. Ding, available life points, 25 million life points. Soon, Ethan received a series of system notifications, however, he was not at all disappointed about spending so much for his pet. From the 20 million life points he spent, 10 million life points were earned from the unavailable option. So, effectively, he had only spent 10 million life points. Even after spending that much, Ethan was still left with 25 million life points, making him not worry regarding his future godly revivals. Ding, the godly revival process of the Blood Dragonling has started. Soon, under Ethan's eager eyes, the tiny dragonling's body disappeared as the golden particles started materializing a new Blood Dragonling's body. In less than a minute, the body creation was complete. Roar! As soon as the Blood Dragonling revived, it fiercely roared in the secret realm, shaking the entire secret realm. Despite being a hatchling, the Blood Dragonling is a rank 6 demonic beast. So, of course, even its roar is very powerful. Ding, the host's pet has been successfully revived with the special skill and the demonic talent. Ding, since the host has used the Godly General Revival life card, they have full loyalty towards the host. So, this is how the Godly General Revival life card works. On the other hand, looking at the system notifications and then at the tiny Blood Dragonling, Ethan smiled. Swish! After releasing a powerful roar, the Blood Dragonling flapped its tiny, blood-red wings and rushed into Ethan's chest, affectionately rubbing its head gently against him. Ethan was not surprised with such warmth and affection in the Dragonling's eyes. Not only did he hatch it using his blood drops, but he also used the Godly General Revival life card. The demonic aura it exudes is much denser than Rex when he was a hatchling. Looks like it will take a couple of days for it to gain control over its demonic aura. Despite its demonic aura, there was no bloodlust, only a deep, soul-bound connection with Ethan. Let's give you a name. While patting the fist-sized Blood Dragonling, Ethan decided to give it a name. Since you are cursed to death and revived back stronger, I will name you Azvaruk, and call you Rak. For the first Blood Dragonling, Ethan named Atzarex and called him Rex in short. So, he followed the same trend and decided to call the second Blood Dragonling Rak. Master Kai, it is a powerful name that suits the Blood Dragonling. Primer praised Ethan for his naming sense. Rar! As for the tiny Blood Dragonling, it became satisfied with its name as it proudly lifted its head. With Rak, I have another proud pet under my care. Ethan jokingly shook his head and thought, let's check the information about this proud hatchling. Ding, it is detected that the pet has two similar special demonic talents. Ding, they will be merged into a new talent. Please wait for a moment until they merge. Just as Ethan was about to check the information on the blood dragonling, he received a system notification which Ethan was already expecting for a while now. I wonder what will be the pinnacle grade of the talents for the demons. While waiting for the merging process to be completed, Ethan wondered about the higher talent of the demons. For humans, it is cultivation talent, special talent, and then heavenly talent, at least as far as Ethan knows. For demons, he only knows demonic talent and special demonic talent but has no clue of what is above that. I wonder whether they merge into the pinnacle of talent. Ethan curiously waited, but he was not sure about it. Ding, congratulations, the two special demonic talents merged into a much stronger special demonic talent, Cursed Blood Vortex 250, a powerful bloodline Cursed Blood Vortex. Although it was still only a special demonic talent, Ethan knew it would be much stronger than the special demonic talent Blood Devouring. Without hesitation, Ethan checked the details of this new special demonic talent that Rack had. Ding, special demonic talent, Cursed Blood Vortex. Effect, 1. As long as the opponents have any open wounds with blood flowing out, they will be cursed with a bleeding effect where blood continues to flow. 2. By drinking the opponent's blood, the user can temporarily buff his battle prowess by 10%, whereas the opponents will be cursed to lose 10% of their battle prowess. 3. As long as there's blood or blood essence around the user, it will be passively absorbed by his body to either heal his injuries or replenish the lost demonic essence. Note, the talent's effective radius is 10 meters, and its effects can be stacked. This, it is powerful. Except for the third effect, which was the original effect from before, the remaining two effects appeared after merging. Those two effects are good, especially the second one where his dragon could boost its battle prowess by 10% and weaken his opponents by 10%, creating a gap of 20%. What's more exciting is that these effects can be stacked, and I did the right thing by purchasing the Abyssal Blood Domain for Rack. With Abyssal Blood Domain, the stronger opponents can be weakened by 10%. Combining the effects of the special demonic talent along with the special skill, Rack could even contend against the nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Of course, Ethan wouldn't dare to bother the nascent Soul Realm cultivators just to test Aesvaric's battle prowess. If not for the demonic aura it is releasing, no one would think this tiny dragonling is a rank 6 demonic beast. Looking at the tiny dragonling, Ethan could not help but smile as he muttered, once it learns how to control its demonic aura and retract it into its body, its opponents would be killed even before they know how they got killed. He was looking forward to his future enemies being killed by this tiny dragonling. Ding, the host's heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue has been triggered. Ding, the host has revived the rank 6 demonic blood dragonling and added an ally with great potential to the human race. Ding, the host will be rewarded with 25 million life points. I was wondering where the reward for reviving the hatchling was, and it's finally here. Seeing the 25 million life points added to his available life points, increasing his savings to 50 million life points. If I get killed by a nascent Soul Realm cultivator, using these life points, I can instantly break through to the perfect Golden Core realm. Although he didn't have any plans for such a thing, if he encountered a danger that required strength, he wouldn't hesitate to do that. In short, with so many life points, Ethan now has a way to quickly increase his strength to the perfected Golden Core realm. Now, let's see the information on my 5th spirit pet. Only by knowing the full information about the spirit pet, Ethan could use them depending on the situation. So, it was his habit to check the information of his spirit pets, and Aesvaric was no exception. Ding, demonic beast, blood dragonling, Aesvaric. Pet name, Rack. Strength, rank 6. Skills, mighty dragon roar, blood cannon. Special skills, Abyssal Blood Domain. Special demonic talent, Cursed Blood Vortex. Bloodline, Blood Dragon Emperor. Information, it was born from an egg that was cursed by the evil spirit, and thanks to the host, it was not only revived but also became powerful by awakening a special skill and upgrading its special demonic talent. More information, it is said that even in its death, a blood dragon becomes a disaster for the world or the secret realm. It has a fully awakened bloodline, a fully awakened dragon bloodline. The full information was as powerful as Ethan had expected it to be. However, a particular line caught Ethan's attention. It was none other than the Blood Dragon Emperor's bloodline. Among the beasts, bloodline is the most crucial and important thing, especially for the top-grade species like dragons. Even though Rex had a bloodline in him, it was yet to be awakened, and it won't be easy to awaken. Hence, when Ethan saw that his fifth spirit pet had a bloodline, he was excited as many thoughts flashed in his head. The Blood Dragon Emperor's bloodline, I don't know how powerful it is, but since there is a word emperor in its name, it must be a powerful bloodline. Ethan quickly focused on the bloodline to get more details about it. Ding, bloodline name, Blood Dragon Emperor's bloodline. Effects, 1. Upon activation, for a few minutes, the battle prowess of the beast will be tripled. Note, once this effect is used, the beast will be temporarily weakened, and the longer the effect is used, the longer the weakening period will be. 2. All beasts with lower bloodlines will be suppressed unless those beasts have higher strength than the beast. It's very powerful, no wonder whenever the beasts with bloodlines appear, it would create a huge commotion in the market. If Rak's battle prowess is tripled, along with its other powerful skills, it could even kill the nascent soul realm cultivators. Ethan knew that the bloodlines make the beasts powerful, however, only after seeing the effects of a bloodline, he understood why cultivators go crazy over the beasts with bloodlines. It has skills that are more powerful than Rex's skills, and adding to its high strength, special skill, special demonic talent, and even a fully awakened bloodline, it is more powerful than Rex. Looking at the still sleeping Rex, Ethan's earlier excitement disappeared as he rubbed his head in frustration. I wonder how he is going to react when he sees you. He will definitely create a huge commotion. He shook his head and patted the tiny dragonling's head. Father, don't worry, I will make sure to take care of my big brother. Suddenly, Ethan heard a soft, childish voice in his mind. 251, Big Brother Rex Awakens. The voice was like a whisper carried by a warm breeze, filled with innocence and a strange sense of pride. Rak, is that you? Without a doubt, Ethan knew it was Aesvarik who communicated with him through the voice transmission. When a beast reaches rank 5, it can start transmitting its voice to others, and since Aesvarik was a rank 6 beast, he was more fluent in speaking. Nevertheless, its voice was still childish, which was understandable as it was still a dragonling that had just hatched. Swish, father, it is indeed me. Aesvarik flew out of Ethan's hands and landed on his shoulders and rubbed its head against Ethan's neck. Ethan was not surprised to hear Aesvarik address him as father because it was he who hatched the egg and, obviously, he became its parent. As for the big brother that Rak mentioned, it was none other than Rex because he was older than it. You are okay with him being the big brother? Ethan was pleasantly surprised that Aesvarik accepted Rex as its big brother. Of course, father. Big brother was born before me, and he is much bigger than me, right? So, he's the elder brother, and I will be his little brother. The blood dragonling blinked its crimson eyes as it tilted its tiny head and looked at Ethan in confusion. Even if I become strong enough to swallow the stars and shatter the heavens, big brother will still be my big brother. The childish voice echoed again in Ethan's head, filled with innocent pride, making Ethan forget that it was a demonic beast. Ethan was silent for a moment, unsure if he should laugh or just melt from how adorable that statement was. Despite having a terrifying bloodline, despite being able to suppress beasts with a single breath and curse enemies with every drop of blood it drank, this tiny creature didn't let its strength cloud its simple, pure heart. Ethan felt that this tiny dragonling was completely different from Rex, who was also a blood dragonling. Is it because it stayed in the egg for so long that it gained enlightenment? Or is it because of the godly general revival life card that it lost its demonic nature? Ethan didn't have an answer for the tiny dragonling being more like a docile pet compared to Rex, but he was happy about it. Then I will leave your big brother Rex in your care. Ethan smiled as he patted the rack and started playing with it to develop his bond with it. After going through the incident where Rex nearly got turned into a berserk beast, Ethan realized how important it is to have a bond with his pet. Without a strong bond between him and Rex, Rex would have turned into a berserk beast and it would have become a severe issue for Ethan. Thus, he decided to spend more time with his pets. Time continued to pass, and in a flash, 2 hours passed by. Finally, Rex woke up from his slumber as he fiercely roared at the sky before looking at Ethan, who was playing with the tiny dragonling. He squinted at the tiny dragonling. However, Rex didn't think much about it because he had good news to share with Ethan. "Father, I have fully awakened a bloodline." Without any delay, Rex transmitted his voice to Ethan's head, sharing the good news. "What? You have awakened a bloodline? It is really good news." Ethan was pleasantly surprised as he hurriedly flew to Rex and praised him. "I knew it, my plan worked." Primer was the happiest being when he learned about it because it was his plan to trigger Rex, which eventually helped Rex awaken his bloodline. Primal Beast Sovereign. At the same time, Ethan checked the information on the bloodline that Rex had awakened. Ding, Primal Beast Sovereign Demonic Beast, Blood Dragon, Atzerex, Strength, Peak Rank 5 Skills, Blood Dragon Roar. Bloodline, Blood Dragon King's Bloodline. There was so much information, however, he only focused on two things, strength and bloodline. It broke through to rank 5 earlier, and now, it is close to becoming a rank 6 beast. As expected of the blood dragons, as long as they have proper resources, they can quickly grow. After breaking through to rank 5, Rex had consumed a dozen rank 5 demonic blood beast kings, and even devoured an intense demonic blood dragon essence when the evil spirit used the dragon core to explode for a few hours. So, Ethan was not surprised much about Rex's quick progress. Ding, Bloodline Name, Blood Dragon King's Bloodline. Effects, 1. Upon activation, for a few minutes, the battle prowess of the beast will be doubled. Note, once this effect is used, the beast will be temporarily weakened, and the longer the effect is used, the longer the weakening period will be. 2. All beasts with lower bloodlines will be suppressed unless those beasts have higher strength than the beast. The effects of the bloodline were the same as the Blood Dragon Emperor's bloodlines, except this one can only double the battle prowess. Moreover, when Rex encounters the beasts with Emperor-grade bloodlines like Rak, he would be easily suppressed. So, there was a bloodline lower than King grade. On the other hand, Ethan realized that there were lower-grade bloodlines below King grade. Even though Rex's bloodline was relatively weaker than Rak's bloodline, it was still better than those lower-grade bloodlines, at least that's what Ethan thought in his head. Congratulations, big brother, on fully awakening the bloodline. The tiny blood dragonling, Rak, flew onto Rex's head and used his wings to hug Rex before congratulating him in a respectful tone. "Be big brother." Rex was taken aback when he heard a voice that was so respectful to him. The other spirit pets under Ethan are still weak and can't transmit their voice. So, it was Rex's first time hearing someone respectfully address him big brother. What's more, the tiny dragonling was also a blood dragon, making Rex instantly like Rak. "Little brother, did Master hatch you when I was asleep?" Rex affectionately asked Rak about it, and soon, they started talking, becoming good brothers in no time. Rak, he is definitely more intelligent than the regular rank 6 demonic beasts. He instantly won over Rex and became his cute little brother. From the side, Ethan was shocked to see the scene where the expected commotion didn't happen. However, watching that scene, Ethan concluded that Rak's intelligence was top-notch. With him having 100% loyalty to me, I don't have to worry about him backstabbing me. According to the system, Rack was completely loyal to him, making Ethan not worry about Rack's high intelligence. I was worried about leaving Rex alone with Primer in the secret realm, but now, with Rack, I am not worried. That's right. Ethan was planning to leave Rex in this secret realm, and it was not because he wanted to, instead, he didn't have any other choice. The beast storage rings he had are all low level and can't store the rank 5 beasts and above. So, he can't store the 2 blood dragons in the beast storage ring, and since they are not only rare but also demonic beasts. Thus, he can't even bring them with him unless he wants to get hunted by everyone. Currently, Rex is a peak rank 5 demonic beast, and with the help of its special demonic talent and Blood Dragon King's bloodline, it won't have any problem killing high-level Golden Core Realm cultivators. On the other hand, Rack was even more powerful that it might even kill the low-level Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Moreover, from his interactions with Rack so far, Ethan knew Rack was quite intelligent, making Ethan have no worries about their safety. Of course, there is also Primer, who was slowly recovering its strength after the destruction of the evil spirit. Now, it is finally time to return to the small courtyard and spend time with my parents. After spending some time with his 2 demonic pets, Ethan was ready to leave the secret realm. Primer, make sure to store a large amount of demonic blood dragon essence in the secret realm for our plan to make the Green Fire sect learn a lesson. Of course, Ethan didn't forget to remind Primer about their plan before leaving the secret realm as he quietly returned to the small courtyard. What happened here? As soon as he entered the small courtyard, Ethan saw a few spots that were covered in blood and became anxious. Father, Mother. He hurriedly rushed into the mansion, praying that nothing had happened to his parents. 252, Assassination attempt on parents. The main reason Ethan wanted to gain power in this world was because of his parents. With enough power, he could not just protect them but also make them powerful and even increase their lifespans to live a long, peaceful life. If something were to happen to them, Ethan would be filled with regrets and lose his purpose in his life again, just like in his previous life. Damn it, damn it! Ethan cursed as he entered the mansion in the small courtyard. Father, Mother, are you all right? Nothing happened to you, right? As soon as he saw his parents, Ethan hurriedly checked on them, and only after confirming they were completely fine did he heave a sigh of relief. We're all right, Kai. Thanks to those 2 cultivators you left behind to protect us. His mother, Vera, gently smiled and pointed toward the dark corners of the room. Swish 2 figures clad in black silently stepped out from the shadows. They were none other than the 2 night demons that Ethan had left behind to protect his parents. Since they looked like humans, Ethan's parents mistook them for humans. Nevertheless, their human appearance made things much easier for the night demons to convince their identity. Initially, they were scared by the sudden appearance of these 2 cultivators who jumped out of their shadows. However, they quickly learned from them that they were not attackers but protectors left behind by their son. Master. As soon as the 2 night demons walked out of the shadows, they knelt and respectfully greeted Ethan. Thank you. Although they were his loyal subordinates who would even die if he asked them to die, Ethan was grateful to them for protecting his parents. He didn't know what exactly had happened, but from the blood-soaked spots, along with the death aura in the courtyard, Ethan knew at least 2 people had died in the courtyard today. The reason his parents were safe and sound was because of Seraphis and Zephyris. So, Ethan thanked them from the bottom of his heart. It's because of the Master that we are still alive and breathing. Compared to what the Master did for us, this is just a small thing. Yes, Master. We are just doing our duty. Both siblings hurriedly replied, saying that they were just doing their duty. What you did can't be measured like that. Ethan shook his head before turning to his parents and said, Father, Mother, take some rest. I will come back after talking to them. Sure. Garrick wanted to ask something, however, he shook his head and decided to wait until Ethan finished his talk with the two cultivators. "Tell me exactly what happened." As soon as he left his parents' room, Ethan's expression turned serious as he asked about the incident that happened before his arrival. "Yes, master." Seraphis stepped forward and explained, "In the early evening, 3 chi refining servants of the Lin family arrived at the courtyard under the pretext of sharing drinks with Sir and Madam. According to Sir and Madam, these servants were long-time acquaintances who had always been good to the spirit laborers like them. So, they invited them into the courtyard." Seraphis paused as Zephyrus continued, "As soon as they entered the courtyard, they directly tried to kill Sir Garrick." Hearing those words, a cold glint flashed in Ethan's eyes. "Of course, before they could reach Sir Garrick, we jumped out of the shadows and easily subdued those chi refining cultivators. Although they were only chi refining cultivators, if not for his 2 night demons, his parents, who were just mortals, would have been dead. But, these chi refining servants were easily subdued by his night demons who were above high-level Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. We didn't kill them, instead, we interrogated them immediately. However, just as 2 of them were about to speak, their bodies exploded." "What?" Hearing that, Ethan frowned as he understood the mastermind behind these chi refining servants was definitely not a normal one. "Yes, master. Because of that, we didn't dare to continue interrogating the 3rd perpetrator and just knocked him out, hoping for your arrival." Ethan's parents suggested that they should report this incident to the Lin family. However, the night demons said that they should hide it for now and wait until Ethan's return. When he returned to the sect, Ethan informed them that he would be visiting the small courtyard in a week, and it's been more than a week already. So, the 2 night demons knew that Ethan could return to the small courtyard in a day or 2. However, they didn't expect him to return on the same night that the incident had happened, making the night demons heave a sigh of relief. They were just worried that the mastermind behind these servants might send powerful cultivators to finish the task of killing Ethan's parents. "Who wanted to kill my parents?" Hearing that, Ethan clenched his fists in anger. However, thanks to his radiant heart, his anger channeled into thoughts as he thought about the mastermind. "I can only think of hermit tribes. Did they know that I killed their tribesmen?" It didn't take much time for Ethan to guess it was the hermit tribes because they are the only ones who are capable of such methods. "No, it is not possible. Is it the B** starred from the Sky Cloud sect that wanted to kill me using the Eternal Shadow Guild?" However, Ethan felt that the hermit tribes would think that it was Shadow B who killed their youngsters. So, he removed the hermit tribes from the suspicion list. Other than the hermit tribes, the only ones who were capable of such methods were the top 3 sects. The Green Fire sect has no reason to go after his parents as he already joined the sect, whereas the Gold Mountain sect, it doesn't even know about his existence, much less send cultivators to kill his parents. That left only the Sky Cloud sect as someone from it tried to kill him in the past, and they might have sent cultivators to kill his parents who were just mortals. Wait a second, why am I wasting my time thinking about all these things? Can't I just ask them who sent them? Suddenly, Ethan thought of something to get the information on the mastermind who sent these chi refining servants. 253, Elder Ghost's master plan in a secret enclave belonging to the Bloodclaw tribe. Elder Ghost, what happened? Those blood servants of yours in the Lin family, did they succeed? Chief Drabuk, the leader of the Bloodclaw tribe, asked the old man with an expectant look. Sorry, Chief Drabuk. They have failed. Elder Ghost shook his head in disappointment as he explained, not only did they fail, but I think they were captured and tortured to get the information about us. Kaka, what did you say? Hearing those words, Chief Drabuk smashed the wall beside him in anger and said, how can they fail? Don't tell me they were caught by the Lin family elders. Although the Lin family was nothing in his eyes and could be removed in a single night, if they acted rashly now, it would give a reason, no, an excuse for the Green Fire sect to get involved. That was something Drabuk didn't want to deal with yet, at least it was not the time to go against the Green Fire sect. I don't know how they failed and it doesn't matter who caught them. Despite angering Chief Drabuk, Elder Ghost remained calm and composed as he narrowed his eyes before asking Chief Drabuk, "It looks like Chief Drabuk has forgotten about the blood mark on my blood servants' hearts. Because of the blood mark, the moment any of his blood servants even think about giving out any information about the Blood Claw tribe, they will die. It's been a while since any of his blood servants have failed a mission because all these blood servants have been living ordinary lives for decades, and when they receive missions from Elder Ghost, they complete it without failing. It is because of that blood mark, even the Green Fire sect doesn't know about our blood servants." Thus, the Elder Ghost reminded Chief Drabuk about the consequences of getting caught and revealing anything about them. Chief Drabuk nodded his head, but he was still disappointed in Elder Ghost and his so-called blood servants. "Chief Drabuk, don't worry about this minor failure." Elder Ghost hurriedly thought of something and informed, "I already have a plan in place for erasing the Green Fire town and the Lin family in it. At that time, I will make sure to capture that brat's parents to take revenge for the young chief." Elder Ghost assured Chief Drabuk with a menacing look on his face. For the Blood Claw tribe, Elder Ghost was considered brains, and should assist the tribe chief to the best of their ability. "If you can erase the Lin family and even bring one of that brat's parents to me, I will reward you with the heavenly lifespan fruit." Chief Drabuk knew how dangerous Elder Ghost was, and sometimes, even he got scared thinking what if Elder Ghost went against him. It's a good thing that he is extremely loyal to the Blood Claw tribe and its chief. So, for his contribution, Chief Drabuk always makes sure that Elder Ghost is properly rewarded. "Thank you, Chief Drabuk." Elder Ghost hurriedly thanked him and briefly explained his plan. "So, you will execute the plan when everyone is busy attending the annual auction in the Sky Cloud City." "Perfect." Chief Drabuk smiled as he left the room, saying, "I will wait for your good news." In the small courtyard, Green Fire Town. "Where is the third perpetrator?" As soon as he thought of an idea, Ethan asked the night demons about the third refining servant that had tried to kill his parents. "We knocked him out and imprisoned him in the storeroom." Soon, they brought Ethan to the third perpetrator, who was currently unconscious. "Master, it will take time for him to wake up. Why don't you take some rest before interrogating him?" Zephyrus suggested Ethan rest until the perpetrator wakes up. "There is no need to wait." Ethan shook his head as he ordered Seraphis, "Kill him." "What?" The two night demons were shocked to hear Ethan's order. "Master, if we kill him, how can we wait?" "I understand." Amid her lines, Seraphis understood what Ethan was planning and asked, "With pain or without pain?" "Swift kill, yes." Claw without any delay, she pierced her sharp nails into the refining servant's heart and casually pulled it out. Arg, the servant woke up in pain, however, before he could understand what was happening, he fell into eternal sleep. Revive as soon as he died, Ethan used one of his 2 general revival life cards to revive that servant. That's right. Since these servants seem to have some curse or mark on their bodies that kills them the moment they want to speak about their employer, Ethan decided to remove that curse from them. Moreover, once the servant is successfully revived, he would have loyalty towards Ethan, and then, even without any torture, Ethan could get all the information he needed from him. Although it costs a general revival life card, that information is completely worth it. Ethan didn't mind using a general revival life card to know which B** stards were playing dirty by targeting his parents. No matter who it is. "I will come for you." Ethan already swore in his mind that no matter who attempted to assassinate his parents, their fates were already sealed. Ding, the host has used a general revival life card and revived Giles, a perfected chi refining cultivator. Ding, due to his full loyalty to the Blood Claw tribe before revival, Giles only has a loyalty of 60 points towards the host. Ding, once it falls to 50 points, he might betray the host. Please keep an eye on him or work hard to increase his loyalty. As soon as the servant is revived, Ethan receives a series of system notifications that he didn't get in the past. Huh? So, he is a spy of the Bloodclaw tribe working in the Lin family. Without even asking any questions, Ethan learned who was behind the assassination attempt of his parents. Bloodclaw tribe, they must have found out it was me who killed their youngsters. So, they want to take revenge by killing my parents? They messed with the wrong target. Many thoughts flashed through Ethan's head as anger was building in his head, but simultaneously, it was being cooled by the effect radiant clear heart. Tell me everything you know about your mission and the Bloodclaw tribe. Taking a deep breath, Ethan asked the servant he just revived. 254, Blood Servants. The servant named Giles slowly opened his eyes, and the moment his gaze landed on Ethan, his expression froze. He felt a deep respect for the young man in front of him and instinctively wanted to bow to him. No matter how much he tried, he was unable to resist and respectfully greeted Ethan. Greetings, Master. Thank you for reviving me. I will tell you everything. At the same time, he was unable to control his mouth as he started revealing everything he knew about his mission and the Bloodclaw tribe behind him. Speak. Ethan's voice was calm but commanding, making Giles shudder. No, how can I betray the Bloodclaw tribe? Giles clenched his fists as his lips trembled. For a moment, it seemed like he was fighting himself to stop speaking about anything. Wait a second, what is there to worry about? The moment I start speaking about the Bloodclaw tribe, I will die. Giles is not afraid of death, but he is worried about revealing the information he knows about the Bloodclaw tribe to others. He wanted to stop himself from speaking, however, he could not control himself. Actually, it was his body that was unable to resist the commands from the young man. Nevertheless, when he remembered the blood mark in his heart, Giles heaved a sigh of relief and started speaking, ready to die for his Bloodclaw tribe. The mission was to kill your handicapped father and kidnap your mother. The moment he finished the first line, Giles was shocked that he was still alive, making him think, how am I still alive? How is it possible? It was Elder Ghost, the Grand Elder of the Bloodclaw tribe, who personally issued the mission. As Giles' soul was still in the body, his mouth spoke everything that was inside his heart. So, the Bloodclaw tribe wants to use my mother as a hostage to make me come out of the Green Fire sect and go to their place. They are really dirty. After listening to everything from Giles, Ethan understood how evil the Bloodclaw tribe is. Ding, Giles' loyalty has been decreased by 2 points for forcing him to say something he didn't want to say. Ding, Giles' loyalty, 58 points. Do you know where the Bloodclaw tribe is situated? Ethan didn't bother about the decrease in Giles' loyalty because he had a feeling that there was no way he could increase that, and even if he could, Ethan had no plans to. The moment Giles attempted to kill his parents, his fate was sealed. So, Ethan wanted to get as much information as possible from Giles before his loyalty drops further. I don't know that, actually, no blood servants know about that. Giles struggled not to answer, however, his body still answered, however, the blood servants who have the Foundation establishment realm might know it. Ethan's eyes lit up when he heard that as he hurriedly asked, give me the list of all the blood servants you know. The guest elder of the Lin family, Claude, Elder Claude is also a blood servant. What? Elder Claude is a blood servant. Giles's answer shocked Ethan because he could not believe that the old man who always had a smile on his face and took great care of the youngsters in the family was actually a blood servant. Although Ethan didn't have much interaction with other elders in the Lin family, he had a few exchanges with this guest elder named Claude. It was because Elder Claude was also an outsider who was recruited as a family member by the Lin family in the past before breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm and successfully becoming the guest elder of the Lin family. He must have been in the Lin family for nearly 100 years, and you are telling me that he is also a blood servant of the Bloodclaw tribe. Ethan knew Giles was not lying, but he still found it hard to believe his words. The Blood Claw tribe makes sure that the blood servants get integrated into the villages, towns, and even cities. After years or even decades later, once they gain the trust of their place, the tribe carefully uses them to complete their missions in complete secrecy. Other than the 2 blood servants who were killed earlier, there are still 5 more cheerifying blood servants and elder clawed in the Lin family. As for the other blood servants, I don't know, and I can't even recognize them. But I am sure each cultivation family has at least 5 cheerifying blood servants and 1 foundation realm blood servant. Other than the ones who join the cultivation families, there are many blood servants living as loose cultivators, trying to increase their strength. On the other hand, Giles continued to explain to Ethan more about the blood servants, making Ethan get the full understanding of the Blood Claw tribe's power and capability. In short, if the Blood Claw tribe wants, it could easily shake the entire Emerald Green Plains. What if the Blood Claw tribe orders the blood servants from a particular cultivation family to go berserk to kill as many cultivators as possible before they die? They might die in the hands of the Golden Core Realm cultivator, but that cultivation family will be greatly weakened, and other cultivation families would take care of the rest. Just like that, from behind the scenes, the Blood Claw tribe could easily eliminate the cultivation family they want. Ding, Giles' loyalty has been decreased by 2 points for forcing him to say something he didn't want to say. Ding, Giles' loyalty, 56 points. Is there anything else I need to know or be wary of about the Blood Claw tribe? Ethan got almost all his answers, but he still wanted to extract more information before his loyalty drops below 50 points. There is a rumor that the ancestor of the Blood Claw tribe is trying to break through to the realm beyond the nascent soul realm. Giles gritted his teeth but still couldn't control his mouth. Once he succeeds, he said he would. Arg, I won't tell you anything more. You, B** starred 255, Reunion of Night Demons. Ding, Giles' loyalty has been decreased by 10 points for forcing him to say something he didn't want to say. Ding, Giles' loyalty, 46 points. In the middle of his lines, Giles' loyalty dropped to below 50 points, and he finally gained control over his body to go against Ethan. So, he cursed Ethan and shouted out loud. Looks like I have gotten enough information already. Ethan knew that once the loyalty of a certain subordinate is below 50 points, his chances of betraying him were high. He also knew that Giles wouldn't be answering anything now. However, he was not disappointed because he was satisfied with the information he got. I didn't expect I could receive so much information from a cheerifying blood servant. When Ethan used the General Revival Life card, he didn't expect Giles to know so many things, including the ancestor of the Blood Claw tribe who would be breaking through to the realm above nascent soul. I was already generous enough not to punish them for their youngsters' actions, and they dared to play dirty with me. Back in the Berserk Beast realm, it was the youngsters from the Hermit tribes who were arrogant and wanted to kill him just because he was with Shadowbee. As a punishment, Ethan had killed them and didn't want to bother with those Hermit tribes, but the Blood Claw tribe wanted to kill his father and kidnap his mother as hostages to get back at him. It doesn't matter how powerful the Blood Claw tribe is, I will make sure they regret messing with me. Currently, Ethan might only be a perfected Foundation Establishment realm, however, it won't be long before he breaks through to the Golden Core realm and then to Nascent Soul realm and even further. Right now, I might not have the strength to take down the Blood Claw tribe on my own, however, thanks to Giles, I know something about the Blood Claw tribe that even the top sects don't know. Although Ethan only knew about Elder Claude and 5 other blood servants in the Lin family, he was confident he could collect more information from them, especially from Elder Claude. If I start killing the blood servants who were fully integrated into their identities for years, I am sure the Blood Claw tribe will definitely not like it, right? That's right. Ethan decided not to wait until he became powerful to strike back. Instead, he wanted to strike the Blood Claw tribe from today itself. Seraphis, Zapharis, give him the most painful and slowest possible death. With that thought in mind, Ethan gave the order to his 2 night demons to take good care of Giles. Initially, when Ethan revived Giles, he was a bit hesitant to kill him because he thought of the possibility that the Bloodclaw tribe forced these people to become blood servants and become their slaves. However, after learning that blood servants were dead loyal to the Bloodclaw tribe and even after reviving them using the General Revival Life card, Giles' loyalty dropped like crazy. With that, the tiny bit of hesitation in Ethan regarding giving a second chance to Giles disappeared. What? Do you think I will be scared of torture? Go ahead and do whatever you want, but you can't make me spill any more information. Giles angrily shouted at Ethan and the 2 cultivators standing beside him. Don't worry, you will beg me to kill you while saying everything you know. Seraphis chuckled, her crimson eyes flashing with sadistic delight as she stepped forward. Looks like Big Sis is going to have fun tonight. From the side, Zephyrus grinned coldly and looked at Giles like a lab rat that was going to suffer till death. Let's start with the knees. Seraphis no longer wasted any time as she forcefully stepped on Giles' knees. Crack! Giles' knees shattered, and he barely had a moment to react before the pain began. Arg! His screams echoed throughout the small courtyard. However, Ethan didn't bother about it as he turned around to leave. From his understanding of the blood servants, no matter how much they were tortured, they wouldn't reveal any information. Moreover, Ethan had already got more than enough information, and as long as he planned properly, he could get more information from Elder Claude, who was a Foundation Establishment Realm blood servant. If I can get the information about the location of the Bloodclaw tribe, I can even pay them a visit to wreak some havoc. With his godly revival ability and the revival life cards, Ethan was not worried about death. In fact, by dying in the hands of the Bloodclaw tribesmen, he could get their cultivation techniques, talents, and other special items, making Ethan even more powerful with each death. If only he were loyal to me, I would have used him and other blood servants to my advantage to take down the Bloodclaw tribe. Ethan shook his head and stopped thinking much about it. Right? I have forgotten about them. Suddenly, he remembered something and called, "Wake up and assist Sira and Zephyr. While you are at it, you can get to know each other." Swish swish! As soon as he said that, 9 night demons named Night Aegis flew out of Ethan's shadow. Yes, Master. The 9 Night Aegis were eagerly waiting to meet other night demons for a while, and finally, they met, making them both excited and happy. Master, you saved more night demons. Excellent, excellent. At this rate, Master can have a night demon army. It was not just the 9 night demons that were excited, even Sira and Zephyr were excited to see the fellow night demons. Shall we begin? One of the Night Aegis stepped forward and looked at Giles, who was screaming in pain, and asked the other night demons. Let's start. Anyone who dares to harm Master or Master's family, I will make sure they have a painful death. Soon, the 11 night demons began their interrogation while sharing their past memories and the stories of their night demons. Humans bond over dinners and dances, but night demons, they bond over shattered bones, torn ligaments, and the laughter that follows agony and suffering. Ethan remained emotionless at that sight, and he returned to his parents. 256, More Than Immortal Path Kai, what is this all about? Is someone trying to get back at you by killing us? As soon as Ethan returned to his parents, Garrick hurriedly asked. As someone who had lived in this world for decades, Garrick had heard and even seen many things. He was sure that the assassination attempt on them was connected to his son, and that someone wanted to make his son go crazy after losing his parents. This. Since they bought the Lin family's loyal servants, they must be powerful, right? I think it is better if you return to the sect, son. We are mortals anyway and won't have many years to live anyway. Ethan was about to say something when his mother, Vera, who always remained silent, interrupted his words anxiously. I think the same, son. As long as you are inside the sect, you can become a Golden Core Realm cultivator in no time and establish your own family like the Lin family in the future. They believed that whoever the mastermind behind the assassination attempt was, today was more powerful than the Lin family. For them, compared to their lives, their son's life was more important. Moreover, his son is finally living his dream of becoming a cultivator and even joined the Green Fire sect. In the Emerald Green Plains, the top powerhouse is the Green Fire sect. So, they urged Ethan to return to the Green Fire sect and safely cultivate and walk a long path in his cultivation journey. Mother, father. Ethan was not happy to hear those words. Instead, he sounded a bit angry as he spoke. It is entirely true that I had the dream of becoming a cultivator and walking the path to become an immortal. However, if there comes a day where I have to choose between my parents and the immortal path, I will not think twice in choosing you. Without a family, what is the use of living a long life? Each line and each word Ethan spoke came from the bottom of his heart, making his parents understand how important they were to him. We thought you had changed after becoming a cultivator and forgot us like most cultivators who leave behind their families for greater power. Vera's body trembled as she covered her mouth, and tears rolled down her cheeks. When the children are recruited by the sects, their parents would be the happiest people because, unlike them, their children are fated to do something greater in the world. However, there is a sad reality that comes along with that happiness, and it is that their children become distant, and after a few years, they won't even bother to visit them. Of course, the parents don't blame their children for that because they are following their dreams and are happy about that. Similarly, Garrick and Vera also thought that Ethan would become distant with them after becoming a cultivator and knew that when the time came, he wouldn't even have time to check on them for years. Since that is going to happen sooner or later, and there was a threat to their son's life, Garrick and Vera wanted Ethan to return to the sect to stay safe and forget about them. However, Ethan was not the type to give up on his parents even if the Green Fire sect came after them, not to mention it was just a hermit tribe. But, father, mother, there is no need to worry about anything. Before his parents could do anything else, Ethan interrupted and assured, Father, I was actually thinking of moving you to a safe place after a few days. Looks like after today's incident, I can't cultivate peacefully if I leave you here. That's right. As soon as Ethan became the owner of the primordial beast realm, he decided to move his parents into the secret realm. However, he decided to wait for a few months, when the primordial beast realm would be fully revived to its peak. Along with the spirit beasts he planned to release in the secret realm after its full revival, Ethan believed his parents wouldn't be bored to stay there and have some company. Safe place? We will go there then. Hearing that Ethan would always be worried if they stayed in the small courtyard, Garrick and Vera both readily agreed to move into the safe place that Ethan was talking about. Once you move to that place, there won't be any more assassination attempts, and I can also focus on my cultivation. Actually, Ethan used that line "can't cultivate peacefully" earlier just to make his parents move to the safe place. His parents have been living in this region their whole lives and have many friends and acquaintances. So, if he hadn't used that line, they wouldn't have moved out of Greenspire town despite the earlier assassination attempt. Father, mother, I am sorry. Just bear with it for a couple of years. I will make sure you return as Golden Core Realm cultivators, shocking the entire world. Ethan would obviously shock the world only when he was powerful enough to go against it. When are we moving, son? Garrick thought about it and added another question, and where is that safe place? We will move in a few days after I take care of a few things. Ethan didn't bother about the blood servants in the Lin family. He had to take care of them, especially Elder Claude, who possessed more information about the Bloodclaw tribe. He was still thinking of a good plan to make the Bloodclaw tribe suffer using these blood servants. As for the safe place, it will be a surprise for now. Ethan mysteriously smiled as he kept the safe place as a surprise for his parents. Garrick and Vera became speechless as they looked at each other and smiled, thinking, we are lucky to have you as our son. Soon, They spoke a few more things regarding the incident and whether to tell the Lin family about it or not. In the end, Ethan decided not to mention anything to the Lin family and kept what happened in the small courtyard as a secret. It is time to take care of the blood servants. Coming out of his parents' room, Ethan's eyes revealed a fierce, killing intent. 257, Blood Message 257, Blood Message /Swish in Greenspire Town, a silhouette silently moved in the night and killed 5 Cheerifining servants who had been working for the Lin family for decades. These 5 servants are none other than the blood servants of the Bloodclaw tribe, whose names were given up by Giles, and the silhouette that killed them was none other than Ethan. Since he got more than enough information from Giles, Ethan no longer wasted his time or general revival life cards on the other Cheerifining cultivators. Also, after killing them, Ethan placed all the bodies in one place and carved some words on their backs, which formed a message saying, "Bloodclaw tribe, I killed all your blood servants in the Lin family, and in the future, I will kill the remaining blood servants in the other cultivation families." There are 3 main reasons why Ethan decided to leave this message on their bodies. 1. It was to reveal the existence of the Bloodclaw's blood servants, who were spies that successfully infiltrated and lived like servants in the cultivation families. The second one was to scare the Bloodclaw tribe a little so that they would lose their blood servants. Last but not least, Ethan wanted to pressure the Bloodclaw tribe through the Green Fire sect. Let's see how the Bloodclaw tribe reacts to this message. Ethan nodded his head in satisfaction and then thought, all Cheerifining blood servants were taken care of, and only Elder Claude is left. But I have other plans for him. Initially, Ethan wanted to kill Elder Claude along with these Cheerifining blood servants and then revive him with the only general revival life card he was left with. By doing so, Ethan believed he might get the location of the Bloodclaw tribe and the other blood servants who were successfully integrated into the other cultivation families. But thanks to the effect Radiant Clear Heart, Ethan guessed that the chances of Elder Claude knowing the location of the Bloodclaw tribe were very low because the Hermit tribe was more intelligent and cruel than he thought it was. Therefore, Ethan put more thinking and got another better idea that would help him get the location of the Bloodclaw tribe. What's more, I don't have to use my general revival life card. Ethan felt the plan he had thought was much better and decided to go with it. For now, let's see what kind of moves the Bloodclaw tribe and Elder Claude will make before executing the plan. Ethan was not in a hurry to execute the plan, and he wanted the Bloodclaw tribe to digest the loss of 8 blood servants before making the next move. They should rack their heads in frustration thinking who killed their blood servants. With that thought in mind, Ethan quietly returned to the courtyard. Except for his parents and the night demons, no one knew that he had returned to the small courtyard, and he planned to keep it like that. Ethan wanted the Bloodclaw tribe to remove Ethan from their suspect list and wanted them to think that someone else was making a move against them. If my guess is correct, they would most likely suspect the Green Fire sect because they are the only ones who know about the existence of the Hermit tribes. Ethan smiled and hoped his guess would come true. It's been a while since I nurtured the plants in the small courtyard. It's time to farm. Once he returned to the small courtyard, Ethan started nurturing the mutated spirit grass in the courtyard. Morning, aren't they the Cheerifining servants of the Lin family? Yeah. I remember they are also nice to mortals like us. How can someone kill such nice people? In the morning, at the entrance of the village, a huge crowd gathered around the corpses as they whispered among themselves regarding the 8 corpses. The Lin family is here. Everyone move aside. Soon, Merrick arrived with a group of Lin family cultivators to the spot, and the crowd respectfully moved aside. They have worked for the Lin family for more than 30 years, and they were killed just like this. Seeing the familiar faces, lifelessly lying on the ground, Merrick's face darkened. The wounds on their bodies were clean and fatal, and every single one of them was executed with precision. This wasn't the work of some brute or random killer, instead, it looks more like the work of a professional killer. Controlling his emotions, Merrick thought of who might have killed them. Seeing the perfection in killing them, Merrick thought that the Eternal Shadow Guild might have done this. No, it's not possible. These servants are always gentle and generous to others and never offended anyone. Merrick had known these servants for a long time and knew they were not the type to offend anyone. Wait. What's that on their backs? As Merrick was lost in thought, a young cultivator beside him cautiously stepped forward and turned over one of the bodies. His eyes widened the moment he saw the words carved into the flesh, his face instantly turning pale. Elder Merrick. It's a message. There's something written on them. Hearing that, Merrick quickly walked over and took a closer look. Bloodclaw tribe, I killed all your blood servants in the Lin family, and in the future, I will kill the remaining blood servants in the other cultivation families. Reading those words, Merrick frowned. It was his first time hearing about the Bloodclaw tribe and the words blood servants. However, he knew one thing for sure. These so-called gentle servants who were working for the Lin family are the spies belonging to the Bloodclaw tribe. I should tell Edwin about it, or should I wake up father? Although these servants only have refining cultivation, the fact that they lived in the Lin family as servants for 30 years and gained their trust, just thinking about them being the spies of an unknown tribe, made Merrick scared. Bring these corpses to the Lin family manor. As soon as he said those words, Merrick hurriedly returned to the manor and went straight to his brother, who also had no clue about the Bloodclaw tribe. This matter is not simple. Let's go and inform father about it. Soon, the two Lin brothers went to their father, the current ancestor of the Lin family. 258, Green Lotus Tribe. Each cultivation family recognized by the Green Fire sect has at least one Golden Core Realm cultivator, and the Lin family also has one. It was none other than Merrick's father, Theodore. Currently, Rowan was busy exploring a new secret realm for cultivation resources, and since Merrick and Edwin didn't have any clue about the Bloodclaw tribe, they could only ask their father about it. What did you say? Bloodclaw tribe. Inside an underground cave above, a cultivator who looked to be in his 50s became anxious when he heard his son's words. That cultivator was none other than the current ancestor and the only Golden Core Realm cultivator of the Lin family, and also the father of the three Lin brothers. His name is Theodore. Lin Theodore, and a cultivator of level 4 Golden Core Realm. Yes, father. The blood message carved on the backs of those servants said that. Merrick stepped forward and explained everything to his father. Those B** stars from the Bloodclaw tribe are really dirty, like father said. Theodore clenched his fists in anger, remembering his father's words about the Bloodclaw tribe. Father, do you know about the Bloodclaw tribe? Merrick and Edwin were both shocked to see their usually calm father become furious, but they still asked about the Bloodclaw tribe. Son, I think we should leave this place. If this matter is really connected to the Bloodclaw tribe, they are going to massacre the Lin family again, like how they did a few centuries back. Theodore was frustrated, and at the same time, he was helpless because he knew exactly how powerful the hermit tribes were. Even the top sects won't casually make any moves on them. What? What are you saying, father? Massacring our Lin family again? Hearing their father's words, Merrick and Edwin were confused. However, from their father's expression, they could tell that the Lin family is in trouble now. There are some special tribes called hermit tribes that live in the secret enclaves. Although these hermit tribes are not as powerful as the top sects, using their tribe's heavenly artifact, they won't go down easily even if they fought the top sections. Theodore took a deep breath and started explaining the things that he had hidden from his sons. In the Emerald Green Plains, there used to be 5 hermit tribes, but currently, there are only 3, and this Bloodclaw tribe is one of them. Theodore didn't stop as he continued. The 2 tribes that disappeared, or to be exactly called massacred, were the Primal Fang tribe and Green Lotus tribe. Our current Lin family is a remnant of that Green Lotus tribe, where the tribe chief gave our tribe's heavenly artifact to the Green Fire sect for our survival and protection of a small portion of our tribesmen. We We were that powerful in the past that even the Green Fire sect used to fear us. Before Merrick and Edwin could react, Rowan's voice came from the entrance. Father, since we are under the protection of the Green Fire sect, the Bloodclaw tribe won't harm us, right? On the other hand, Merrick focused on the main issue and raised a question regarding their survival. Among the three brothers, Merrick might be the weakest one, however, he was the most intelligent one as he asked the right question. It's useless. Theodore bitterly smiled as he explained, it is true that we are currently under the protection of the Green Fire sect, however, the incident regarding the deaths of the Blood Servants, it will trigger the Bloodclaw tribe. If the killer had silently killed them, it wouldn't be an issue, however, he left the message, leaving their tribe's name and even revealing the existence of the Blood Servants to the entire world. As Theodore explained, he became furious, not at the Bloodclaw tribe but at the one who killed the Blood Servants and pulled the Lin family into the feud between him and the Bloodclaw tribe. The existence of the Blood Servants was not known to anyone, including his father and the Green Fire sect. So, Theodore knew that the Bloodclaw tribe would be furious and want nothing but to erase the Lin family, completing what they couldn't complete in the past. So, Father, are you suggesting that we should leave this place and run away like cowards? It was Edwin and Rowan who seriously asked their father. No, once the Bloodclaw tribe decides, we can't escape no matter where we run to. Theodore shook his head as he ordered what they should do next. The youngsters who joined the Green Fire sect should return to the sect and take shelter in it. As for those who didn't, they should spread out in all directions, live under new identities. Even though it is useless, let's hope at least one or two youngsters will survive the onslaught of the Bloodclaw tribe. As for the old ones, let's fight the Bloodclaw tribe and bring down as many tribesmen as possible along with us. When Theodore said the last line, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Back when the Green Lotus tribe was massacred, he was just a toddler who was being carried by his father to escape from the onslaught of the three hermit tribes. But now, things are different. He is the Golden Core Realm cultivator who was more powerful than his father, who was only a perfect chi refining cultivator back then. Go, make preparations. Quickly send the youngsters away and buy as many war supplies as possible. There will be a war soon. Soon, Theodore sent his three sons away to prepare for the upcoming war. Father, I am doing the correct thing, right? Theodore, despite being more than 200 years old, could not help but think about his missing father. If only you returned as a Golden Core Realm cultivator like the protagonists in those stories you always used to tell, and saved the family, how great would that be? Theodore shook his head and removed those thoughts and muttered, before the fight with the Bloodclaw tribe begins, let's see where this little night demon has come from. With a serious look on his face, Theodore silently followed Merrick, or to be exact, the night demon in Merrick's shadow. First, blood servants and now night demons, what is happening in my Lin family? Theodore didn't make any move as he patiently followed, trying to see who is the mastermind behind the night demons. After following Merrick for some time, the night demon left Merrick's shadow and quietly moved in the shadows and entered a small courtyard. Huh? Doesn't this courtyard belong to those talented youngsters who entered the Mystic Soil domain and even joined the Green Fire sect? As an ancestor, although Theodore isn't involved in many of the family's proceedings, Ethan's matter was not a small thing. So, the Lin brothers had already shared the details regarding Ethan, however, since he was close to a breakthrough, he didn't leave his seclusion. Did some demon sneak into the courtyard and hide here? Damn it, that kid's parents are living here. If something happens to them, it is, as far as he knows, Ethan is currently in the sect and hasn't returned, and since Ethan left his parents, trusting the Lin family, it is the Lin family's responsibility to take care of them. So, Theodore no longer wasted any time and entered the small courtyard, ignoring the formations around it. This, there are 11 night demons in here. 259, Demon Cultivator? In the small courtyard, Ethan finished his nurturing session for the day, condensed special blood drops, and recultivated his cultivation. Currently, he is mainly focused on condensing special rank 4 blood drops that are effective on anyone below the rank 5 spirit beasts or golden core realm cultivators. Although the speed of condensing and recultivating inside the small courtyard was much slower than in the sect or the azure serpent realm, Ethan still continued with it. With this special blood drop, I have 10 special rank 4 blood drops. Counting all the special rank 4 blood drops, Ethan smiled as he carefully stored them away. Let's recultivate and perfect my foundation again. Swish. With that thought in mind, Ethan was about to recultivate when he suddenly saw a silhouette moving in the shadows of rocks in the small courtyard. Swish. Knight Aegis 7, why did you come back so soon? Did you learn anything new? Soon, the silhouette flew off the shadow, and Ethan instantly recognized it was Knight Aegis 7 from the number on the armor that Night Demon was wearing. Since the 9 Night Demons still wanted to be called Knight Aegis, Ethan added the number beside their names for proper communication. However, it was still not enough, as except for Seraphis, the remaining 10 Night Demons all looked the same, at least to Ethan's eyes. So, he made them carve their numbers on their armors so that Ethan could instantly recognize them. The one that returned to the courtyard was Knight Aegis 7, and Ethan remembered that the Night Demon's task was to remain dormant in Merchik's shadow and gather information regarding the corpses he left at the entrance of the Greenspire town. Of course, it was not just the Knight Aegis 7, the remaining 8 Knight Aegis were also supposed to spread out throughout Greenspire town to observe the situation soon. Their mission was also the same, and they were supposed to inform Ethan if there were any strange movements in the town. According to the mission, Knight Aegis 7 was supposed to return to the small courtyard only if there was something important. Master, Elder Merrick, and family head Edwin went to the ancestor of the Lin family. They are, how can there be 11 Night Demons in my Lin family's courtyard? However, before the Knight Aegis could finish his words, an angry voice resounded in the small courtyard. Who? Ethan was instantly alerted, however, before he could see the owner of the words, he could guess who it might be. In the entire Lin family, only 4 people have access to freely enter the small courtyard. Except for one, Ethan was extremely familiar with the voices of 3 people. So, without thinking much, Ethan could tell it was the 4th person, and it was none other than the current ancestor of the Lin family, Theodore Lin. Looks like Knight Aegis 7 has been careless. Ethan knew that the ancestor followed the Night Demon and ended up in his small courtyard. Since things have come to this, there is no use in hiding anymore. If Ethan wanted, he could silently escape from the small courtyard without revealing his identity. However, he could not bring the Night Demons along with him, which meant he had to give up on his 11 Night Demons, which Ethan obviously didn't want to happen. Although he was not a Golden Core Realm cultivator, Ethan had no problem dealing with a Golden Core Realm cultivator like the ancestor of the Lin family. I just hope Ancestor Theodore won't make things difficult for me. Ethan was not someone who bites the hand that feeds him and gave protection to his family. So, he has no plans to kill Ancestor Theodore. Instead, he wants to have a good conversation with him before leaving the Lin family once and for all. That's right. Ethan now has the primordial beast realm, and his parents agreed to move away from the Lin family, and now, Ethan got caught red-handed by the ancestor of the Lin family. Therefore, the only option that Ethan had right now was to leave the Lin family and make the primordial beast realm his home. What? There are Night Demons in the small courtyard. At the same time, in another, Ethan's parents were shocked to hear the resounding words in the small courtyard and panicked. Don't worry, Mother, Father. They are good demons. Ethan's words came from outside the room as they saw their son rush out of the mansion. Swish Jr. greets the ancestor. As soon as he saw Theodore, Ethan respectfully greeted. Why you are Kai? Aren't you supposed to be in the Green Fire sect? How come you are here? Seeing Ethan, Theodore frowned. Come out and greet the ancestor. Ethan didn't answer Theodore's question. Instead, he gave an order to the night demons. Swish! Soon, Theodore saw 11 night demons fly out of Ethan's shadow and respectfully greet Theodore. Under the eyes of a golden core realm cultivator, it is very hard for the night demons to hide in the shadows unless their cultivation reaches the demon core realm or if their phantom concealment technique reaches the perfection stage like Ethan. This, who are you? Theodore was shocked to see that the night demons were under Ethan's control because there is no way demons obeyed humans unless they were puppetized. Clearly, he could tell that these 11 night demons were not puppets but proper living demons. Ancestor, I don't know whether you believe my words or not, but I will still say one thing, I mean no harm to the Lin family, and if possible, I will even repay the Lin family for your years of protection. Ethan respectfully informed Theodore, hoping that the other party believed his words. Do you think I can believe your words when you secretly bring night demons into my Lin family? There is no way Theodore could believe those words, and he said, Now, I understand. You are a demon cultivator, it is the only possible reason why those night demons could listen to you. When he came to this conclusion, Theodore became furious that he only wanted one thing, and it was to kill Kai, the demon cultivator. Sigh, looks like the fight is inevitable. 260, Ethan versus Ancestor. In this world, other than cultivators, there are other types of cultivators. They are, evil cultivators. After the evil spirits successfully possess the cultivators, they become evil cultivators and follow the evil cultivation to become stronger. Demon cultivators, the cultivators who, due to limited or low cultivation talent, give up on the normal cultivation and follow a demonic path where they would be transplanting the spirit roots, using body organs and blood, following the demonic techniques to become stronger. They were hated by the humans, and on the other hand, they were greatly respected by the demons because these demonic cultivators have the brains of the humans and the strength of the demons. In short, the demons feel that these demon cultivators are greatly useful in taking down the humans, and obviously, the demon cultivators have been in cahoots with the demons in taking down the human race. Therefore, the sects and the cultivation families kill the demon cultivators at any cost. Currently, Theodore thought Ethan was one such demon cultivator, and it was why he could control the night demons. So, he didn't waste any time releasing his golden core pressure to suppress Ethan to his knees. Swish! However, it had no effect whatsoever on Ethan, who sighed, Sigh, looks like the fight is inevitable. Fight? Do you think you can defeat me, a golden core realm cultivator? Also, don't think of escaping from here because I have already activated a rank 6 formation Green Lotus Heaven Sealing Cage. Although Theodore was shocked to see that Ethan remained unfazed even under his golden core pressure, he didn't believe that Ethan had the ability to escape from here today. Moreover, he tried to affect Ethan's mood by revealing the formation around the small courtyard. Lotus petals strike. Also, Theodore didn't give any time for Ethan to speak as he used one of his cultivation techniques to attack Ethan. Swish! Swish! As soon as he activated his technique, a huge green lotus phantom appeared above Theodore's head, and in the next second, that phantom released the lotus petals at Ethan. Everyone, go into my shadow and rest. Theodore's attack was fast, however, Ethan was a bit faster as he ordered the night demons to enter his shadow even before Theodore could fully activate his attack. Swish! The 11 night demons knew that they were no match for the golden core realm cultivator and would only come in their master's way. Hence, they jumped into Ethan's shadow without hesitation. As for whether their master could defeat the golden core realm, they had absolute trust in their master, and even if his master died in the fight, they didn't mind following him in death. That is the effect of 100 points of loyalty. Shadow step. Swish! Boom! After that, with his speed, Ethan easily dodged the incoming petals and tried to convince him with words. Ancestor, I really am not a demon cultivator. Why don't we sit and talk? It would be even better if Uncle Merrick were here. He would understand. Green lotus blade. Swish! Clang! However, before Ethan could finish his words, Theodore struck again, and this time, with a sword. Blood sword. Nevertheless, Ethan summoned his rank 5 sword and blocked the incoming strike, only to get blasted away into the invisible formation that Theodore had activated after entering the small courtyard. As expected of a demon cultivator. His speed is demonic for his current cultivation. Theodore became even more confident that Ethan was a demon cultivator after seeing his insane speed. "Don't you dare bring my son into the middle. I know you have used some underhanded methods to make them believe your words." Looking at Ethan, who collapsed onto the ground, Theodore scoffed at him. "As long as you tell me your plan for joining my Lin family and then the Green Fire sect, I will give you a quick death." Walking slowly towards Ethan, who was lying on the ground, Theodore was now willing to speak as he asked for Ethan's reason for joining the Lin family. It was his motto to subdue the opponent first and then get information before killing them. The moment Theodore realized that Ethan was a demon cultivator, he had long decided to kill him. However, if Ethan revealed his motive to join the Lin family and then the Green Fire sect, he would be given him a quick and painless death. "Fine, now, you want to listen? Great." As soon as he heard those words, Ethan stood up and removed the dust from his robes. This. Seeing Ethan, who barely had any injuries on his body even after blocking one of his strongest sword moves, Theodore was shocked. Previously, I had indeed hidden some things from Uncle Merrick as I felt revealing too much would harm me. As Theodore was still in shock, Ethan quickly started lying with a serious face. "The rewards I gained from the mystic soil domain were the perfected foundation establishment realm, just like the old ancestor Cedric Linear." "What? How did you know about my father?" "Why, you learned from Merrick speaking about him?" "No, except for me, no one knows about it." Just as Theodore came out of his shock, he was once again shocked with Ethan's words. Almost everyone in the Lin family and even the entire Greenspire town and the surrounding villages knew that the Lin family's ancestor had entered the mystic soil domain as a perfect chi refining realm cultivator and returned as a level 1 foundation establishment realm cultivator. However, it was not true. Actually, after returning from the mystic soil domain, Cedric Lin's cultivation had been upgraded to the perfected foundation establishment realm, only one step away from breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Back then, Cedric Lin was only 100 years old and his chances of becoming a Golden Core realm cultivator were rather high. If others knew that the Lin family would give birth to a second Golden Core realm cultivator, it would bring disaster because the Green Fire sect didn't want the Lin family to become powerful as they knew what the Lin family was capable of. Therefore, Cedric Lin's rewards from the mystic soil domain were hidden from not just the world but even from his grandsons. Except for the previous Grand Elder of the family who was a Golden Core realm cultivator, and Theodore, no one knew about his father's reward from the mystic soil domain. That Grand Elder had committed suicide after making sure that Theodore had successfully ascended to the Golden Core realm because he was already at the end of his lifespan and he didn't want the Green Fire sect to have a chance to strike the Lin family. So, when Theodore heard Ethan's words, he warily looked at Ethan, wondering where Ethan learned about that. "Don't tell me, he met father." "But, why would father have any connection with a demon cultivator like him?" Theodore fell into his thoughts. However, he still remained on full alert because demon cultivators are known for playing mind games with their opponents. Of course, Uncle Merrick didn't say that. Instead, it was the old ancestor who spoke to me. On the other hand, Ethan heaved a sigh of relief and struck the iron while it was still hot. "What? What did you say?" 261, subduing the ancestor. What did you say?" "You spoke to my father." Theodore might be a Golden Core realm cultivator who was above 100 years old, however, due to the circumstances of the family, he hardly spent any time with him. Although it's been more than 100 years since his father, who went missing while trying to find a way to secretly break into the Golden Core realm without anyone knowing it, Theodore didn't believe his father was dead. He was hopefully waiting for his father's return, and when Ethan mentioned his father, Theodore could not help but ask Ethan about the details regarding his father. Moreover, his father's rewards from the mystic soil domain were only known to him and an old grand elder, and if Ethan knew about it, then the only possibility was that Ethan had met with his father. Adding together all these reasons, Theodore decided to get more answers from Ethan before making his decision related to Ethan. As for how Ethan knew about that, it was obviously through the system. In the past, when he was killed by the Azure Serpent Fiend King, Ethan got some good information related to Cedric Lynn, the old ancestor of the Lynn family. On the same day, he also received a mission, asking him to kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King and free Cedric Lynn. In that mission, the information regarding Cedric Lynn was much greater, and his perfected foundation establishment realm cultivation was also mentioned in the mission description. Ethan hadn't thought much about it in the past, however, who would have thought that a single line of information would be helpful to him to calm the current ancestor of the Lynn family? Yes. I did. Obviously, Ethan was lying, however, thanks to his radiant clear heart, he remained calm and composed. Inside the mystic soil domain, he left behind a remnant soul, and I spoke with that remnant soul. Seeing that Theodore was not attacking him anymore, Ethan continued to come up with a good story regarding the old ancestor. When he learned that I was from the Lynn family, he asked me to protect the Lynn family in the future. Ethan revealed his cultivation of the level 9 foundation establishment realm, which surprised Theodore a bit. He asked you to protect the Lynn family. Do you think I will believe that? Theodore scoffed at Ethan's words, obviously not believing his words. The Lynn family definitely requires protection, but not from a level 9 foundation establishment realm cultivator. Moreover, Ethan still didn't clear Theodore's suspicion of being a demon cultivator. I know it is impossible for you to believe with just words. Seeing that Theodore was not believing his words, Ethan was not anxious. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. Since Theodore was not attacking him, Ethan knew that Theodore nearly believed his words, and all he had to do next was present solid proof to back his words. As long as I prove one of my statements, the remaining statements will automatically become the truth. With that thought in mind, Ethan asked, I might be a level 9 foundation establishment realm cultivator, however, I can kill anyone below level 7 golden core realm. What? Don't make me laugh. There is no way a foundation establishment realm cultivator could kill a newly ascended golden core realm cultivator, not to mention kill someone below level 7 golden core realm. How about this? Since I received one of your strikes earlier, why don't you receive one of my strikes? Ethan suggested a deal for Theodore, and at the same time, he was worried that the ancestor might back down from accepting the deal. So, he added a taunt at the end, making Theodore accept it without a choice. Of course, I promise not to use my full strength to kill the ancestor. Let me see what gives you the confidence to say such big words and what my father has seen in you that he asked you to protect my Lynn family. Ethan's last line worked like magic as Theodore decided to see whether Ethan was really telling the truth. Don't worry, ancestor. I will not use my full strength. Ethan smiled, and without wasting any time, he started his usual preparations. Blazing Python physique swish as usual, the first step was to activate his cultivation talent that not only turned him into a giant but also increased his battle prowess by 2 times. Abyssal blood domain swish next, the 10-meter radius around Ethan turned blood red. This brat, is he really telling the truth? Seeing Ethan use some powerful moves back to back, especially the domain type skill where the opponent's battle prowess will be reduced by 10%, Theodore could not help but have second thoughts regarding Ethan's words. Forget it, let's see. If he can injure me, then I will believe these words, or to be honest, it means I have no power to kill him and just accept whatever he says. Of course, even if he accepts Ethan into the family, Theodore would always keep an eye on him, and even if he gets caught doing any demonic activities in the family, he would do what is necessary. More importantly, if he really has such battle prowess and promised my father to take care of the Lynn family, I can use him for the upcoming fight with the Bloodclaw tribe. As Ethan was preparing himself, many things went by in Theodore's head, and at the end, he even hoped that Ethan was as powerful as he claimed because he could be very helpful in the fight ahead. I will try using my new skill and see how effective it is. On the other hand, Ethan was clueless about the thoughts running in Theodore's head as he finished his strategy to subdue Theodore in a single go. "Ancestor, are you ready?" Ethan smilingly asked Theodore, who nonchalantly nodded his head. Mighty dragon roar. In the next second, Ethan roared with full intensity that not only decreased Theodore's battle prowess by another 10%, but it also stunned him in his place. This. It's not done yet. Sky-shattering art, Skybreaker / Ethan didn't waste any time as he swung his blood sword to release the blood sword waves. 262, Subduing the Ancestor. 2. Mighty Dragon Roar is the latest skill that Ethan received after forming a special contact with Rex through his special talent Primal Beast Sovereign. The true power of this skill can only be brought out by someone who has a dragon bloodline inside him. Although he has a talent related to the dragon blood, Ethan really didn't have a dragon bloodline in his body. Nevertheless, for now, the effects of the mighty dragon roar without the dragon bloodline were more than enough to subdue the ancestor. Stacking the effects of the abyssal blood domain with the mighty dragon roar, Theodore's battle prowess was suppressed by 20%. What's more, the main effect of the mighty dragon roar was to temporarily stun the opponent, making the opponent unable to dodge Ethan's next attack. I let down my guard. Looking at the incoming blood-colored Skybreaker slashes, Theodore gritted his teeth. Although he said that he let his guard down, Theodore was on full alert the entire time. It's just that Ethan used an attack that was completely out of Theodore's expectations, and it was not entirely his fault either. Who would have thought that a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator could use an attack that could stun a level 4 Golden Core Realm Cultivator like him? Swish with no other choice, Theodore could only see he was being bombarded by a dozen blood-colored sword waves. A single blood-colored sword wave might not harm a Golden Core Realm Cultivator, however, Ethan knew 10 or 12 of them would be enough to leave moderate injuries on him. Generally, leaving moderate injuries on the opponents is still not enough to subdue them, however, that's when the special effect of the abyssal blood domain kicks in. If Ethan wanted, he could have used other powerful sword moves that could instantly kill Theodore, but he had no plans to kill him. Moreover, killing Theodore is equivalent to killing the entire Lin family because the other cultivation families are waiting for an opportunity to devour the Lin family's wealth, and without the ancestor, the Lin family is just one fat piece of juicy meat for those cultivation families. So, Ethan used one of the basic moves of the sword technique, and even then, he only released 12 sword waves, which were more than enough to injure Theodore. Also, with the continuous bleeding effect from the abyssal blood domain, those moderate injuries on Theodore would slowly become severe, which was enough to put fear into Theodore's heart. Swoosh one after another, the blood sword waves left a small cut on Theodore's body, and in just less than 10 seconds, all 12 blood sword waves left 12 cuts on Theodore's body as blood slowly started oozing out. Theodore took a deep breath, trying to stabilize his breathing, but he could feel the pain stacking, rising like a tide with every passing second. This is bad, I am really losing to a Foundation Establishment brat. His face turned grim as he looked at the blood seeping through his robes. Even though the injuries were not life-threatening for a Golden Core Realm Cultivator like him, all his 12 not-so-deep cuts were strangely bleeding more than what they were supposed to be. Ancestor, it is just one of my basic moves, and I barely released any sword waves. Just imagine if I had released hundreds of them while you are still stunned. Sky-shattering art, Skybreaker / While saying that, Ethan once again released the blood-colored sword waves, but not at Theodore, instead, at an empty spot. Unlike before, he released more than 100 sword waves, which he easily controlled to collide with one another to destroy them. It was because these 100 sword waves could destroy the formation, and everyone would know that a fight was going on inside his small courtyard, attracting so much attention. In short, it was to prove to Theodore that he was capable of releasing 100 sword waves, and since Theodore had already experienced how powerful a single blood sword wave was, he could understand that Ethan really had the ability to kill him. "What do you say now, ancestor? Do you believe my words?" Ethan asked with a confident smile, making Theodore a bit uneasy. Theodore remained silent for a moment before nodding his head. "Fine, you are powerful enough to kill a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Good. Now, do you, but, it only makes me confirm one thing, that you are really a demon cultivator." Before Ethan could finish his words, Theodore interrupted him, making his confident smile freeze for a second. "He still doesn't trust me, huh?" Ethan sighed inwardly but didn't panic. Instead, he looked straight into Theodore's eyes, his expression calm and composed. "There is only one possibility where a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator like Ethan could defeat a level 4 Golden Core Realm cultivator like Theodore, and it was Ethan being a demon cultivator." In short, Ethan's battle prowess only proved that Theodore's assumptions were true. Actually, it was not Theodore's fault either, because the special skill Abyssal Blood Domain was clearly a demonic skill. "I expected this much. After all, my methods aren't exactly orthodox." Even Ethan realized his mistake, as he didn't think it through while devising this plan. Although his radiant clear heart helps him with thinking, it still needed some time for Ethan to think about everything, and earlier, he didn't have any time, as he randomly made up some lies to stop Theodore, who was attacking like a bull that had seen the red cloth. "Orthodox? Do you call that demonic domain orthodox? You think I don't recognize the presence of abyssal energy when I see it?" Theodore snorted coldly. "Should I just knock him out and leave Greenspire Town with my parents?" This was the primitive but effective backup plan that Ethan thought of to leave the small courtyard in one piece. Originally, Ethan still wanted to maintain contact with the Lin family. However, since the ancestors seemed to hate the demons and demon cultivators to the core, he could only leave the Lin family once and for all. With that thought in mind, Ethan was ready to execute his backup plan when he heard Theodore's words that pleasantly surprised Ethan. "However, since Father has trusted you to protect the Lin family, I will accept you into the family even if you are a demon cultivator." 263, "I am your shield." What? Hearing Theodore's words, Ethan was pleasantly surprised, as he was not expecting Theodore to believe his words and even accept him to stay in the Lin family. However, what Ethan didn't know was Theodore has his own reasons for accepting Ethan into the family. Currently, there is a storm coming towards the Lin family, and there are doubts regarding the survival of the family. In the Lin family, he was the only Golden Core Realm cultivator in the entire Lin family and Greenspire Town. With Ethan, who had the battle prowess greater than him, Theodore believed they could kill more Bloodclaw tribesmen in the upcoming fight. Moreover, even if Theodore wanted, he could not do anything to Ethan, and the other party was not killing him even though he had the chance to kill him. So, considering all these things, Theodore decided to believe Ethan's words and let him stay in the Lin family. "However, I still don't believe you completely." Theodore shook his head as he thought of something and asked, "Since you claim to be sent by my father to protect the Lin family, right?" "Yes, ancestor." Ethan had a bad feeling about it, however, he still nodded his head. "So, you need to answer my next questions without any delay." Theodore didn't give any time for Ethan to think as he asked, "Then, are you willing to risk your life for the Lin family?" For a moment, Ethan was worried about what question Theodore was going to ask him. However, when he heard it, he revealed a bright smile and replied with a face full of seriousness, "Of course, I will. I will even swear in the presence of the heavens that I will even die for the Lin family." For others, it might be a risky thing to swear on the heavens. However, for Ethan, it was a small thing, as he didn't mind dying for the Lin family, as he could easily revive with his revival life cards and even the godly revival ability. Although dying requires him to use his ability or one revival life card, Ethan didn't mind using them because he wanted to repay the Lin family for their care and resources they'd provided. Why you even swore on the heavens. A moment ago, even Theodore thought of making Ethan swear on the heavens. However, it is an extreme thing, and he was worried that Ethan might leave the family which was currently in the trouble. But, to his shock, Ethan himself swore on the heavens, making Theodore become less worried about Ethan betraying the Lin family. Since you have sworn on the heavens to die protecting the Lin family, you should know about the storm brewing around Greenspire town to wipe out the Lin family. Originally, Theodore wanted to reveal the matter regarding the Bloodclaw tribe to Ethan when the tribe really made the move. However, Ethan swearing on the heavens changed his attitude toward Ethan, and he decided to share the details of the incoming danger to the Lin family. Of course, it was not because Theodore cared about Ethan. Instead, he hoped that Ethan could make enough preparations for the war. In a few days, the Bloodclaw tribe will come to destroy not just the Lin family but the entire Greenspire town. So, I hope you can make your preparations to help the Lin family. What? Why does the Bloodclaw tribe want to massacre the Lin family? Hearing Theodore's words, Ethan was shocked, and he asked for more details. Looks like you already know about it. So, you must also know about the hermit tribes, right? Seeing Ethan's reaction after hearing Bloodclaw tribe, Theodore could tell Ethan knew about it, and obviously, he was not surprised. For someone with the battle prowess of the Golden Core realm when he was still in the Foundation Establishment realm, how could his knowledge about the world be lacking? After getting the confirmation from Ethan, Theodore soon started explaining everything that he had talked about with his sons earlier, including the history of the Lin family being a hermit tribe in the past. What? Lin family was a hermit tribe in the past. Ethan had a hard time digesting all the things he heard from Theodore regarding the Lin family. However, thanks to his radiant clear heart, he became calm in no time and thought, no wonder the Lin family was able to suppress the other 4 cultivation families despite being a new cultivation family. As a hermit tribe, their cultivation talent is good, and although the Green Lotus tribe's bloodline has been diluted, it was still much better than the other cultivation families. Ding, a new choice-based mission has been generated. Do you want to check them? Suddenly, there was a system notification in Ethan's head, and he hurriedly checked them. Since Theodore was talking about the survival of the Lin family, Ethan guessed this newly generated choice-based mission might be related to it. Ding, Mission 1, I am selfish. Mission details: after the host's blood message, the Bloodclaw tribe will go to any extent to remove the remnants of their old enemy at any cost. Objective: escape from the Lin family and the Greenspire town along with your parents and forget the help you received from the Lin family. Reward: 10,000 life points and a random low-level life card. Penalty: no. Ding, Mission 2, I owe them a favor. Mission details: your blood message to the Bloodclaw tribe has successfully been triggered, and they think it was the Lin family's doing. Objective: stay in Greenspire town and assist the Lin family in surviving the storm that is about to come because it was the Lin family that sheltered you and your parents in your time of need, and also, it's your actions that brought a disaster for the family. Reward: 100,000 life points and 3 random low-level life cards. Penalty: 10,000 life points and 3 minor cultivation realms. Mission 3, I am their shield. Mission details: some with a heavenly talent Heaven's virtue don't weigh benefits and losses when it comes to protecting those who gave him shelter. Instead of simply helping from the sidelines, take full responsibility for guarding the Lin family and the Greenspire town. Note: don't forget how you are able to enter the Mystic Soil domain. Without Uncle Merrick, there is no way for you to enter the Mystic Soil domain. Objective: protect the Lin family during the upcoming crisis even at the cost of your life. Reward: 1 million life points, a high-level life card and 3 random low-level life cards. Penalty: 1 major cultivation realm. This, I will go with the last mission. Looking at the 3 missions, Ethan didn't have to think much as he directly selected the third mission. Since the main reason behind the Lin family's situation was me, it is me who should solve the problem for them. Ethan had already realized from Theodore's words that his counter to the Bloodclaw tribe had put the Lin family in danger. Thinking about it, Ethan could not help but feel bad. "Don't worry, ancestor. With me here, no one is going to harm the Lin family and Greenspire town." With a face full of seriousness, Ethan tried to assure Theodore. However, he knew it was useless as Theodore still had some doubts about him. Nevertheless, he didn't care about it and muttered, "I think it is time to bring some help." 264, Preparations for the crisis. According to Theodore, the Bloodclaw tribe would send no more than 5 Golden Core Realm cultivators from their tribe to take care of the Lin family, which has only 1 Golden Core Realm cultivator. Although Theodore and Ethan could take care of at least 2 Golden Core Realm cultivators each, there would still be 1 Golden Core Realm cultivator from the tribe who could wreak havoc in the family. Of course, other than the 5 Golden Core Realm cultivators, there would be lots of Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to completely overwhelm the Lin family, making sure not a single one from the Lin family and the Greenspire town escapes. Therefore, Ethan thought he should gather some allies to help him and the Lin family counter the Bloodclaw tribe's attack. Shadow Bee would be more than excited if it were a fight against the Bloodclaw tribe. Elias, he could use the war to train himself. But, it is not enough. Looks like I should enter the Azure Serpent realm and complete the mission I have been stalling for a while now. As Ethan was thinking about the ways to strengthen the Lin family, he suddenly thought of something that made him reveal a big smile. To complete that mission in the Azure Serpent realm, I have to get Shadow Bee's full loyalty and complete the mission related to him. As he continued to think about it, Ethan perfected his plan and soon, he muttered, "This time, I am confident that I can use the current situation to get Shadow Bee's full loyalty and complete back-to-back missions in no time." On the other hand, Theodore swallowed some healing pills and focused on recovering from his injuries. Without the abyssal blood domain, Theodore's bleeding stopped, and he used the healing pills to quickly heal his cuts. "Kai, I will go back and make preparations now." After recovering a bit, Theodore saw that Ethan was lost in thought and decided to leave the small courtyard. "Ancestor Theodore, you remember our deal, right?" Coming out of his thoughts, Ethan once again reminded Theodore about the deal they had made. "Of course. As long as you give your all to protect the Lin family, I don't mind hiding the information related to your battle prowess and the night demons you are nurturing. It is considered a small thing," Theodore assured Ethan before leaving the small courtyard. No wonder desperate times drive someone to make a deal with the devil, let alone with just a demon cultivator. Once he left the small courtyard, Theodore bitterly smiled, recalling his entire conversation with Ethan. "Let's call Shadow Bee and complete the mission related to him first, and then I can focus on the Azure Serpent realm." In the small courtyard, after Theodore left, Ethan returned to his planning, and the first thing he did was to call Shadow Bee through the communication talisman. "Bee, I need you in my small courtyard in Greenspire town. Come as soon as possible." Once he dropped a message to Shadow Bee, Ethan silently thought, "I just hope that Ancestor Theodore is right about the Bloodclaw tribe's attack." During their conversation, Ethan asked Theodore why the Green Fire sect wouldn't help the Lin family from the Bloodclaw tribe, as the Lin family was still under the Green Fire sect. To Ethan's question, Theodore answered that the Green Fire sect won't meddle with the hidden tribes' matters, and the hidden tribes won't harm the Lin family unless the Lin family attacks the hermit tribes in any way. Thanks to the blood message left by God knows who, the Bloodclaw tribe has finally got the permit to wipe the Lin family out. It is just like how the sect didn't bother when the youngsters from the hidden tribes entered the Berserk Beast realm through the Beast Extermination trial. Ethan didn't want to always think that the Lin family's peril was because of him. Instead, he focused on other things. Also, he still didn't know why an absolute power like the Green Fire sect wouldn't meddle with the hidden tribes. When Shadow Bee comes, I should ask him about it. Theodore didn't answer this question, however, Ethan could get the answer from Shadow B, the last survivor of the Primal Fang tribe. In the secret enclave belonging to the Bloodclaw tribe, what did you say? Our blood servants in the Lin family were all killed? And the killer even swore to kill our other blood servants living in the remaining 4 cultivation families. Chief Drabuk became furious when he learned the incident had happened in Greenspire town. The death of 8 blood servants was nothing to the tribe, however, the message, the secret of the Bloodclaw tribe was revealed to the entire world now. What's more, the person even swore to kill other blood servants, which was a direct challenge to the Bloodclaw tribe. Anyone who dares to challenge the Bloodclaw tribe, must die. This is the motto of the Bloodclaw tribe. What do you think? It must be the Lin family, right? Suppressing his anger, Chief Drabuk asked Elder Ghost for a second opinion. Other than the Lin family, I don't think anyone is capable of leaving the blood message. Except for the Green Fire sect, in the entire Emerald Green Plains, only the Lin family knows about the existence of our Bloodclaw tribe. Elder Ghost backed Chief Drabuk's statement, and he didn't forget to mention the remaining possibilities, also, that brat from the Primal Fang tribe is also capable of leaving that blood message. The brat is sneaky, and there is no need to go after him for now. Right now, Chief Drabuk was not at all worried about Shadow B because all the hermit tribes had already devised a perfect plan to kill him. Hence, Chief Drabuk said that they should focus on the Lin family and wipe it out completely from the face of this world. Chief Drabuk, the plan we are supposed to execute 1 month from now, shall I advance it to be executed in a week? Elder Ghost knew why Chief Drabuk wanted the Lin family to disappear and said he would advance the massacre of the Lin family. Do it, make sure to send extra tribesmen for the massacre, and it has to be completed in just a single night. 265, Bloodclaw tribe's preparations. The Lin family was growing much faster than they expected, and within just a few centuries, it had already given birth to 2 Golden Core Realm cultivators. Although the Green Fire sect strictly forbade the Lin family to have only 1 Golden Core Realm, the Lin family was sending their youngsters to the Green Fire sect. If this continues, it would be a matter of a few centuries before dozens of Golden Core Realm cultivators would be born in the Lin family. The Green Fire sect never forbids the disciples from protecting their families, because if it did, no cultivation family would be interested in sending their disciples into the sect. Although a bunch of Golden Core Realm cultivators are still not enough to go against the Bloodclaw tribe, the Bloodclaw tribe also can't do anything to them unless they mobilize a nascent Soul Realm cultivator. However, for some reason, the hermit tribes can't afford to send their nascent Soul Realm cultivators. Nevertheless, there is no limit to how many Golden Core Realm cultivators they can send to destroy the cultivation family that dared to reveal their name to the world. If only we could send a nascent Soul Realm cultivator, it would have been a piece of cake to destroy. However, that greedy Green Fire sect is eagerly waiting for that. Chief Drabuk shook his head in disappointment, because sending a nascent Soul Realm to destroy the Lin family would require no plan or preparation. It's alright, Chief Drabuk. Even if we can't send a nascent Soul Realm cultivator, the Golden Core Realm cultivators are enough to take care of the remnants of the Green Lotus family. Elder Ghost assured Chief Drabuk and explained his plan. For this mission, a high-level and 2 mid-level Golden Core Realm cultivators with 50 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from our Bloodclaw tribe will be sent. Although this formation is enough to take care of the Lin family, I will pressure the Bonepiercer tribe and Moonshadow tribe to send a high-level and a mid-level Golden Core Realm cultivator along with 25 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from each tribe for the mission. Elder Ghost reminded Chief Drabuk that they would be using a long stick to kill the tiny snake in this mission. 3 high-level and 4 mid-level high-level Golden Core Realm cultivators. Not bad, but the 100 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators are very few. Chief Drabuk was satisfied with the lineup for the Golden Core Realm cultivators, however, he felt that there were fewer Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Should I increase it by 5, double it? We should send 100, whereas the other 2 tribes will send 50 each. The chief Drabuk added, I want the entire mission to be finished in a single night and make sure the talented youngsters from the villages under the Lin family's control follow the same fate as the Lin family. Of course, Chief. Elder Ghost chuckled eerily as he asked, what about the Lin family's youngsters that join the Green Fire sect? In the future, they will become troublesome if they want to take vengeance for their family. They know that the Lin family won't be recalling the youngsters from the sect to fight the Bloodclaw tribe because they are the future of the Lin family. Since the Lin family has no chance of survival, having those few Foundation Establishment realm cultivators still won't change the fate of the Lin family. Nevertheless, leaving them alone won't do any good to the Bloodclaw tribe if they mature and become powerful. Vengeance. They don't get a chance to become a Golden Core realm cultivator, much less become a nascent soul realm cultivator to take revenge on us. Chief Drabuk arrogantly scoffed and said, for now, let's take care of the Lin family and the youngsters in the sect, they are all sitting ducks, waiting for their deaths in our hands. Understood, Chief Drabuk. Although he was the chief advisor for the Bloodclaw tribe, Elder Ghost knew Chief Drabuk was also quite intelligent and always came up with good moves for the betterment of their tribe. Finally, we can remove the remnants of the Green Lotus tribe in a week. Thinking about their long dream of eliminating the Green Lotus tribe, Chief Drabuk became excited. In the small courtyard, so, this is the place where boss lives. 5 hours after Ethan left the message for Shadow Bee, he reached the small courtyard, and while looking at the courtyard, Shadow Bee was a bit excited. After Ethan revived him, Shadow Bee was curious about Ethan and had lots of questions about Ethan. But, of course, he didn't ask them as he knew everyone had their own secrets. Although Shadow Bee told most of his secrets, it was because Ethan had revived him, and even Shadow Bee wanted to rely on someone who was powerful that would help him in his revenge. Enter. Soon, the formation around the small courtyard slightly opened for Shadow Bee to enter it. Boss, what orders do you have for me? As soon as he entered, Shadow Bee didn't waste any time in asking what his orders were. I need your help with something. The Lin family, Blood Servants, Bloodclaw tribe, Blood Message. Soon, Ethan revealed everything starting from the Lin family's past to the Blood Servants, Bloodclaw tribe, and how the blood message he left behind has brought the disaster to the Lin family. What? The Lin family is the remnants of the Green Lotus tribe. Compared to Ethan, Shadow Bee was more shocked to hear the Lin family's past. It was because he had heard stories of the Green Lotus tribe from his father and grandfather. Boss, since the Green Lotus tribe was also a hermit tribe that suffered the same fate as my Primal Fang tribe, I would definitely help them. Even before Ethan could ask Shadow Bee to help him protect the Lin family, Shadow Bee stated his intentions. Moreover, since the Bloodclaw tribe is involved, even if the Lin family was not a hermit tribe, I will gladly put my life on the line to kill as many tribesmen as possible. While saying that, Shadow Bee's eyes were filled with killing intent. B, of course, I know you will help the Lin family. But, the reason I hurriedly summoned you to the Lin family was something else. Ethan lightly tapped Shadow Bee's shoulder and asked, however, no matter how much we fight back, you know that we can't win against the Bloodclaw tribe, right? Shadow Bee remained silent without answering Ethan's words because he knew what Ethan said was the painful truth. But, what if I say I have a way to turn around the situation for the Lin family and win the war against the Bloodclaw tribe? What? Really? Hearing that, Shadow Bee was surprised. However, remembering Ethan's ability to revive, he believed in his words. However, to do that, I need your help with something. Ethan asked, looking straight into Shadow Bee's eyes. Boss, tell me what you need me to do. Even if it is a dual cultivation, I will. Punch, idiot, what are you thinking? Before Shadow Bee could finish his words, Ethan punched Shadow Bee and explained, I want you to have unconditional trust in me and an eternal loyalty towards me. If you do, I promise you will witness a great show in the upcoming battle against the Bloodclaw tribe. Chosen 266, binding the heavens. Chosen to solve the Lin family's crisis, Ethan needed some powerful cultivators who were willing to go all out with their battle prowess. The first person who fulfilled such requirements that came to Ethan's mind was none other than Cedric Lin, the old ancestor of the Lin family. Although he was currently transformed into an Azure Serpent Fiend King, Ethan could kill and revive him as a human. Even though Ethan had a general revival life card, he recently found out that the low-level life cards can't revive the rank 5 beasts or the Golden Core Realm cultivators. Nevertheless, Ethan knew a godly general revival life card could revive them, and he had already used one such card to revive the rank 6 Blood Dragon in the Primordial Beast Realm, and currently, he had none. But, Ethan could get that high-level life card by completing the mission related to Shadow B, which was to get his loyalty to 100 points. Currently, Shadow B had 99 points of loyalty towards Ethan, and Ethan needed only one more point to complete the mission, but that single point was much harder than he thought. Therefore, Ethan decided to use the current situation to his advantage and complete that mission. Will my unconditional trust and eternal loyalty really change the outcome of the Lin family? Shadow B was shocked as he didn't understand what Ethan was saying. However, he knew one thing for sure, Ethan was not lying to him. I will give you my word. I will make sure the Bloodclaw tribe suffers heavy losses in the upcoming war. Although it was hard to get that last point of loyalty from Shadow B, Ethan had his own reasons why he believed he could get that point just through words. Both the Primal Fang tribe and the Green Lotus tribe were peace-loving hermit tribes focusing on their own tasks. The Primal Fang tribe excels in taming and nurturing the spirit beasts, whereas the Green Lotus tribe excels in nurturing and farming the spirit plants. So, these two hermit tribes were much closer to one another compared to the other hermit tribes. Moreover, back when the three hermit tribes tried to attack the Green Lotus tribe, it was the Primal Fang tribe that helped the Green Lotus tribe in safely escorting their remnants out of the Green Lotus tribe's secret enclave. Other than that, Shadow B hated the Bloodclaw tribe to the core. He had 99 points of loyalty towards Ethan, which further boosted Ethan's plan. Therefore, Ethan was confident that he could use some words to get that last point of loyalty from Shadow B and complete his mission. Boss, although you are still a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, I believe your words. Taking a deep breath, Shadow B continued, from now on, you have my unconditional trust. Even if you ask me to die, I won't hesitate because I am confident that you will revive me again. Please give me the completion notification, please. On the other hand, Ethan silently prayed for the system to give him the mission completion notification. Ethan had already said everything he wanted to say, and if these words didn't work, then Ethan could only give up on bringing the old ancestor back to the Lin family. Wait a second. I wonder whether to use the Heavenly Luck card. Ding, Shadow B's loyalty to the host has reached 100 points. Just as he was thinking of using the Heavenly Luck card to increase Shadow B's loyalty to 100 points, Ethan received a system notification that made him greatly excited. However, it didn't stop with just a single notification, as a series of system notifications resounded in Ethan's head. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission Bind the Heavens Chosen. Ding, please wait for a while to receive the reward. Ding, note, although the host got 100 points of loyalty from Shadow B, as a Heavens Chosen, it might decrease if the host doesn't keep his promises. Why do Heavens Chosen always have plot armor around them? Looking at the last system notification, Ethan bitterly shook his head as he silently decided, looks like I should definitely change the fate of the Lin family and even deal great damage to the Bloodclaw tribe. Since the loyalty of the Heavens Chosen can decrease for false promises, Ethan wanted to make sure to fulfill all the promises he made to Shadow. Thank you for your unconditional trust, B. I won't disappoint you. Ethan thanked Shadow B first and then said, B, you must be tired. Take a rest for now and I will tell you the plan after I make all my preparations. After sending Shadow B into the guest room, Ethan returned to his room, eagerly waiting for the rewards from the mission. It didn't take much time as Ethan once again received 2 system notifications, and this time, he received rewards that he was eagerly waiting for. Ding! The host has received the following rewards for completing the mission: Bind the Heavens Chosen, 1 million life points. 2, Heavenly Luck Card, small. 3, Godly General Revival Life Card. Ding! For completing the mission within a month with the least effort, the host will receive an additional reward of 1 million life points. Finally, I got the Godly General Revival Life Card. Although Ethan was happy to receive 2 million life points and the Heavenly Luck Card, he was eagerly waiting for the Godly General Revival Life Card for a while now. Now, he finally got it. So, of course, he was excited. It feels like just yesterday when I exchanged a Revival Life Card for 1000 life points to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Thinking about his experience from a few months back and comparing it with the wealth he had accumulated now, Ethan could not help but feel a bit proud. Adding to the life points I got just now, I have 52 million life points and American Samoa for the Heavenly Luck Cards. I have 3 of them. Ethan was excited. It is finally time to enter the Azure Serpent realm and complete my earliest mission. However, he remembered other things that he had to do. So, channeling that excitement into energy, Ethan focused on the next step of his plan, which was to enter the Azure Serpent realm. 267, meeting Azure Serpent Fiend King again. Since he got the Godly Revival Life Card, Ethan no longer wasted any time as he quietly but quickly entered the Azure Serpent realm under his other identity, Ethan. It's been a while since I contacted Felix. I wonder what he is doing. While entering the Azure Serpent realm, Ethan could not help but think about the fake cursed cultivator, because it was he who took Ethan to the Azure Profound Garden for the first time. Once I deal with the Lin family's crisis and complete the annual auction, I should have a good chat with him. If possible, Ethan wanted to help Felix by giving some cultivation resources to speed up his cultivation, because from the Azure Profound Garden, Ethan gained so much, and it was not a bad thing to share some things with him. Swish with his full speed from the Shadow Steps, it only took less than 20 minutes for Ethan to reach the Azure Profound Garden that Cedric Lin was in charge of. By now, the Azure Serpent Fiend King must have completed today's nurturing session. According to Ethan's past observations, the Azure Serpent Fiend King wakes up early in the morning and starts his nurturing session till noon. It was the reason why Ethan rushed to the Azure Serpent realm before noon, because he could meet the Azure Serpent Fiend King. Looks like I have to wait until he appears tomorrow morning. Now, he had to wait until tomorrow morning when the Azure Serpent Fiend King started his nurturing session. Anyway, while waiting, I will just complete my nurturing session and speed up their growth. With that thought in mind, Ethan decided to nurture the Azure Profound Grass. However, he had a habit of checking the maturity and the live status of the spirit plants before starting his nurturing session. So, he did the same for the Azure Profound Grass in the garden. Heaven's Harvesting Spirit Plant Name, Azure Profound Grass Grade, Rank 3 Special Maturity, 276 Days Status, Excited, Human, you are finally back. Are we going to have another double nurturing session today? Maturity, 279 Days Status, Excited, Human, do you know how much we missed you? Come on and give us your special plant essence. Maturity, 275 Days Status, Excited, I missed the double nurturing sessions, and finally, I am going to have it today. All the spirit plants in the garden were close to half maturation, which was within Ethan's expectations. And as usual, the spirit plants were happy to see him and excited for their double nurturing session. Soon, Ethan spent a little more than an hour to reduce their maturity time by 25 days as usual. For the Azure Serpent Fiend King, it takes nearly 6 hours, whereas I only need an hour thanks to my perfection stage cultivation techniques and my special talent heaven's harvesting. After finishing his nurturing session, Ethan was a bit proud of his nurturing skills, and obviously, he had every right to be proud. Anyway, let's summon the Azure Serpent Fiend King now. Soon, Ethan thought that he didn't have to wait for the Azure Serpent Fiend King until tomorrow. All it needs is to pull out one of the Azure Profound Grass. According to the rule, since it was Ethan who planted all the Azure Profound Grass in the garden, he could harvest 50% of them, which is 500 spirit plants. However, since the Azure Profound Grass in the garden was not mature, according to the spirit farmer, pulling them out right now was equivalent to killing them. So, no spirit farmer, especially the Azure Serpent Fiend King, would remain calm seeing their children getting killed by others right in his home. Sorry for pulling you out ahead of time, but don't worry, I will put you back once the Azure Serpent Fiend King comes back. Maybe it was because of the special talent heaven's harvesting, or maybe it was Ethan's view regarding the spirit plants that changed. He apologized to the Azure Profound Grass he selected to pull out. Chuyo, without checking its status, Ethan pulled it and quickly stored it in his vital blood ring, where it had the ability to preserve the vitality of the spirit plants and the harvested spirit plants. Hiss! In the next second, the entire Azure Profound Garden shook violently as a bone-chilling hiss echoed through the entire area. The once peaceful and serene garden turned chaotic in an instant, and the surrounding Azure Profound Grass began swaying unnaturally, not due to wind, but as if they were reacting to the sudden disappearance of their companion. It worked, the Azure Serpent Fiend King has awakened. Ethan knew his plan was working, and the Azure Serpent Fiend King had successfully awakened. Are they all angry? However, compared to the Azure Serpent Fiend King's awakening, Ethan was curious about the remaining 999 Azure Profound Grass in the garden. Heaven's Harvesting Spirit Plant Name, Azure Profound Grass Grade, Rank 3 Special Maturity, 251 Days Status, Unhappy, Human. How can you do that? How can you kill our friend? Status, Unhappy. Just because you planted us and provided one nurturing, that doesn't give you the right to kill us halfway. Status, Unhappy. If you feel that we are a burden to you, you can just leave us, as our Azure Serpent Fiend King will take care of us. All the Azure Profound Grass in the garden were unhappy with Ethan's actions and even berated him. However, Ethan was not worried about them because he had his plans and missions to complete today, and he was going to complete them. Rumble cracks appeared outside the Azure Profound Garden as the Azure Serpent Fiend King climbed out of the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, which was completely different from when he nurtured the Azure Profound Grass, and right now, he had only one thing to do, and it was to kill the intruder who killed his child. Azure King's hiss. As soon as the Fiend King saw Ethan, it released a powerful hiss to immobilize Ethan. 268, Predator's Spirit. Strong opponent's natural enemy. A sound attack. Among all types of attacks, Ethan was least worried about sound attacks. It was because almost all sound attacks mainly focus on attacking the opponent's mind and soul, and thanks to the Predator's Spirit under the special talent I Am Your Killer, Ethan was immune to such attacks. Anyway, let's try dodging it. Nevertheless, Ethan didn't want to take unnecessary risks and quickly covered his ears and dodged the incoming attack. Although a sound attack can focus on a single target, it can also be used as an area of effect skill. So, even though Ethan dodged the direct confrontation of the attack, he was still within the range of the skill. Ding, the host's Predator's Spirit has been triggered. Ding, the host's spirit won't be affected by the Azure King's hiss. As Ethan expected, the so-called powerful skill from the Azure Serpent Fiend King was useless on him, making Ethan smile. The Predator's Spirit is an excellent skill, especially when confronting stronger opponents. A strong cultivator doesn't have to use his full power to take down his opponent, and all he has to do is release his aura or cultivation pressure to suppress him, decreasing the battle morale of the opponent. But, despite having a weak cultivation compared to the Azure Serpent Fiend King, Ethan has no such weaknesses. Now, it is time for my sound type attack. Might Dragon Roar. Roar. With a confident smile, Ethan didn't waste any time as he used his sound attack and roared with his full power. Roar. Kaka. The sound wave exploded like a tidal wave, infused with weak draconic might, and it even shattered the nearby boulders on the small floating island. Hiss. For a brief moment, the Azure Serpent Fiend King's body was stunned in his position, and shock was apparent in his eyes. The opponent in front of him was clearly much weaker than him, and the powerful attack that he used to kill the intruders in his garden had no effect whatsoever on this intruder. What's more, the weak intruder used an attack that paralyzed him in his place, giving another huge shock to the Azure Serpent Fiend King. So what if my Abyssal Blood Domain is on cooldown? As long as my opponent doesn't move, I can kill him easily. It was not that Ethan didn't want to use the Abyssal Blood Domain against the Azure Serpent Fiend King. Instead, he couldn't use it as it was on cooldown after using it against Ancestor Theodore. Nevertheless, Ethan kept his trust in the Might Dragon Roar, which not only reduced the battle prowess of the opponent by 10% but also stunned the opponent for a few seconds. For Ethan, whose attacking power was very high, all he needed was to immobilize his enemies and he could kill them with ease. Time to end this. As soon as the Azure Serpent Fiend King was stunned, Ethan knew he had less than 10 seconds to do whatever he planned to do. Shadow step swish. In just a single second, Ethan appeared in front of the Azure Serpent Fiend King, and without hesitation, he poured half of his spirit essence into his next attack. Blazing Sun Palm. Unlike his usual attack, Ethan slightly changed the angle of his wrist to blast the Azure Serpent Fiend King into the air. Boom. As he planned, the moment Ethan's palm touched the Azure Serpent Fiend King, it got blasted into the air. Blood Sword. Ethan's attack didn't end with the Blazing Sun Palm, as he used his ultimate move to kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King in mid-air. After Ethan's palm attack, the Azure Serpent Fiend King's stunned effect disappeared. However, since he was in mid-air, the Azure Serpent Fiend King was unable to do anything. In short, he could only watch Ethan use his next move. Swish. On the other hand, as soon as the Blood Sword appeared in his hands, Ethan didn't waste any time, because if he missed this opportunity, it would become a little difficult to kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King. Sky Shattering Art, Horizon Annihilation. Swish. Just as Ethan swung the Blood Sword at the falling Azure Serpent Fiend King, a huge blood-colored sword wave was released from the Blood Sword. Slow rush. The huge blood-colored sword wave smoothly cut through the Azure Serpent Fiend King like a watermelon into two pieces. Thud thud. The two pieces of the Azure Serpent Fiend King's body fell to the ground as blood rained on Ethan. Ding! The host has successfully killed the Azure Serpent Fiend King and freed the trapped soul of the old ancestor of the Lin family, Cedric Lin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission Kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King. Ding! The rewards will be processed in some time. Please wait. As he was wiping the blood from his face, Ethan received a series of system notifications, informing him about the completion of his earliest mission. Phew, finally, the mission is completed. Although Ethan only used 3 moves from start to finish, he was a bit tired, especially using the Blazing Sun Palm, which completely destroyed the scales on the Azure Serpent Fiend King's abdomen. Because of that, when Ethan released the ultimate sword move, he was able to kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King like it was nothing. Thus, when he got the system notifications, Ethan heaved a sigh of relief that he was able to kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King and complete the mission. Now, it is time to leave the Azure Serpent realm. Once he killed the Azure Serpent Fiend King, Ethan had completed the mission he had come for, and thus, he decided to leave the Azure Serpent realm. Before leaving, he didn't forget to plant the Azure Profound grass he pulled earlier and stored the Azure Serpent Fiend King's corpse in his Vital Bloom storage ring and quietly left the Azure Serpent realm and returned to the small courtyard in less than 40 minutes. It's time to revive the old ancestor of the Lin family. As soon as he entered his room, Ethan took out the 2 parts of the Azure Serpent Fiend King and started the revival process. 269, Reviving the Old Ancestor with the Godly General Revival Life card. Ethan could instantly revive the Azure Serpent Fiend King in the Azure Serpent realm. Nevertheless, the problem was that when a Golden Core Realm cultivator appeared in the Azure Serpent realm, all the Azure Serpent leaders would be triggered and rush to kill him personally. Although Ethan had become a good friend with the Azure Flame Python, he had yet to befriend the other Azure Serpent leaders in the secret realm. Once they learned that he brought a Golden Core Realm cultivator with him, it would make things difficult for Ethan in completing his mission to befriend all the Azure Serpent leaders. If it were only the Azure Serpent leaders, Ethan wouldn't mind, as he still had his methods to convince them despite the mission becoming difficult. However, the commotion caused by the Azure Serpent leaders would alert the other explorers in the Azure Serpent realm, and then the Green Fire sect would also learn about the Golden Core Realm cultivator in the secret realm. As someone who always wanted to be low-key, Ethan decided not to revive Cedric Lynn in the Azure Serpent realm. Moreover, Cedric Lynn was the key to the upcoming war with the Bloodclaw tribe, and he didn't want anyone to know about Cedric Lynn until the last moment. Inside the small courtyard, it's time to revive the old ancestor. Once he returned to the small courtyard, Ethan wasted no time as he took out a white card with golden borders and touched the Azure Serpent Fiend King's corpse. Ding! Detected the soul traces of Cedric Lynn inside the Azure Serpent Fiend King's corpse. Ding! Do you want to use the Godly General Revival life card to revive Cedric Lynn? Without any surprise, the system asked Ethan for his confirmation regarding the usage of the life card. Yes, Kaka. The moment Ethan gave his confirmation, the Godly General Revival life card shattered into tiny light particles that shone with a brilliant white gold light. Swish! One of the tiny light particles flew to Ethan, and it turned into a familiar interface. Interface of the killer's stats. Interface of killer's stats. 1. Cultivation none, the killer's cultivation is lower than the victim. 2. Heavenly technique. Heavenly spirit essence refining technique, small success stage, 2.2 million life points. 3. Inventory level 6 golden core, 12 million life points. 4. Special talent heavens harvesting, 10 million life points. Note: since the interface of the killer's stats is generated for others, the cost of all options is double in price. This. I completely forgot that I am the killer of the Azure Serpent Fiend King, and the options generated in the interface are related to me. When Ethan saw all the options in the interface, he was pleasantly surprised. Unlike other killers, Ethan had lots of good things like Heavenly Cultivation Technique, Special Talents, Heavenly Talents, and a level 6 Golden Core, and seeing them, Ethan got an idea. What if, in the future, I can use this advantage to double the valuable items like Last Breath totems? Although he still had to spend life points, even double the usual price, Ethan could take these items from the hands of his subordinate he revived. That's right. Unlike the General Revival life card, which requires Ethan to work on increasing the loyalty of the revived individual, the Godly General Revival life card will directly increase the loyalty of the revived individual to 100 points. It means, whoever he revived with this high-level life card, he will become Ethan's loyal subordinate without any doubt. This was also the reason why Ethan was not worried that after reviving Cedric Lynn, he would have less loyalty or whatsoever. The only bad thing in the interface was that the cultivation option was empty. Actually, Ethan wanted to revive Cedric with a perfected Golden Core realm, but his cultivation was too bad. Maybe I should have used Rak, the second blood dragonling, to kill him. No, other than the cultivation, the remaining options are much better. Ethan only thought about it for a moment before shaking his head, as he was greatly satisfied with the other options. Especially the Heavenly Technique, Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique, and the Special Talent Heavens Harvesting. Since Cedric Lynn was a spirit farmer for his whole life, the Special Talent Heavens Harvesting will be like adding wings to a tiger. Although it won't be much useful in the short term, in the long term, as long as he nurtures spirit plants and combines with his Heavenly Cultivation Technique, breaking through to the nascent soul realm will be a piece of cake for him. Thinking about having a nascent soul realm cultivator as a loyal subordinate, how could Ethan not be excited? If I had a cultivation of Golden Core realm, there would have been another option with skill or another inventory. If a killer has a cultivation of foundation establishment realm, only 4 options will be generated in the interface, whereas only 3 if the killer was only a chi refining realm cultivator. As for the golden core realm killer, the system would generate 5 options. Anyway, let's give him some boosts and change his fate. Even with a normal cultivation talent, the fate of a cultivator will be changed, not to mention, Ethan would be bestowing a special talent to Cedric Lynn. So, without a doubt, Cedric Lynn's future would be changed forever. Cultivation is none. So, I will get, as soon as he thought about the cultivation, Ethan received the system notification he was expecting. Ding, for the missing cultivation, the host will be compensated with 2.2 million life points. Note, for the missing options, the host will be compensated with the life points of the least valuable item from the interface. Here comes the free life points. Ethan had already received compensation for the mission options in the past. So, he was not surprised by it. With that compensation, I will buy the cultivation technique. In short, he was getting that option for free of cost, making Ethan happy. Level 6 Golden Core. I don't want to spend 12 million for it. Ethan rejected the inventory and, without hesitation, he bought the last option special talent. 270, Reviving the Ancestor. 2, Ding, the host has spent 12.2 million life points to buy the special talent and the heavenly technique. Ding, the bought options will be bestowed upon the target upon successful revival. Without the compensation he received earlier, Ethan had 52 million life points. So, he didn't mind spending 10 million life points for cultivation talent. As for the heavenly technique, it was free thanks to the compensation. Once he finished purchasing the options for Cedric Lynn, Ethan saw the revival process had started in front of him. Krug Swish, the radiating tiny light particles from the Godly General Revival life card enveloped the Azure Serpent Fiend King's 2-piece body. Soon, a powerful surge of life force flowed out from these tiny light particles, and the corpse started disappearing. At the same time, streams of soul essence flew out of that disappearing corpse, and pieces of flesh started materializing around the soul essence in midair. Whenever the Revival life card or the General Revival life card is used, the corpse will disappear, and in its place, an entirely new body will be created. Since he had already used General Revival life cards multiple times and even the Godly General Revival life card, Ethan was not surprised by the revival process and patiently waited for a few moments. Bit by bit, the form of a tall, broad-shouldered man with long black hair and defined features began to take shape in front of Ethan. His skin was smooth, his appearance calm and composed. Huh? Isn't the old ancestor supposed to be around 200 years old? Looking at the human who revived in front of him, Ethan was a bit shocked. Cedric Lynn exuded an unshakable aura which seemed to come from centuries of experience and wisdom. However, it didn't surprise Ethan, but what surprised him was Cedric Lynn's youthful appearance. He looked like a man in his early 30s, with an age of above 200 years. Ding, the host has successfully revived Cedric Lynn, the old ancestor of the Lynn family. Ding, the host's heavenly talent Heaven's Virtue has been triggered. Ding, the host has received 15 million life points and a set of 3 low-level life cards for reviving a direct descendant of a fallen hermit tribe. As soon as the revival process was completed, Ethan's heavenly talent triggered as usual and received 15 million life points. The reward is 10 times higher than I expected. Before reviving the old ancestor, Ethan was already expecting that he would receive life points, and since Cedric Lynn's cultivation was early or intermediate golden core realm, he was expecting only 1 million life points. But, to his surprise, Ethan received 15 million life points and 3 low-level life cards. Although reviving Blood Dragonling gave me 25 million life points, it was a peak rank 6 demonic beast, but Ancestor Cedric was only rank 5 beast while he was still in the Azure Serpent Fiend King form. Ethan thought about it and soon found the reason. it must be because he is a direct descendant of the Green Lotus tribe. Everyone in the Lin family, they are not the pure descendants of the Green Lotus tribe, because Cedric married a mortal woman who helped him and a few other survivors of the Green Lotus tribe. Therefore, Ethan thought that it must be the reason why he received so many life points for reviving Cedric, the last direct descendant of the Green Lotus tribe, just like Shadow Bee. Wait a second, if he is just like the Shadow Bee, then he must be a Heaven's Chosen, right? When this thought came to Ethan's head, he became excited, and all his questions regarding the extra reward also disappeared. I have 2 Heaven's Chosen ones as my subordinates, great. Ethan clenched his fists with excitement. Master, thank you for freeing me from being an Azure Serpent Fiend King and also reviving me. While Ethan was lost in his thoughts, Cedric Lin, who looked to be in his early 30s, thanked Ethan from the bottom of his heart. Usually, the ones revived from the General Revival life card needed some time to process their thoughts after reviving. However, the ones revived with the Godly General Revival life card don't need such time. They were clear about everything, and their loyalty towards Ethan would be unwavering despite being a Heaven's Chosen. Ancestor Cedric, welcome back to the Lin family. With a smile, Ethan nodded his head at Cedric's words and welcomed him to the family. What? We are in the Lin family. Cedric Lin was shocked to hear Ethan's words and hurriedly asked, Master, are we in the Green Fire Town now? Yes. Ethan nodded his head, maintaining the smile on his face. This, Master, I want to go and meet my sons and grandson and see how they are doing. Cedric Lin wanted to rush out of the room and meet his descendants and have a reunion with them. However, he didn't forget to ask for Ethan's permission because his new life was thanks to Ethan. They were doing much better and suppressed the remaining 4 cultivation families with ease. Also, the good news is your son, Theodore Lin, has even broken through to the Golden Core realm and reached level 4 recently. Ethan briefly explained about the Lin family and how they were doing in his absence for the past 100 years. I knew it. I knew Theo would break through to the Golden Core realm despite not being a pure blood of the Green Lotus tribe. Hearing about his son's achievement, Cedric started crying with happiness as he praised his son. Theo has better talent than me when it comes to cultivating. As long as he has cultivation resources, he could become a nascent soul realm cultivator. I know it is cruel to say this, I ask you to stay hidden for a while from everyone. Soon, Ethan explained the reason behind his cruel words and the crisis that the Lin family would face soon. Bloodclaw tribe, I am yet to settle the old debts, and you are planning to attack my Lin family. A cold glint flashed in Cedric's eyes as he muttered with a voice laced with killing intent. For now, stay in my room and increase your cultivation by a level or 2 before the war begins. Although Ethan could not fully comprehend Cedric's emotions, he knew Cedric wanted nothing but to go berserk against the Bloodclaw tribesmen. Nevertheless, it would take quite some time, and until then, Ethan hoped that Cedric Lin would increase his cultivation with his new heavenly cultivation technique. I will follow Master's orders. Cedric Lin knew that if his identity was exposed to the outside world, the Bloodclaw tribe might learn it and send more Golden Core realm cultivators than they expected. Hence, Cedric Lin suppressed his excitement to reunite with his family and decided to cultivate. To become stronger, and when the Bloodclaw tribe arrives, he would unleash his strength. Before I move to the next step of my war preparations, let's see the full information on Ancestor Cedric. Reviving Cedric was the major thing in his plan. However, there were few other minor things he planned to prepare for the upcoming war with the Bloodclaw tribe. Nevertheless, Ethan didn't forget to check the information of his new and powerful subordinate before focusing on those things. This, how can he have so many good things? However, the moment Ethan saw the information, he was thoroughly shocked. 271, the gifts of the Azure Serpent realm. This, how can he have so many good things? The good things that Ethan was speaking about were none other than bloodlines, special skills, and even cultivation talents. That's right. Cedric has not one but 2 of each of them, making Ethan thoroughly shocked. Ding, name, Cedric Lynn, old ancestor of the Lynn family. Cultivation, level 6 golden core realm. Cultivation techniques, earth essence refining technique, great completion, verdant thorny armor, great completion, and 5 more. Heavenly technique, heavenly spirit essence refining technique, small success. Spirit root, mid-grade earth and wood dual spirit root. Special skills, 1, green lotus explosion, depending on the golden essence of the user, a transparent lotus will be materialized above the user and upon explosion, its petals will pierce through all the targets regardless of friend or foe. 2, Azure King's Hiss, a powerful serpent sound that shakes the opponent's soul and stuns the opponent. The stun time depends on the opponent's strength. Bloodlines, 1, Verdant Lotus King, upon activation, it accelerates healing and natural regeneration for not just the bloodline owner but also for the allies within a certain radius. 2, Azure Serpent Fiend King, upon activation, all battle prowess of the bloodline owner will be increased by 2 times for 10 minutes. Cultivation talents, 1, Spirit Bloom Constitution, the cultivator could emit a soft vitality aura, causing the spirit plants around him to grow much faster, reducing their maturity time. 2, Azure Realms Farmer, the maturity time of the Azure attributed spirit plants will be greatly decreased and at the same time, their quality also increases by a grade. Special talent, Heaven's Harvesting. With his special skills, he is a perfect war machine. The 2 special skills are wide-range skills, one can stun the opponents, and the other could explode lotus petals to puncture them. When it comes to bloodlines, one is a healing type which heals not just Cedric but also the allies, and the other power is a boost type that increases Cedric's battle prowess. As for the cultivation talents, the Spirit Bloom Constitution might be what Cedric was born with, whereas the Azure Realms Farmer might be a talent he got after transforming into an Azure Serpent Fiend King. Other than his own profile, Cedric Lynn's profile is the most powerful one that Ethan has ever seen. However, Ethan could tell that it was because of Cedric Lynn's transformation into an Azure Serpent Fiend King. Although it seems that Cedric Lynn was lucky, these so-called gifts were a result of being an Azure Serpent Fiend King for over a century. If I didn't revive him, he would be considered just a mediocre cultivator. However, after the revival, adding to the gifts of the Azure Serpent realm together with the options I bought, Cedric has now become a heaven-defying genius. Despite having a mid-grade spirit root, Cedric has much more potential than Shadow B thanks to Ethan's revival. Maybe I should try to revive other Azure Serpent Fiend Kings in the future and turn them into my subordinates. After seeing how powerful the ex-Azure Serpent Fiend King could become after his revival, Ethan was interested in reviving more Azure Serpent Fiend Kings. However, if I get the Godly General Revival life cards, I should keep them aside for my parents. If not for the Lynn family's crisis because of his blood message, Ethan would not have killed the Azure Serpent Fiend King and revived Cedric so soon. By killing and reviving the Azure Serpent Fiend Kings, he would be losing the assistance to nurture the Azure Profound Grass in his absence. Once I revive them, they will be Golden Core Realm cultivators and they can't enter the Azure Serpent realm according to the rules made by the Green Fire sect and the Azure Serpent leaders in the Azure Serpent realm. Even after turning into a human, Cedric Lynn's farming techniques still exist. In fact, thanks to the special talent Heaven's Harvesting, he is now a top-tier farmer in the entire Emerald Green Plains, even better than Ethan. However, what's the use when he can't send Cedric into the Azure Serpent realm? It's only temporary. Once I befriend all the Azure Serpent leaders, I can break those rules without any problem. Ethan smiled as he had already thought about sending Cedric Lynn back to his Azure Profound Garden. Not because he could earn life points from harvesting the matured Azure Profound Grass, instead, by harvesting them, Cedric could rapidly increase his cultivation and make preparations for his nascent soul realm. Anyway, let's focus on the minor preparations. Soon, Ethan kept aside his thoughts and decided to focus on other preparations for the upcoming war. However, he suddenly received a series of system notifications, and some of them made him smile, whereas some made him frown. Ding! The rewards for completing the mission Kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King are issued. They are, 1. 10,000 life points. 2. A high-level life card, Godly General Revival life card. Ding! For completing the mission before becoming a Golden Core Realm, the host will receive additional rewards. They are, 1. 1,000,000 life points. 2. A high-level life card, Mimic life card, high level. Ding! A new mission related to Cedric Lynn has been generated. Do you want to check it? Ethan was not surprised by the first set of rewards because the mission already stated that he would get a high-level life card. However, the additional rewards were beyond Ethan's expectations, making him excited. Previously, I got a low-level Mimic life card, and I am sure with this high-level Mimic life card, I can copy the Godly General Revival life card. Ethan was feeling bad for his parents for using the Godly General Revival life card for Cedric. Although Ethan knew he would get more Godly General Revival life cards once he broke through to the Golden Core Realm, it would take a while for that. Moreover, who knows how long it would take for him to get his hands on 2 Godly General Revival life cards for his parents. However, what is this new mission about? The last system notification made Ethan raise his brows as he hurriedly checked the mission details. Ding! Mission name, Revival of the Green Lotus Tribe. 271, The Gifts of the Azure Serpent Realm. This, how can he have so many good things? The good things that Ethan was speaking about were none other than bloodlines, special skills, and even cultivation talents. That's right. Cedric has not one but 2 of each of them, making Ethan thoroughly shocked. Ding! Name, Cedric Lynn, old ancestor of the Lynn family. Cultivation, Level 6 Golden Core Realm. Cultivation Techniques, Earth Essence Refining Technique, Great Completion, Verdant Thorny Armor, Great Completion, and 5 more. Heavenly Technique, Heavenly Spirit Essence Refining Technique, Small Success. Spirit Root, Mid-Grade Earth and Wood Dual Spirit Root. Special Skills, 1. Green Lotus Explosion, depending on the golden essence of the user, a transparent lotus will be materialized above the user and upon explosion, its petals will pierce through all the targets regardless of friend or foe. 2. Azure King's Hiss, a powerful serpent sound that shakes the opponent's soul and stuns the opponent. The stun time depends on the opponent's strength. Bloodlines, 1. Verdant Lotus King, upon activation, it accelerates healing and natural regeneration for not just the bloodline owner but also for the allies within a certain radius. 2. Azure Serpent Fiend King, upon activation, all battle prowess of the bloodline owner will be increased by 2 times for 10 minutes. Cultivation Talents, 1. Spirit Bloom Constitution, the cultivator could emit a soft vitality aura, causing the spirit plants around him to grow much faster, reducing their maturity time. 2. Azure Realms Farmer, the maturity time of the Azure attributed spirit plants will be greatly decreased and at the same time, their quality also increases by a grade. Special Talent, Heaven's Harvesting. With his special skills, he is a perfect war machine. The 2 special skills are wide-range skills, one can stun the opponents, and the other could explode lotus petals to puncture them. When it comes to bloodlines, one is a healing type which heals not just Cedric but also the allies, and the other power is a boost type that increases Cedric's battle prowess. As for the cultivation talents, the Spirit Bloom Constitution might be what Cedric was born with, whereas the Azure Realms Farmer might be a talent he got after transforming into an Azure Serpent Fiend King. Other than his own profile, Cedric Lynn's profile is the most powerful one that Ethan has ever seen. However, Ethan could tell that it was because of Cedric Lynn's transformation into an Azure Serpent Fiend King. Although it seems that Cedric Lynn was lucky, these so-called gifts were a result of being an Azure Serpent Fiend King for over a century. If I didn't revive him, he would be considered just a mediocre cultivator. However, after the revival, adding to the gifts of the Azure Serpent realm together with the options I bought, Cedric has now become a heaven-defying genius. Despite having a mid-grade spirit root, Cedric has much more potential than Shadow B thanks to Ethan's revival. Maybe I should try to revive other Azure Serpent Fiend Kings in the future and turn them into my subordinates. After seeing how powerful the ex-Azure Serpent Fiend King could become after his revival, Ethan was interested in reviving more Azure Serpent Fiend Kings. However, if I get the Godly General Revival life cards, I should keep them aside for my parents. If not for the Lin family's crisis because of his blood message, Ethan would not have killed the Azure Serpent Fiend King and revived Cedric so soon. By killing and reviving the Azure Serpent Fiend Kings, he would be losing the assistance to nurture the Azure Profound Grass in his absence. Once I revive them, they will be Golden Core Realm cultivators and they can't enter the Azure Serpent Realm according to the rules made by the Green Fire Sect and the Azure Serpent leaders in the Azure Serpent Realm. Even after turning into a human, Cedric Lin's farming techniques still exist. In fact, thanks to the special talent Heaven's Harvesting, he is now a top-tier farmer in the entire Emerald Green Plains, even better than Ethan. However, what's the use when he can't send Cedric into the Azure Serpent Realm? It's only temporary. Once I befriend all the Azure Serpent leaders, I can break those rules without any problem. Ethan smiled as he had already thought about sending Cedric Lin back to his Azure Profound Garden. Not because he could earn life points from harvesting the matured Azure Profound Grass, instead, by harvesting them, Cedric could rapidly increase his cultivation and make preparations for his nascent soul realm. Anyway, let's focus on the minor preparations. Soon, Ethan kept aside his thoughts and decided to focus on other preparations for the upcoming war. However, he suddenly received a series of system notifications, and some of them made him smile, whereas some made him frown. Ding! The rewards for completing the mission Kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King are issued. They are, 1. 10,000 life points. 2. A high-level life card, Godly General Revival life card. Ding! For completing the mission before becoming a Golden Core Realm, the host will receive additional rewards. They are, 1. 1 million life points. 2. A high-level life card, Mimic life card, high level. Ding! A new mission related to Cedric Lin has been generated. Do you want to check it? Ethan was not surprised by the first set of rewards because the mission already stated that he would get a high-level life card. However, the additional rewards were beyond Ethan's expectations, making him excited. Previously, I got a low-level Mimic life card, and I am sure with this high-level Mimic life card, I can copy the Godly General Revival life card. Ethan was feeling bad for his parents for using the Godly General Revival life card for Cedric. Although Ethan knew he would get more Godly General Revival life cards once he broke through to the Golden Core Realm, it would take a while for that. Moreover, who knows how long it would take for him to get his hands on 2 Godly General Revival life cards for his parents. However, what is this new mission about? The last system notification made Ethan raise his brows as he hurriedly checked the mission details. Ding! Mission name, Revival of the Green Lotus Tribe. 273, Draconic Evolutionary Paths. Although Theodore estimated from his experience that the Bloodclaw tribe might send 5 Golden Core Realm cultivators, there is a chance that they might send more. It was because he knew the Bloodclaw tribe had the habit of overpowering their opponent completely, giving them no chance to escape. For 5 Golden Core Realm cultivators, Ethan believed he, along with Cedric and Theodore, could manage. However, if they sent more, they wouldn't stand a chance. However, Ethan didn't have any known Golden Core Realm cultivators or the rank 5 spirit beasts that were willing to fight for the Lin family. Even though he could complete the mission to befriend the Azure Serpent leaders in the Azure Serpent Realm, who had the strength of rank 5 and rank 6 to help the Lin family, those Azure Serpent leaders couldn't survive for long outside the Azure Serpent Realm. Moreover, their battle prowess would be greatly weakened so that even a perfected Foundation Establishment cultivator could kill them with their special skills and cultivation techniques. It was also because of this, Ethan didn't want to meet them when he went to kill the Azure Serpent Fiend King. If I use the 2 blood dragonlings, I can easily win the war against the Bloodclaw tribe. However, the moment they appear, the Green Fire sect, along with the other 2 powerful sects, would act. For some reason, the Hermit tribe might not be able to send their nascent soul realm cultivators out of their secret enclaves. However, the Green Fire sect didn't have such restrictions. Therefore, Ethan had no plans to use the demonic blood dragons for the war, at least for now. He couldn't use them because the top sects might brand the Lin family as a demonic family. What if I can recruit the rank 5 spirit beasts or the Golden Core realm cultivators? Can't I create my own rank 5 spirit beasts? This was the thought that made Ethan bring out the special rank 4 blood drops that could trigger the dragon-related evolutionary paths for the spirit beasts. Unlike how he only used rank 3 blood drops, Ethan used the special rank 4 blood drops that could even work on the peak rank 4 spirit beasts in the hopes that after completing their evolution, they would break through to rank 5. Since they would become dragon-type spirit beasts after completing their evolutions, they could even confront the mid-level Golden Core realm cultivators. With such thoughts in mind, Ethan expectantly looked at the 10 spirit beasts that emitted the draconic might and also hoped, I hope the requirements for their evolutionary paths will be easier. Just triggering the evolutionary paths was not enough to complete the evolution. These spirit beasts had to fulfill the requirements of the selected evolutionary path to evolve. If it were any other time, Ethan would not have worried about the requirements. However, he was running out of time. I just hope at least half of them break through to rank 5 after completing their evolutions. Their breakthrough to rank 5 is the main focus for Ethan as he watched them quietly, not saying anything. Swish soon, the special blood drops consumed by the spirit beasts were fully integrated into their bodies, and they slightly trembled as their auras surged violently. Swoosh, one after another, dragon-related marks began to manifest on their bodies, some faint, some sharp, each one unique depending on their beast clan. They seemed to be slightly powerful even before evolution. Once the evolution light covering these 10 spirit beasts disappeared, even though they were yet to evolve, the aura they released made them stronger. Anyway, let's check out the evolutionary paths they triggered. The slight pre-evolution boost these spirit beasts received was still useless against the Golden Core realm cultivators. Hence, Ethan started checking out the evolutionary paths triggered by each spirit beast. Ding! The 2 lightning apes have triggered the following evolutionary paths: 1. Thunderstorm Dragon Blood Ape, 2. Lightning Dragon Ape, 3. Stormbreaker Titan Ape. Ding! The 2 Bloodfang Tigers have triggered the following evolutionary paths: 1. Crimson Blood Dragon Tiger, 2. Armored Dragon Tiger, 3. Battle Howl Dragon Tiger. Ding! The 2 Abyssal Serpents have triggered the following evolutionary paths: 1. Dark Scale Dragon Serpent, 2. Mistveil Dragon Serpent, 3. Blood Dragon Serpent. Ding! The 2 Phantom Wolves have triggered the following evolutionary paths: 1. Phantom Dragon Wolf, 2. Glarefang Dragon Wolf, 3. Nightgale Dragon Wolf. Ding! The 2 Crimson Raging Bears have triggered the following evolutionary paths: 1. Blue Drage Dragon Bear, 2. Fireclaw Dragon Bear, 3. Scarhide Dragon Bear. Looking at the triggered evolutions, Ethan slightly nodded to himself. As expected, each spirit beast has triggered 3 evolutionary paths. However, I can only pick the ones that meet the requirements I can complete within a short time. However, when he noticed that each evolutionary path had 3 requirements, he frowned. Previously, when he evolved the Azure Serpents in the Azure Serpent realm, their evolutionary paths only had 2 requirements, but the evolutionary paths triggered by these spirit beasts had 3 requirements each. Looks like the stronger the spirit beast I try to evolve, the higher the requirements would be. Nevertheless, it was quite easy for Ethan to figure out the reason behind the extra requirements. As long as they evolve, they will become very powerful. So, it is to be expected. Shaking his head, Ethan looked through the 3 requirements of each evolutionary path and noticed that all the evolutionary paths had the exact same 2 requirements, making Ethan heave a sigh of relief. They are, 1. A rank 5 beast core, 2. 1 million life points. If it was before, it would be difficult. However, I have lots of rank 5 and even rank 6 beast cores now. Looking at these two requirements for every evolutionary path, Ethan knew he could easily evolve these 10 spirit beasts in the shortest time possible. However, the third requirement for each evolutionary path was a bit difficult, as they required rank 5 and 6 cultivation resources. Nevertheless, Ethan was a wealthy cultivator, and he could instantly evolve 6 spirit beasts. However, he planned to evolve all 10 spirit beasts at once for a specific reason. As for the remaining 4 beasts, Ethan selected the evolutionary paths that he could achieve before the war began. Let's go and pay a visit to the Lin family's treasure hall and see whether I can find the required materials for the evolution of these remaining 4 spirit beasts. Chapter 274, Lin family's treasure hall. Although the Lin family is relatively younger than the other cultivation families in the Emerald Green Plains, they are richer than them. As a 200-year-old cultivation family, there was no doubt that the Lin family had accumulated some good items, especially rank 5 and 6 cultivation resources. Using the perfect grade Dragonheart lotuses to fulfill the third requirement, I can evolve the 2 Crimson Raging Bears into Blue Drage Dragon Bears. And Blood Dragon's Blood to finish the evolution of the Abyssal Serpents into Blood Dragon Serpents. As for the Blood Fang Tigers, they can be evolved into Blood Armored Dragon Tigers using the bones of a rank 5 and above beast. These 6 spirit beasts can be easily evolved. However, Ethan didn't rush things as he wanted to fulfill the last requirement for the remaining 4 spirit beasts, 2 lightning apes and 2 phantom wolves. Initially, he thought about buying the required items from the Starlight Merchant Union because they would definitely have the items. However, he remembered the treasure hall of the Lin family and the treasures stored inside it. Since he was going all out to save the Lin family, Ethan felt nothing bad about using some items from their treasure hall. Let's go. After finalizing the evolutionary paths for the 10 spirit beasts, Ethan didn't waste any more time as he quietly contacted Theodore, the current ancestor of the Lin family. Theodore hesitated a bit, but he still brought Ethan to the treasure hall of the Lin family after sending away the guards. The treasure hall was a chamber inside the ancestor mansion, and other than the formations around the ancestor mansion, there were separate formations for the treasure hall. Since Ethan was being brought by the ancestor personally, he had no issues entering it. Of course, the ancestor kept an eye on Ethan all the time, and the moment he sensed anything wrong, he was ready to activate the formation to kill Ethan. Compared to his confrontation with Ethan in the small courtyard, Theodore was more confident in taking down Ethan thanks to the formation in the treasure hall and the mansion. This, so many mid-level spirit stones and even high-level spirit stones. As for Ethan, he was not bothered by Theodore's alertness but checked out the treasure hall, and the first thing that caught his eye was 2 piles of spirit stones. The big pile was made up of mid-level spirit stones, whereas the small pile consisted of high-level spirit stones. Maybe, once I take care of the Lin family's issue, I can borrow some spirit stones from the Lin family. Ethan's eyes lit up as he thought he got an additional supply of spirit stones for the annual auction in the Sky Cloud City. With that thought in mind, Ethan shifted his focus from the spirit stones to other things in the chamber. There were all kinds of rank 5 and rank 6 cultivation resources like fire-type metals, ores, pills, and lots of spirit plants, which was not a surprise to Ethan, considering that the Lin family excels in the path of spirit farmers. Right now, I need a lightning-type spirit metal or spirit ore and a rank 5 dark attributed spirit flower or fruit. One was for the evolution of lightning ape into a lightning dragon ape, and the other was for the phantom wolf to become a phantom dragon wolf. What are you looking for? As Ethan was looking for the 2 items he needed, Theodore walked over with a calm look, hands behind his back. A lightning spirit ore and a dark type spirit flower or fruit, both need to be rank 5 and above. Without hesitation, Ethan said what he wanted from the treasure hall. Wait here. Theodore's eyes narrowed slightly, however, he didn't think much and quickly found the 2 items that Ethan needed in no time. This is a rank 6 spirit flower, Shadow Lily, harvested from our ancestral garden a few years back. As for this, it is not a spirit metal or spirit ore but a solid wood that is charred by the lightning. According to the appraiser, it has similar properties to those of a spirit metal and can be used to create weapons. Theodore didn't ask why Ethan needed these items, as he gave 2 items to Ethan, briefly explaining about them. "Thank you, ancestor." Ethan became excited that he could get the items so soon as he silently heaved a sigh of relief. "Phew, I didn't have to rush to the Starlight Merchant Union in the Green Fire City." Although Ethan could get these 2 items one way or the other, he was happy that he got them easily and quickly. "Ancestor, aren't you going to ask why I need these items?" Once he got the items, Ethan didn't bother to check other items in the treasure hall because he knew sooner or later, they were all going to become his. Since Cedric Lynn, the old ancestor of the Lynn family, was his loyal subordinate now, and thus, the treasures held by the Lynn family obviously became his. All he had to do was say the word, and Cedric would gladly give it to Ethan. Anyway, Ethan was not greedy to take them, but he was curious about why Theodore was giving him the items without any questions. "Even if I ask, would you answer them?" Theodore scoffed at Ethan as he continued, "Moreover, despite being an outsider, you swore to protect the Lynn family. So, giving you these 2 items was a small price." After concluding that Ethan was a demon cultivator, Theodore didn't consider Ethan as a member of the Lynn family, not to mention considering him an elder. But thanks to the Lynn family's crisis, Theodore put away his hatred towards the demon cultivators and formed a deal with Ethan. "You know me well, ancestor." Ethan shrugged his hands and said, "Let's go now. I still need to complete the preparations for the upcoming war. This, you have a last breath totem." However, just as Ethan was about to leave, a familiar wooden totem caught the corner of his eye. Chapter 275, Green Fire Sex Stance. As soon as he saw the last breath totem, Ethan went to pick it up. As far as Ethan knows, each last breath totem has 3 uses, and the ones with all 3 uses intact can be used for the creation of revival life cards or the general revival life cards. Therefore, Ethan wanted to check whether it was a used one or an unused one. Ding! The host meets the requirements to create the revival life cards. Ding! The host meets the requirements to create the general revival life cards. It's a new one. Although Ethan could not get the information on the items that were not bought from the system, he knew the requirements to create the life cards would be triggered if it were an unused last breath totem. With this, I can create another 5 general revival life cards. Once he confirmed that it was an unused last breath totem, Ethan became excited and thought of creating more general revival life cards. Currently, Ethan only has 1 general revival life card, and this new last breath totem could help him increase his stack of general revival life cards. Sweesh! As Ethan was lost in his head, Theodore quickly took the last breath totem from Ethan's hands and said, "Yes. This is the last breath totem left behind by my father, and you even think of taking it." As soon as he finished his words, Theodore kept the last breath totem in its place, and before Ethan could realize what was happening, he was outside the treasure hall, or to be more exact, the Chamber of Treasures. This, he is very careful. Ethan bitterly shook his head and didn't bother to fight for the last breath totem because he was confident in taking it whenever he wanted. According to my father, there were a total of 3 last breath totems when the Green Lotus tribe was still standing, but now, we are only left with 1. Theodore has been keeping it for emergencies, and until now, the Lynn family hasn't had any emergency-worthy use of it. However, he was planning to use it in the upcoming war against the Bloodclaw tribe to revive himself or other family members that been killed. Although last breath totem is good, in front of general revival life cards, it is completely useless. On the other hand, Ethan didn't say anything as he long decided to use that last breath totem to create 5 general revival life cards. With the last breath totem, the user can only be revived after 1 hour, however, With the General Revival Life card, Ethan could instantly revive anyone he wants, as long as they are killed in front of his eyes. Another advantage of converting the Last Breath totem into 5 General Revival Life cards was, Ethan could use it to revive 5 different targets, whereas with a single Last Breath totem, only one target could be revived, and it could only be used 3 times. With such benefits, it would be a waste not to use the Last Breath totem to create 5 General Revival Life cards. By the way, Ancestor, you said you would request help from the Green Fire sect. What happened? Just as he was about to leave the Ancestor's mansion, Ethan suddenly remembered something and asked Theodore about it. The Green Fire sect said it would protect the youngsters from the Lin family, who joined the sect. However, it won't come to rescue the Lin family or the Green Spire town. Theodore was not angry or disappointed with the Green Fire sect's actions because he had already expected such a reply from the sect. However, it would be a lie that he was not happy that the Green Fire sect was at least willing to protect the youngsters that joined the Green Fire sect in the past. Is that so? Ethan was also not surprised to hear those words. As for why the Green Fire sect was willing to protect the Lin family's youngsters in the sect was not for the sake of the Lin family, instead, to save its face. If word gets out that the Green Fire sect was unable to protect its disciples, no other cultivation families in the world would be willing to send their genius youngsters to their sect. Ethan could easily see through the Green Fire sect despite spending only a few months in this cultivation world. Also, they have given some information about the attack. Theodore thought about it for a moment before saying, according to them, it was not just the Bloodclaw tribe but the other 2 hermit tribes that would also send their tribesmen to wipe the Lin family. What? Hearing that, Ethan was shocked as he was not expecting the other hermit tribes to join the Bloodclaw tribe just to destroy the Lin family, which has only a single golden core realm cultivator. Why do they want to wipe the Lin family so badly? Ethan frowned and thought there must be a strong reason behind their strong intentions. Looks like I should ask Ancestor Cedric about it. Compared to Theodore, Ethan knew he could get good information related to the Green Lotus tribe and the Hermit tribes. Thus, he decided to ask all his questions to Cedric after returning to his small courtyard. Got it? Is there anything else I should prepare for? Putting aside his thoughts, Ethan nodded his head at Theodore and asked whether there is anything else he should know or prepare. I have already ordered my sons to evacuate all the mortals from the Green Spire town and send all the average youngsters from the family away from the Emerald Green Plains. Although it is useless because once the Lin family is destroyed, those hermit tribes would slowly hunt down all the remnants of the Green Lotus tribe. Maybe because Ethan was powerful, or it was because Ethan said that he was being sent by Cedric Lin to protect the Lin family. Whatever the reason was, Theodore felt weirdly comfortable sharing his burdens. So, Theodore didn't hide anything and shared everything with Ethan. Ancestor Theodore, don't worry. We will get through this crisis together, and I also have a pleasant surprise for you. After thinking, Ethan brought Theodore to his small courtyard, and there, Theodore saw someone whom he had been waiting for more than 100 years.